How are you, man?
Marcia. Good morning, Marcia. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Tuesday, hey, October 15th. Halfway
15th
to Halloween already. As always. Yeah, right. As always, on the opening call here, our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Got to say good morning to everybody. Top of the chat, Rui, Chris, Nick Nichols, Pete, Adrian, good morning. Command, good morning. Dan Trader, good morning. Blue Ken, one time. Con. Sorry if I messed that up. Mike Godfrey Anastasios. Ezra Yabber Smack Holdings is here with us, and Rick Quas, just to name the top few in the chat. But of course, welcome to each and every one of you. We're glad you're here with us. Great day today. Fantastic guests. Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Brett Steenbarger, Anne Marie. It's going to be a great session. Yes. I'm really looking very much forward to that.
Yes. Speaking of Greg Brady, Barry Williams, he was married to somebody big on the CME. I forget her name. She was one of the brass, and he was on the trading floor one day, but way up in the bleachers. He was sort of like just standing back there, and I was working for First Chicago, and I'm like, man, that dude looks like Greg Brady, Barry Williams.
It was.
I'm looking. I go, it was. So I went up there, introduced myself, said, hey, how you doing? Because I'm like that, if you're like me. And he was trying to hide out just to check it out. But after I sort of like, hey, how you doing? He had a slew of people asking for autographs. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm sorry. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. But anyway, great guy and very, very personable. Okay, let's get busy here. We've got a lot of news going on, so I'm going to fire that up. These things we call U.S. stock futures, well, they were mixed today, with investors looking ahead to a pocket full of kryptonite and quarterly corporate earnings and economic data. S&P basically unchanged, down 0.1. NASDAQ pretty much. NASDAQ right now, where are we? NASDAQ right now, up 0.06. Benchmark 500 and the 30 stock Dow Jones Industrial Average, both of them recorded record high finishes yesterday, following a trading day that was relatively subdued. Yeah, pretty much quiet. But we got our opportunities. We played that okay. That was because of the federal holiday. Jump in artificial intelligence. NVIDIA, we were talking about NVIDIA yesterday. A new all-time closing peak also helped push up the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite by 0.9%. The shares in the chip maker in NVIDIA rose by 2.4% yesterday to 138.07, bumping its market capitalization to $3.39 trillion. Johnny, did you ever get your 90s off the NASDAQ? No,
nope,
I didn't think it was close. Yeah, yep. It was close. You had a good price there. Trump media share spike. The stock price of U.S. former President Donald Trump's media group surged yesterday, touching our highest mark in over 2 months. Shares in Trump Media and Technology Group have more than doubled in the past 2 weeks, helped in part by an uptick in betting odds that Trump will emerge victorious in the upcoming November 5th presidential election. Also fueling Monday's jump in Trump media share reports were that of Kamala, or do you say Kamala, Harris, Trump's rival for the White House. She agreed to have an interview by Nickelodeon. No, interview by Fox News. Sentiment was aided as well as Trump's media announcement that the firm would launch its own video streaming service. Ooh, okay. All right, and Johnny, that's what I've got so far. Can you add anything to that?
I sure can. We do have some economic data due out today. Nothing that's probably going to be all that impactful. Already this morning at 7:30 Chicago Central Time, the New York Fed manufacturing numbers came out, as well as Canadian CPI numbers. 7:55, as usual, the Red Book came out. 10:30, we do have one of the talking Feds daily due to speak. We do have 3 and 6 month bill auctions. That's again at 10:30 Central Chicago time. At noon, we have the New York Fed inflation expectations. 12:05, another talking Fed Kugler is on the schedule to speak. And at 3:30, of course, the API crude inventories number is due out. Now, as far as earnings are concerned, lots of green on the board today, folks. The top earnings companies pretty much all beat on expectations for earnings per share as well as revenues. I haven't had the chance really to look at forward views at all here, but United Health, Johnson & Johnson, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Charles Schwab, PNC Financial, Walgreens, Boots, Progressive, all green on the board. So that's good news. We'd have Interactive Brokers after the close today. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's back down below 20 right now at 19.63 the last I checked. It was just over 20 at 20.56 yesterday at this time. The yield, the dollar index, slightly lower this morning at 103.14. 103.24 yesterday. No major change there. And the yield on the 10-year currently sitting comfortably above 4% at 4.05%. That's what we're looking at there. Eddie, what happened to crude last night?
Oh, it did one of these things. It did.
Sure
it did. Oil prices fell out of bed, especially today. My goodness, if you're looking at it right now, it's sort of taking a bounce off the bottom. We're coming back, but I'd like to really see the buyers a little bit stronger here if we're going to get this market back up to at least 72. So recent losses on growing concerns over the slowdown in demand growth. That was probably particularly from the top exporter, China. Brent was down about 3.8%, while the WTI was down 3.9%. Both benchmarks have settled about 2% lower on Monday and have continued to retreat after China logged its 5th straight monthly decline in oil imports. And that sort of brings on a weak demand. Now, these fears only were magnified by OPEC cutting its oil demand outlook for the 3rd month. Oil prices were also dented by traders pricing out a premium after the report on Monday said Israel will not attack Iran's oil and nuclear facilities. Thank God. Such a strike would have marked a major escalation in the conflict. Yes, that would have been a total disaster. Investors concerned about this disruption supplying the oil region. And I'd like to thank my good friends at investing.com. Thank you guys. Investing and girls at investing.com. All right, we've got our tip of the week. Tip of the week. Are you ready, Gems? Tip of the week. Review your performance. Well, yeah, I mean, I do that all day long, but some of us don't do it good enough. Risk management. All right, gosh, this is so important, folks. It's a key to surviving and thriving in trading. Risk management. All right, you've got to watch this. Review performance. Traders can evaluate how they adhere to their risk management rules and stop losses, position sizing. And this is going to allow you to see that if you took too much risk, losing trades or missed opportunities to maximize profits on winning trades. So management, that's going to help. Watch your performance. Johnny, what do you got here for our tip of the week?
Well, reviewing your performance is just a big part of the learning loop, which Dr. Steenbarger goes over extensively in his book, Enhancing Trader Performance. So if you are going to improve, you are going to have to review your performance. You're going to have to perform, review, reflect, revise, perform, review, reflect, revise over and over again until you get it so good that you can't do anything but do it right, which I haven't achieved yet. I don't know anybody that really has, but we just try and get a little bit better every day. Reviewing your performance is one of the most important things in being able to achieve that.
Right. As Johnny said, just a little bit. Hey, later this morning, Brett Steenbarger, as we've been talking about, is going to make his triumphant return to Topstep TV. Doctor, he's going to be back on TV here at 11 a.m. Central. Write that down. That's today. Today, folks. Special Trading Mindset AMA. Ask me anything. Ask him anything. and he's going to be joined by the lovely and knowledgeable Anne Marie Band. And of course, I had a handsome gentleman next to me, the man with the plan, Hogue. Yes, Hogue. Also, stick around here. We got Rips and Coach Dakota going to be coming up for Fast Markets, but let's get to the charts. We don't have much time left. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
Come on down and watch the markets turn. All right. As always, starting with the daily on the S&Ps. Yes, new all-time highs yesterday on lower volume, which would be expected because it was kind of a half a holiday. We saw buyers pour in to the S&Ps and the Dow yesterday. As open interest jumped yesterday in the S&Ps by 43,000 estimated new contracts. That is new business, ladies and gentlemen. That is what it takes for directional trade to continue. As we want to see more new buyers come into this market, to see this market continue. You may have noticed I am wearing my rally sweater. I had it on yesterday. It worked. We're looking for maybe to see some continuation on this move. Of course, we all know that there's lots of uncertainties out there. Markets don't like uncertainties, but they also have very short memories. As long as nothing bad happens, I think we can continue to see the market attempting to continue to auction to the upside. The current short time frame auction that started on the 8th last Tuesday, we've been seeing some pretty good jumps in open interest as price continues to push higher. Again, another 43,000 estimated new contracts yesterday. I'm giving the current short time frame auction process a B, monitor for continuation. Again, there's still lots of uncertainties out there, but again, traders and investors have short memories. If there is no bad news, we know that the equities have a tendency to continue to grind to the upside. And I say that like a short that is stuck short and being ground to the upside. And I am not short, so I'm just saying it like that. All right. So yesterday, we opened with a gap above Friday's high and above last week's high. We have not yet closed that gap. With failure to close the gap, we're continuing to look for opportunities for longs as the day goes on, which would have been proven the right thing to do. We have overnight inventory that is basically flat. This little shadowed part over here is the 5-minute opening bar at 5 o'clock last night. And we're right in the middle of it. We do not have any overnight inventory. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. And it's the bottom of the first here. So we've got all day to see what these markets are going to do. Of course, we got to keep our ears and eyes open for any kind of news that occurs, and that can certainly change things. As we always say, ACH, anything can happen. So no overnight inventory, no gaps. No gap fill from yesterday, excess on the low yesterday, a little bit of excess on the high yesterday as well. So it was a kind of a normal variation trading day with a little bit of a P shape to it, but not really, because that would indicate short covering when we know we saw a whole bunch of new buying coming into this market yesterday. Watch the overnight high, watch the overnight low, watch the afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps, particularly 58.98 half, 58.98 half. That is where the market pulled back to, and that is the lowest level it was able to reach before the buyers came back in. We didn't see the overnight even test to that level. Watch and see as trade goes on. It looks like we're going to be opening in range, but above value. If we reject value, that could start a continuation move to the upside. What are we looking for when we're looking for continuation? Well, we're looking for greater volume, but upside moves in the S&Ps don't necessarily bring better volume. Watch for participation. Watch for any kind of delta to divergences that may start to occur early today. And we're going to see what we can find here in fast markets here in just a few minutes. Let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ, which is in a similar, however, little bit different situation. No all-time highs yet here in the NASDAQ. We did break out above an area of balance, a 3-day area of balance here that we broke out of on the 8th to the 9th of October. We're still seeing open interest coming in as price continues to push higher. That is encouraging for continuation. We took out the weekly kickoff high, 20,530 yesterday. That turned out to be a really nice level when it was revisited later in the day for an opportunity for a long. Remember, what was resistance sometimes becomes support, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. We'll see this a little bit more clearly on the 30-minute chart. Volume, of course, was slow yesterday. It was kind of a half a holiday, but again, we added 3,200 estimated new contracts to the long side yesterday. How do we know that that those contracts were created by buyers? Well, when we look at the price action from yesterday, we traded from low to high. That indicates that the buyers were more aggressive. New buying coming in continued to push price higher. We can see, we're going to monitor again today to see if we see continuation. If we see those buyers continuing to push into the market, that negative delta on higher pricing can be one of those tools. Take a look at and I'm kind of still giving the upside auction that again began on the 8th of October in the NASDAQ as well. Kind of a B, maybe a B minus as for the performance of the upside auction. And take a look at the 30. So this purple box here is a gap that has not been filled from back in July, and that is on the December contract. We also left a gap from Friday's session high to yesterday's session low. So there's gaps a go here today in the NASDAQ. To close the gap from July, we're going to have to get up to 20,725. 7,725. What do we have as far as overnight inventory? We don't have any. This shadowed box right here is the 5-minute opening at 5 p.m. Central Time, Chicago, last night. No overnight inventory. We're opening in range and in value in the NASDAQ, which suggests to me to try and stay patient. I'll be monitoring for possible upside continuation. And that is the play for me right now until it proves wrong. If something changes and we start seeing lower highs and lower lows, that could certainly change things. We don't have an afternoon pullback low. The afternoon pullback low actually took out the low of the initial balance. And where did it trade to? 20,530. As a matter of fact, this low right here was 20,525. 5 points through the weekly kickoff high, and then buyers came in, and it was pretty much buyers for the rest of the day until we did see some short time frame long liquidation late in the day. I know a lot of folks were really anticipating that. It came very late in the session, and then really just kind of hanging around here. So try to stay patient in the NASDAQ today. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation. It's neutral day. Market is likely to start looking for new areas to facilitate trade. And we didn't have a very strong high, didn't have a very strong low yesterday. The market really just kind of left that gap and is still working on filling the previous gap that again goes back to July in the December contract. Crude oil. Well, we're not going to get a nice, quiet, rangy rollover for our longer time frame hedgers here, are we? Today's probably the last day we'll be trading the November contract. Of course, we'll be watching to see what the volume looks like tomorrow morning to see if we're going to switch into the December contract. So what happened? Well, the stumbling Chinese economy, Israel stating that they're not going to attack oil fields in Iran. The OPEC information that came out yesterday really put a lot of downward price pressure on these markets. Now look at the volume yesterday. It was half a holiday. It was higher than Friday, so the volume is saying that there was some good gumption on that move to the downside yesterday. And we did add 10,000 in open interest, but again, that's going to be very difficult. It's very blurry because we are right in the teeth of rollover. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what it's looking like now since the open. All right, so very narrow ranges. Friday, yesterday, very narrow ranges. Seems like this market was really anticipating some sort of news, and we all know that it really has been anticipating news. It's been like on a hair trigger. It's like that's that toe that is sore that at some point you're going to bang it on something because it just happens that way. Well, it banged its toe, and it's in a little bit of pain to the downside now. We ran right through the 73 weekly kickoff low. Where do we trade to? Well, we had a little stutter step here at last week's low, 71.53, and now we seem to be kind of centering price right around another naked point of control down at 70.26. That was a previous weekly kickoff level. If we can't hold this level, there's a lot of space down below before the next visual target, which takes us all the way down to 65.90. That's the next naked point of control down below here. Overnight inventory is obviously short. Obviously, we've opened with a gap. The gap rules say if we can't close that gap relatively early, then we're looking for opportunities to continue the move to the downside. Overnight inventory, again, is very short. Watch for some sort of inventory adjustment that could actually give us better trade location if we're looking for shorts. We don't know if that's going to happen. Be careful trading crude oil today. That market, to me, has been a beast. I think it's been very difficult, and I think it's further complicated today with the current situation. Gold. Price remains relatively central in weekly kickoff range. We lost about 1,300 in open interest yesterday, maybe some long liquidation as this market just kind of sits around and seems to be just waiting for new information. You know, we had the rejection below the last week's weekly kickoff low. That's why it remains this week's weekly kickoff low. The market now idling again. We're really kind of sitting in the range of a 2-day range here. We're going to see that very shortly. So let's take a look at that here on the 30-minute chart. So we do have an unfilled gap from Thursday to Friday. Yesterday, inside regular trading hour range, and we're still in that range. So we're setting up day 3 of range-bound activity, and I believe that this is pretty much short time frame controlled. We didn't see any big jumps or any huge drops in open interest yesterday. The market really just kind of probing both sides. Overnight inventory was flat. We're inside range and inside value from yesterday. I'm going to be using range-bound rules, range-bound to breakout rules, if you will, today. Last week's high, the upper extreme of the current area of balance, maybe the beginning of the gap that came from Thursday to Friday down here. What is that number? That gap goes from 26.57.60 down to 26.47.30, a $10 gap. This would be kind of an area where I would look for, you know, a range bound trade. If it doesn't hold, if we start going in to fill the gap, then that's gonna invalidate any kind of opportunities for longs down there. But right where we are, we're in range, we're in value, we're in the middle of a 2-day range. Be careful, be patient. It is anybody's guess as to what's going to happen, and of course, we don't know any ACH news that could come out and change things dramatically. So make sure you take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And I always pray for peace. That's what we're looking at very briefly on these charts this morning. Hopefully this is going to help. And we've got a great show for you today. Let's trade well today.
There's a doorbell. Who can it be now?
There's the doorbell. Who is that?
It is.
There he is.
Yes, the voice from the gods. Welcome back there. My friend.
There you go.
Doing, brother?
I gotta say, Eddie, I love that theme song. Every single time it comes on, it just tickles me pink. I love that.
Yours was $5 now.
It was $5, man.
Wait, my mic is not on? What's going on?
Yeah, you were muted, man.
It is. Yeah, we can't hear you still. No,
Wait, no kidding?
No, now we can.
Are you messing with me?
I love the message. Yeah, you're good now.
Oh my goodness gracious! What's going on, Hoagland? What's going on, Eddie? How you folks doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm living the dream over here. It's another day in paradise. Just looking at these markets going straight to the moon. This is crazy. Mm-hmm. It's just wild to see this. I have my charts up right now. I'm looking over at a very certain level here. I'm looking up at 654.5 to the top side. I'd really like to see that level be overtaken today, and I'd like to see a draw of liquidity. We have what I like to call a nice air gap above that from 654 halves all the way up to 713. So if we come up to this 654 level, I do think that we can entertain some liquidity above it and then come right back down to this balance area that John was talking about back in these 600s. I'd really like to see the market rejecting up there, because if it goes a little bit higher, we might just drive even higher all the way up to 713. There's not a lot of economic data that's coming out today that's going to be moving these markets. So I'm going to be watching for pure price action here in technicals. And if we do auction above that 654 level, start to reject, we can come back down to those 607s. If we do break down that 600 level, I will be looking for us to entertain this liquidity section back down here below 582. And if we do auction much lower, we can be looking at potentially returning back down to where we were trading on Sunday for the beginning of the week, back down in those 400s. But I'm not expecting that much movement today, which is usually, I say that and we see a huge movement in the day, but I'm not expecting a lot of movement today. Instead, I'm expecting that we're landlocked somewhere betwixt 570 up to 660. It's a big range, but 90 points. I think that we could probably hang around somewhere in that today. I think most of the markets will be waiting for the news that's coming out on Tuesday in the form of jobless claims. And what was the other hot ticket item we have on Thursday, rather? We get the continuing initial jobless claims, and we get the retail sales data that's going to be out that day, which can be very, very interesting. We do have some Fed speakers today, Mary Daly and Adriana Kugler, both voting members of the Fed. So be watching out for that information to be coming out. We do have the market open here in about 2 minutes, so I'll let you folks take it away. It looks like we have some fantastic Topstep TV guests coming in here.
Rips, it's funny how the market likes to make liars out of us, isn't it? Yesterday I thought, well, it's a holiday. We're probably not going to do much. We rallied all day.
Yeah, it was actually really insane, the opportunities that we were presented with off the open for long traders, and then around 10 a.m., that big reversal for short traders. There was a lot of opportunities in the market, and I actually do like days like that where it does feel like the market makes a liar out of us, because I'm not really going into the market with high hopes or high expectations. So it allows me to trade with less hungry eyes than if I'm going into a day like, oh, it's CPI day or FOMC day. Let's get a big trade going today. So I actually do appreciate those days. And I'm expecting another one of those days today where I'm not expecting much, but I'm happy if something comes across the table for me to trade.
Well, thanks, Rips. You got that song stuck in my head again now.
Hungry eyes, baby.
What's up? Andre.
Hello, Dakota. Hello. My man.
Good morning.
Dakota sounds enthused for today.
School.
What's up, Rips?
What's going on, Dre? How you doing there, buddy?
I'm all right, man. All right, Dave. So much for a holiday trade yesterday, huh?
It was insane. I mean, I'm sure Dakota over there nailed it. It was a very blessed opportunity for both long and short traders. I think it was great opportunities.
Dakota.
Volatility.
We got it. Dakota, I see the bull in the background today. BTFD, just buy the dip type of day?
Every day is a buy the dip type of day, Andre.
Into that.
Regardless of whether we like it or not.
It really has felt like that a lot
minute here.
Okay. Here we go. I do believe the boss will be back in the house today, folks. He'll be joining us shortly.
Is he walking straight?
Hey, you can ask him that one, Dakota. You can ask him that one.
All right, let's get our mindsets in the gate. We got just a couple seconds here, and we're going to be opening up here in just a few.
All right, here we go. We're right to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Market's about to open here in 10 seconds on this Tuesday.
Only 10?
It was a holiday trade, and it was ripping around. No pun intended. We got Rips in the house. We got Dakota in the house. Hogue, take it away on this open right now. Let's do this, Hogue. What are you seeing?
We opened right where we opened at 5 o'clock last night. There's no overnight inventory in the NASDAQ. We're inside range. We're inside value. To me, this says keep your hand off the mouse for a while and look for opportunities as the range, the early range starts to set itself. There's really just no reason. There's no change in the perception of value. There's no change in direction here. It's just opening right where it opened last night at 5 o'clock. We are seeing some sellers coming in here on the open. Big opening range, 30 handle opening range here in the NASDAQ. We're seeing some pretty good selling coming into the NASDAQ here. But again, I'm looking at this as possible, range-bound opportunities. Let the range set itself and then fade the extremes, looking for opportunities back towards the center. The market is really just no change in value. I mean, it's sitting right at settlement right now. Settlement in the NASDAQ was 20,619 and a quarter. What are we trading? We're trading 619 and a quarter right now. There's no reason for me to feel like I need to get really deeply involved in anything here this morning just yet. Sorry, it's not fun. It's not exciting, and it's not sexy, but it's the way I feel.
I like it, John. I think that.
Looky.
Trade one cardigan guy for the other.
Yeah. Team Cardi.
This is the rally sweater, just to warn you.
This is stay flat, Michael. Jacket. Yeah. No.
What is up?
How are you?
Missed
guys?
you. We missed you. People missed you.
I got an alien story.
You have an alien story. Dakota has a question for you too.
Getting probed.
A lot of questions. A lot of questions.
Walking sideways.
You got probed, Michael.
Right. I got the blue screen of death already out of the gate. Crazy.
You know it's going to be a good day when that happens.
And it has a smiley face on it too. And that, when the screen comes in, it has like a smiley. Like, what?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah.
All right, Welcome back, Michael. Quick catch up. Making new all-time highs in the ES and the Dow.
All right.
New all-time highs, ES and the Dow yesterday. Buyers are in the house. Seeing a 70% tilt right now on ES. We got Rips. We got Dakota in the house. They'll be helping us out with house account trades. Michael's got the keys to the Ferrari again. Make sure you guys call out your trades right when you take them. MP will decide. Hogue will be in here as well, making sure we want to take them as well. Anyways, let's get back to the markets. Last trade in the NQ, 20,635 with Rips in the pre-open there. You did call up an upside target. What target did you like to the upside in the NQ?
Yep, 54s, and we didn't auction over that level right here and now. We've just been doing a bit of a retail rinse here off the open. We rejected right around that 650 level straight into the open. We auctioned almost down to 600 evens, and we're just bouncing right back up and bouncing all around right now. I think the best trade is going to present itself around 50 minutes here after the open. Even though there was a nice scalp short and then a continued scalp long off VWAP there, I didn't take either trade. I've just been sitting here flat. Kind of enjoying the scenery, so to speak.
I'm with you, Rips.
Rock.
Let's wait and see what happens. Do you have any levels to the downside?
Yeah, my level to the downside, 582 and 3/4, and then below that, 529 and 1/4. So we're just kind of mixing it up here in this range, and I'm just wanting to be patient here. We basically painted the entire range that we had going back to like 845 all the way up to like 915, the low and the high of that range, and we've just been kind of trading between those prices for now. So I think that this is pretty gambly here to take a trade. I'd like to see a breakout of this range here betwixt 650 all the way down to 600. So it's about a 50-point range here that we're trading between, and I want to wait for either a breakdown of this range or a break out of this range before I'm looking at a trade.
Gold tilt, 72% long, 26.67.24 with 70%, looking good. Pretty much here, NASDAQ, S&P, on the fence here, just about 50-50 each way.
New industry term coined by Rips right there, betwixt.
Betwixt.
Throw it in the dictionary for the
What's up?
Trading dictionary.
What's up, MP?
What up?
Missed the markets?
Missed you guys.
Hey, what happened in oil? Hogue, what happened in oil overnight? What's that big sell-off about? That was
there was a trifecta yesterday. OPEC said that demand is falling. We had China's economy just continuing to stumble, and then Israel said they came out and said they're not going to attack oil fields or their nuclear facilities in Iran.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. MP, we're sensitive to headlines these days. Headline trade can be at least.
Yeah, we are starting to break out here above those 650. So I want to see if we can retest above 654 here and potentially look for a long. I'd be looking for a scalp here to the long side if we can actually get this.
What price
654 halves. If we can stay auctioning cleanly above this level, then I think that there's definitely a trade there to be had. All the way up to 700s if we can get there. But if we are doing what we're doing right now, which is kind of rejecting around there, the trade is invalidated. So I'm watching S&Ps. I'm watching the components of the NASDAQ here, looking for a potential trade opportunity.
What was the headline story last week?
Behind.
Middle East conflict.
So it just keeps bleeding over. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see crude pop, you'll see gold pop, and then you'll see the equity sell off. Essentially, if we don't, the markets get the headlines before we get the headlines, so we'll keep an eye on the crude and gold.
Right back down.
Yeah, we are just kind of chopping between these levels here, 654 halves all the way down to 600 even. So just kind of waiting here, waiting and seeing. If we had a push above that level and a retest of 650s holding that, then there's potentially a trade opportunity there, but we didn't get that just yet.
Shopping broccoli.
Fired up.
Good old Dana Carvey.
Right. Last trade in today. Dakota, you still have the bull up? All right, good. We were flipping around a little bit yesterday from bull to bear, bear to bull. Last trade in the ES 59.12. Oh, we hit 6,000s by the end of the week. Looking at NQ. Last trade 20,643. We hit 21,000s by the end of the week. Taking a look at gold. Last trade 2667. We hit 2,700s by the end of the week. A lot of big, fat, round numbers we're hunting for here.
Oh,
Various
yeah.
markets. Let's trade.
No, Andre,
Right.
considering yesterday was a holiday, we had some decent opportunity, and I think a lot of us played it well.
I would agree. Didn't expect much, but gave what the market took what the market gave us. The market gave us a lot.
I was tuning in. It was nice.
Isn't it crazy?
Really
Yeah.
sitting on the.
What were you doing yesterday?
thing.
What were you up to yesterday?
He was
gonna
laying
give you guys-
sideways on a table.
Yeah, I was going to give you guys play-by-play, but then
Yeah, you were. Yes, you were. Full transparency.
Real
Had a bit.
transparency, boys and girls. Real transparency.
It's good. Well, we're glad you're healthy.
Ribs,
Glad you're
have you seen any guidance on United Healthcare? It's down 10% right now.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of squawks about it right now. I'm not seeing why. I'm kind of laser focused on the NQ here, seeing if I can get a nice little trade here. But I'm just hearing a lot of chatter about it right now. I'm not sure why.
Probably leading to why the Dow is down on its lows. MP, we selected Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders yesterday. 50
Oh, that was
VIPs.
I'm so excited for them. He's always been a solid coach.
I don't
And
remember him
just-
on the floor. You remember? I mean, yeah. He's
No,
obviously he's taller than you. He's
He was
taller
at the
than
Merc.
you.
Yeah, I met him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, he was at the Merc. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
down
he was
in.
he was in the meats.
I think he's down in. He did the snowbird thing that every Chicago person does. They move down to Arizona after they realize that they can't handle the weather.
It's smart.
Selling off here in
That's what
the
happens
ES
when we
last
get
trade,
older.
5909.
Yeah, we're seeing some selling pressure coming across the tape here in Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft. That is adding pressure to a lot of these names. The Mag 7 is looking a little dumpy here. S&Ps are bumping right up against the VWAP, so we'll have to see if that can kind of support the price here. We're coming close to the VWAP here as well in the NQ. Still no trades on the docket yet. It is just kind of doing the old retail rinse this morning, so we're just going to be patient and wait.
Retail rents looking for a downside level in the NQ of 20,582, and the orders. Perhaps upside target is 20,654. High of the day, 20,659. Again, pinned to the top of the chat, you got Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have that window open. Have a little real estate on the screen for those Topstep daily levels. We'll be referencing them throughout the day. Various zones. For instance, last trade in the NQ 20,620. 20,620 takes us into zone 3 right now. Excuse me.
Yeah, I can see us getting to
We're
those
gonna wait.
580s in the NASDAQ.
80s. Okay.
I'm seeing some bids stacking up here right around these 20s. I might try a scalp long here if we can hold above VWAP, and I'm watching S&Ps to see if we're going to see the same confirmation here too at 5909. So I'm just waiting. I'm still waiting here. If Apple is super strong right now, Google is rebounding off the lows. If Microsoft and Meta can start to rebound a little bit, I think that we have a potential trade here to the long side, but still
All right, looking
not
long,
seeing the
Michael.
confluence that I'm looking for.
Not yet. Looking long.
20s. What are you thinking,
Coming from
Dakota?
Right in line with Rips. We're right in the middle. It's kind of hands off right now until we either get down towards maybe 580s or we find better market structure. But bias long side, of course.
Our daily levels elite team, Millions is talking about he's being bullish also. It's a bit different being a perma bear, but he's not allowing himself to take shorts for a while here.
Okay. Also, hey, quick update on that VIP. For those of you that are the 50 Bell to Bell viewers that were drafted for Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders yesterday, you get an email with next steps by end of day, baby. End of day. Also, we're adding one more team. Get a load of this name, Coach Paul's Profiteers. That rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Coach Paul's Profiteers later this week. Bang, another 50 coming at you.
Another 50 coming at you. You got Pit Raiders, and that's Hoop, and he used to be in the pit.
He was a Pit Raider himself.
We're going to keep the ring-a-ding-dingers going.
We sure are, aren't we? A lot of ring-a-ding-dingers. Coach Paul's Profiteers. A whole lot of P's in there. Yeah, we got 50 more coming for Coach Paul. Stay tuned this week at TopStep TV. Also, click like, click subscribe, MP. We're closing in on 125,000 subscribers, Michael. Less than 1,000.
If you look at the 100,
I'm taking a long here because we just broke out of that 32 level, so I'm taking a long here in the Nasdaq, looking for this to trade above these 40s.
How many MP Rips is long? What's the risk here, Rips?
I want to risk this down to just below 615 here.
615 risk. 615 risk. Got that. Hogue.
I'll take that one. Settlement. The house jumped on that one. 29.
Okay. If we auction above those 640s, this thing should carry us pretty high. I'm seeing some overhead liquidity above there that could get in the way, but I think the risk is fair down to about 614 halves or so.
How's the market been behaving? You know, Rips, I know you're focused, but in general, Andre, how has the market been behaving?
Well, as of last week, it was just kind of zombie rally. Just new all-time highs, air horn. Pew, 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 new all-time highs, air horn. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, it's been zombie rallying a lot lately. It's kind of starting to feel like July a little bit. That's kind of what the sentiment's been around lately. Today, not so much. The market's still trying to figure out which way it wants to go, but I'll say starting to feel a little bit like July when we just kind of buy the dip and just watch it grind higher. Shorts would, people call the tops. The shorts would fuel the rally. Oh, what do you think?
It's been acting like a happy 3-year-old child.
There you go. I was gonna say it's no.
What? Too early, man.
Too early.
All right, how's it count? What price did you get?
Is it acting like your new girlfriend or your old girlfriend, Andre?
Oh, come on, dude. All right. How's it count long from 629? 5 times. All right, Rips. Looking for a push to back up to the 659s. We got how's it count long from 629? 5 times. Look at the tilt.
No, like joking aside, markets do have temperaments. So folks that are like tuning in, you want to get to know your certain product that you're trading. That's why we always do say don't jump around to different products. Do whatever you're going to do because nobody's going to, if you came into trading your product of free will and you want to go exercise that and choose a product. And if you could choose one, that's a lot better. You get to know it so damn well that you'll know when the temperament of it changes. And temperament means volatility, movements. Does it wick out? Does it, you'll just get very familiar with it. So when somebody says, hey, what's the temperament of the NASDAQ or how has it been behaving, you'll know exactly what to say. But if you have 10 different products, you'll go, I don't know. I just look at for, bull flag pennants or something. I don't know. But try to get into that. That's what I would recommend. And I'm just recommending it from my own personal experience, narrowing it down to one. John was in one pit. Eddie was in one pit. Hoop was in one pit. He was live cattle, wasn't he? I think so. John, maybe? Eddie? Maybe you guys. He was in the beats. He was in the beats. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was in the Dow only. You get familiar with all that.
Yeah, Hoops was in the meats. He had a brother that was in the bellies. I think he probably did a lot of pork bellies.
Pork bellies.
All right, last trade, 20,633. Rips, what price did you get? Rips, Rips, what price you long from?
Average price here is 630.
630. How many times?
3 times.
3 times. Thank you. Code is flat. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
long
flat.
from 630
Just-
3 times. How's it count long from 629 5 times? Last trade 625.
Really messy.
A little bit right now.
Yeah, we're having trouble breaking out back above those 40s, so we're just going to be waiting and seeing here. There's a potential add opportunity if we clear out above those 40s and then take out that 55 liquidity once more. So we are just kind of in this holding pattern here. Very choppy down here, but market cannot make up its mind, so we might have to get stopped out first before we get the real move.
Yeah.
Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag fast markets. Use hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour. It's up at Topstep TV. Hit us, and give us a follow at Topstep TV as well.
Crepe City. You got me on that one, Crepe City. That was a good joke.
Michael missed the chat. Got 150 lot here. It's 150 lot to the.
She gave it a college try, man. She's going above the 30s.
Yeah, NVIDIA is going straight down here, not doing the NQ any favors. The S&Ps are kind of holding up and kind of battling back above the VWAP. So if we have NVIDIA kind of bouncing up here, we could definitely see the market carrying up higher. But right now, NVIDIA is kind of being the thorn in our side here on this NQ trade.
Like that last trade, Rips, last week. NVIDIA, at Iceberg NVIDIA, finally it busted through. We finally got a winner on that live trade of yours last week. I still think about that. NVIDIA just being a pain in the rear.
Yeah.
Hey, Andre, do you remember trades? I guess it's to everybody who trades. Do you guys remember trades like golfing? Like when you're like, hey, on 3, I remember when I sliced it in the trees or something.
Yeah.
Well, that's me. But golfers, when you get interviewed, they know everything that happened on it. And I think traders get that way too. I want to know if you
remember
guys
prices.
I don't.
Yeah.
I used to. I forget.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly have short-term memory when it comes to that. Like, did I just place a long or a short?
That probably helps you in your trading a lot, is having a short-term memory.
Probably helps you a lot in your trading.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish that, yes. Especially when prices don't work. Like, I remember that stupid price. All right, back to 20,630s. Back to entry for
we get a lot of traffic up here at 630, so we just have to see this kind of clear out here. I'm seeing a lot of cappers coming in, so if we can get above this level and start to really rally and push, we should see a lot of these early shorts getting blown out, and then we can kind of take advantage of that upside liquidity. But right now, we're seeing a lot of defense coming in right when we're perking above those 630s, so I'm not really liking the trade all that much because we're just continually rejecting right around that 632 level.
All right, I'm flattening it. Dan, yeah, you will remember a $250,000 loser.
Yes, you will. That trade is
Yes, those are ones you will. Yeah.
All right, how's the count? Is flat? Rip still in this?
Let's see.
Yep, still in.
Ooh, sounds good.
We're just consolidating in this range.
Take a look at Dow. Dow did find some buyers, bottomed out at 43,049 last trade. 43,111. Oil back in the $70 handle. Last trade $70.75.
Lots of open positions here until tens of thousands. I mean, like the lots. There's a lot of people trading.
$3.20. Open positions.
NVIDIA down 1.3% right now.
Yeah, if
Apple's
NVIDIA starts to bounce, though, NVIDIA can carry the NQ right back up through this area, but we might have to get through this first.
Yeah, we got stopped. We would have got stopped.
More
Nice
than
Michael.
I've ever seen. Ever. I mean,
What
the industry's going. There's just a lot of people trading right now. October, man. October, November. I mean, hold on tight.
Suppose there's some new players getting in the future space too this week, Michael.
New players in the future space will look very different than it looks like right now. Next year.
Let's see if we can hold these 08s. Yeah, I could see us getting into those 80s, 580s if we get a break of 05.
We got crude here, 70% long here. Tilt.
Dakota, what are you looking at down there at 580s? Just kind of close to the overnight low.
Thanks, Hug.
Yeah. But this market is such a mess. Look, 10 points straight up, 15 points straight up, right back into where we're consolidating. It's rough trading.
Choppy waters.
Yeah, very choppy waters right now.
Chopping broccoli.
MP's back in the markets. Watch out, markets. You guys are in trouble.
We got 71 contracts at 625 here. I'm curious if they're going to swipe at this liquidity, if there are shorts actually trapped at this. That's what I'm kind of watching right now.
Is this one of those that are touched 08s and now we're going to blast off?
Could be. It depends on if we take this liquidity, lickety split. Nobody's taking it just yet, so I'm not seeing any panic yet. Okay, we just swipe the liquidity. Let's see if we can carry higher here.
God, I miss
It's not a lot of follow through just yet. We're still kind of just, we run out of steam right there at the 60s or 630s. And we've been seeing that all morning long where there's a lot of folks who are shorting these 630s here.
They are. You got to pop
Your commentary on the markets is just great because it's how I'm looking at that. I'm like, yep, I see that. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can see that big seller there at 630 just dumped into the market about 45 contracts, and that triggered a little bit of a stop there. But yeah, it's just we're just in this precarious area where we can't break out and we can't break down. So we're just going to have to be patient and wait and see, whether or not we have supportive bids that are holding this up. And again, NVIDIA going straight down is not doing the NQ any favors to have that confluence that we're looking for. Apple straight up, NVIDIA straight down. So if we do have any kind of bounce from NVIDIA, that will carry the NQ much, much higher.
So you're saying we're going higher unless we go lower.
That is exactly what I'm saying there, John.
Yes.
Where's Eddie? Eddie, you back there?
Here I am.
What do we got on the
sir.
Eco? I see looks like Eco's a little light today, but a couple speakers perhaps, Eddie? What are we seeing for the calendar today?
Well, you know what? We've got a couple speakers, and we just had, if you're in New Zealand, we just had the dairy trade price index milk auctions.
Come on,
So
Eddie.
what's a gallon of milk going on in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's a great one.
milk it, baby. 2%.
Add that to that cheeseburger market. Remember the cheeseburger market, Eddie, that we were talking about?
How can we forget?
No
Do
fried
milk.
chip. No Coke,
We just
Pepsi.
can't get over 32.
Actually, we do got a 10 o'clock here. 10 o'clock New York Fed 1 year consumer expectations. And I'd like to thank was Andy yesterday. Andy or Alex that corrected me. 10:30, 3-month bill auction, 6-month, 10:30. We've got FOMC member Daily
I'm
speaking.
long with you now. Sorry. I'm long now at 32.
OJ.
Breakout. All right, it's 34.
1205, Cougar.
We got long. We got long as well. We're long from 34. House is long with both
Walter
Rips
Payton.
and Dakota.
Running
Plus
back.
5 MP.
10 size.
And okay.
Just remember,
risk.
we are still inside the 5-minute bar from 5 o'clock last night. We've got no direction so far in this market.
Playing the breakout here, fellas. We got risk. Dakota, where's risk?
Risk is going to be at 616.
616. Thank you. Let's trade 633. 634 is now trade. 636
In the
is now
chat,
trade.
I'm gonna call you out real quick. Are you fading it? Who's fading it right now? Just call. Who cares? Like, are you fading it? This is just a trade that the house is taking, based upon what Rips and Dakota are liking, because we get behind
Nothing
our
wrong with it.
funded traders.
I closed out some at 41. Another at 44.
This is the squeeze that we were talking about that we could potentially see where all of those early shorts are getting busted out. So I just want to be patient and see if we can actually realize some liquidity above these 50s here, because if we get above 50s, we have a chance from breaking out of that 54 area and going all the way up through to 700 here. So we'll just be waiting and watching here. There's that 50 pull. It's attracting like a magnet. We just want to see this starting to give out. There's a 50 lot there. I want to see if we actually tag this with some strength. So right now, just waiting for this pull up through the 50s. There's our 54 area now. Beautiful, beautiful move here to the north side.
I'm flat.
Beautiful trade there, Dakota.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to
know
get
exactly
a lot
what
more of
you're
this
doing.
squeeze here
Guys.
on the docket as long as we're holding above these 650s. I think that we should trade out these 660s in a jiffy here and then really start to motorhead through this area of liquidity here.
Motorheads.
I took the house off. I took the house 70 long 74%. Nasdaq is long 74%. No, sorry, tilt. Sorry, Tilt is biased to the long side, 74%, which is kind of high. 100,000 people up in positions, which is way more than that. 750 of them are long. Yeah, house is flat. 1,785. Got off with Dakota. Did remember Rips talking about kind of taking a shorter trade on that one. So when Dakota got out, the house got out with Dakota.
Yeah, I could see.
Yep, we reverse rated our level of 654 there, so I did realize a good portion of the profit up there on that 3 lot. I do still have one as a runner here with a stop that just got tagged, so that puts me up just over $3,500 across 5 XFAs.
Well done.
You got 3,500. We got 1,700. What did you do on that one, Dakota?
I got
Good call, Michael.
Good
call, Michael.
And 6,000 in my XFAs.
That was a Dakota call, trade. And that was a Rips talk out. So good talk out, gentlemen.
I was basing mine off of Rips as well. So Rips was looking to get long.
Question for you fellas. Based on that price action, by covering pretty much at the tops and seeing the big snapback, is that going to shape your trades in terms of exit strategy moving forward? Just on what to expect for these markets? Is a see profit, take profit for the time being?
Yeah, the whole thing for me personally is that I'm watching the price action once we get to those key levels. We've been talking about that 54 halves level quite some time off this open here. So I'm using these levels to help guide my trade. And once we get up there and we start to see that rejection on the tape, where we already saw people that were capping this off. So the only hope we have of breaking out of that 54 level is to get through it by having people closing their short positions and going into the long side. We didn't see that on the tape at 54. Instead, we saw even more of that defense showing up. So for me, that's the exit door. And that's why I realized 2 contracts up there, took the final runner. And like I said, $716 per account puts me at $3,500 across my XFAs.
Rips, great call. Great call.
Big time trading.
Gets me all the time. Rips, good call. You talked about the entry. You talked about the stops. You talked about the target. You talked about the trade. Those that are in here listening, that's just his stuff. We are not signal providers. Disclaimer coming in here: we are not signal providers. We will never tell you what to trade, where to enter. We'll never tell you what to do. That's on you to figure out and do. Hence the fact we evaluate traders and see what they do in the markets based upon whatever information they gather. But Rips, that was a good one to call. And then Dakota, great job being patient on that one. And then joining it a little bit later.
Probability over risk reward. It's tough to do it.
Add to that, just a reminder, the tilt, this is data for entertainment purposes only and should not be used as a buy or sell indicator or tilt.
Indeed.
Yeah,
tilt scrolling across the top of the screen. That's a 10-minute delay, 15-minute delay. You get real-time exclusive to TopstepX. What's up, MP?
James, can you hit that disclaimer?
Yeah, hit it. We're going to start doing this more, just so you guys know. None of this shit's blah, 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 blah. Oh. Read it all, because this is smart. There's people out there, and again, we educate and we help people understand. There's some people that do say, well, give me a fish. Give me a fish. I want a fish. Oh, you told me that's a fish. Basically, like, you told me I should get in this. We're going to cover our ass on all this stuff. Let you know that we are here to help you better understand the markets. We will never tell you where to get and where to get out. I even asked you guys if you're fading the trade. This is what we've got some of the best traders I've seen trade and ever trade with on here right now, Dakota and Rips. So I'm listening to them for the house. You'll see the house take trades behind our best traders, or those that we have a lot of trust and respect for on their thoughts and opinions, because we get behind them because we're a prop firm. We're getting behind you in general with a funded account, and now we do it on a spotlight here at Topstep TV.
Yeah.
Being a fader sometimes doesn't get you a lot of friends. I remember our whole shop would be short some large position in the spreads, and then there was this one guy who would come in, take a look at the P&L board, and then just start putting the opposite position on for size, essentially hoping everyone else blows out.
Yeah.
He's locking in profits for you guys.
Oh, and know where you guys are going to puke.
Yeah, there's an interesting button here that's available if you're watching on YouTube. It's over in the top right. It has an X on it. That is how you actually get to the signals room.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Love you.
The shortcut is actually Alt-4.
Alt
No,
4.
it's Alt F4. F4.
You guys are just giving everybody.
Oh, yeah, Alt F4. Got me there. Alt F4.
Oh yeah, MP. Also, I cannot wait for hot streaks. When JD comes on with hot streaks, your favorite hot streaker is going for day number 70.
Delesh?
Profitable. Yes, he's on the road to 100.
Are we getting them on? I've never seen anybody do 100. The most I've ever seen anybody in the real trading pit was like 41. I did 28, and I thought I was like God's gift to trading
winning
for
days.
Like 28 days. 28 days, yeah, trading days. It was awesome. It was like the best feeling in the world.
You guys were getting boned up with layup orders back then.
Yeah, you get laid up a little
trading.
bit. Yeah,
it wasn't real trading.
It was real trading at that time, and then the electronic came in and leveled the playing field. So we don't care if you're part of Little Italy. Remember those guys? There's a bunch of them. They're all Italians, and they're in the pit, and they're all friends, and they've stayed around Borsellino, right? If I recall this correctly, and they were called that, and they all got boned up, laid up, or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah,
get a little bit of edge while they traded.
That didn't happen in the pit.
Yeah,
that my ass. 28.5.
More.
If you could touch them with your tie, we had to wear a tie. If you could touch them with your tie, you go in a circle, touch them with your tie. They were your friend. They helped you out.
Oh yeah,
so, yeah. There would be
100 contracts at 628.5.
Say again, Dakota. You're long.
Nope. There's 100 contracts at 628.5. 130
right now
sitting there.
I don't think that's enough to support the bid right now, personally.
No,
I think we're going to eat it.
If we break it, we could.
Do you watch the time of sales right now?
20s.
Dakota, would you watch like right now 28 halves? I'm watching time and sales. If it prints through, once it trades out, if it's actually really 128 of them, that would be run through the time of sales. Though I do have my time of sales filtered by 4 lots or bigger.
You go 4? Okay.
3 lots bigger.
I get that question all the time too, MP. I don't filter my lot size because to me, the unfiltered version of time and sales becomes sort of a heartbeat of the market. And I can see the rhythm of the market and how it's moving. And I want to know when price gets to a certain area, how is it transacting? It's kind of like a drum beat that I'm following.
I like that. I'll put 1 lots in there. See how it goes.
Does that go back to like practice on one instrument? Does the heartbeat change depending on what you're trading?
Yeah, 100%. Because if you go look at the heartbeat of ZB, it looks like it's flatlined.
Yeah. 100 lots. 500 lots.
If you have multiple 1 lots from your account, multiple 1 lots, and they all get filled, I don't know the answer here, but I think the answer is they're all separate. Does it show up in time and sales as like if I have a 15 lot and I have 15 1 lots? Does it show up as a 1 lot? Because to me, then I'm going back to 1 lots.
Yeah, no. If somebody puts in an order for 15 and the brokerage fills it 1 clip at a time, you're not going to see it if you're filtering by 15.
Yeah, but NASDAQ, you'll get it filled like that. Does it bundle the order? And then
it depends. So if you're doing a market order of 15 and you have prices are speckled in, contracts are speckled in on the way up, it's going to take a 1 to 3. It's going to transact each and individual lot there. Yeah. So that's again, I'm not a filter person, but your mileage may vary. Everybody's different. Some people it's too much noise. Some people it's the right amount of noise. We are seeing that bid getting chased up there. Dakota, I don't know if you saw that as well. We were seeing that larger bid that was trying to get filled 129 times. They started chasing the price. They got filled a little bit at 35 halves, and then they chased the price up all the way to a market order at 646 3/4.
Mm-hmm. I think we might have a chance to get to those 700s, Rips.
Yeah, the fact that we did have a pullback there, but we only pulled back to essentially what is the session point of control at 628 evens, it does make for the case that we could be looking for that breakout trade once more at 654 halves. But me personally, the way that this market is trading, the way that we're transaction, the lack of economic data today on the docket, it leads me to say I'm probably going to be leaning towards maybe taking singles and or not at all.
Yeah, I'd say that first trade was a very nice single.
You change it to 1. This is very much a heartbeat now.
Right. Yeah.
Me too. I'm watching the ones too.
There's a rhythm to it. And if you watch it for
there's a rhythm.
Enough, you can feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme. Hey, everybody, it's bobsled time.
Wow. Jamaica.
So let's
timely.
That's actually pretty. Okay, so let's go to this real quick, just so people can see. Can you guys see this? Look at all, and we're talking about NASDAQ and retail trading, and then we'll talk about the tilt real quick. And yes, like if cool, I'm sorry if I'm talking about a trade. I'm sorry I got in the way of that one, but I'm talking things out. So time of sales right here, all one lots. Just keep trading through. So you can see the color difference here. So there's 1-1-1-1-1-1s. These are all retail. I mean, you got to call a spade a spade. It's a retail trader right now. One lot in, one lot out. So when you get caught in that, and then like you get wicked out, and you get these little like crappy moves, a lot of it is sometimes, and it is what it is. You guys can fill it in. It's a lot of just retail playing around in the noise, just playing in the muck. That's kind of why I filtered it up. But it's just interesting to know. You see all these one lots that just keep cruising through here. All one lots. Look at this. There's a 13 lot. But like you have just as it keeps cruising, as that 13 lot goes, there's all one lots. These are just retail players. So take you back to the tilt. Why would you not want to know what they're doing? I think you want to know what they're doing, because I was always taught in the trading pits too, like see what the pit is doing. Understand what the pit's doing. John taught me that.
Locals. We're locals.
Yeah, what are the locals doing? You can even come in the pit and say, hey, what's the locals position? And they're like, hey, locals are caught long up at the average price is 60s. And you're like, how do you know that?
Okay, I'm short 5 at 627. Did you see that come through on the time and sell?
Yeah, I saw absorption though, Dakota. I'm not a huge fan of the short here unless we do sweep through 620s. But again, I can read the market wrong all day long.
Okay,
Well,
short five.
if there's a market that's the strongest right now, I would say it's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has left the opening range at the low of the day. Even with NVIDIA kind of looking to the downside there, the opening range remains the low of the day. Opening range in the S&Ps is the high of the day, and also in the Dow, it's the high of the day. So if you're going to be picking one to look at long, I would say it would probably be the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ is in the middle of a gap that remains from back in July. The high of that gap, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, was 20,725. If we do start to get legs to the upside, that would be a longer time frame target if you were to ask me. So I don't have a problem with longs in the NASDAQ right now, because again, to me, it is holding up the best using TPO market profile information.
Also, I have up on my screen, there's a couple pocket watchers in chat. So there's the long at 634, and then there's the exit, one lot at 654, one lot at 650, and the final stopped out at 634. There was no additional entries. I moved my stop lower to about 600 when we were coming down while somebody was talking, and I just don't interrupt people to tell people, I moved my stop. But for the pocket watchers out there it is in black and white.
Hey, Rips, if it has something to do with a trade you're in or something that's going on, feel free to interrupt.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just, Dakota was talking about his possible entry there, and so it is what it is. But there we go. It's Topstep X. There's the executions there in black and white for the pocket watchers out there.
Pocket watchers.
There you go. Pocket watchers, huh? Interesting. I like that.
I mean, I disagree with the pocket watchers. You ought to spend more time focusing on your own life, your own account, your own trades. I feel like you can make a little bit more money that way.
We do have a news story coming up about pocket watching. So
this is not true. What pocket watch, Jack? What does Jack have about pocket watching?
Not pockets or something.
Dakota's in a trade right now. Please interrupt, but we can hit a few of these right now.
Yeah, all right. From 627.
Let's start. Goldman news.
Uh-oh.
Goldman stock traders had to record profits, 45% profit.
45%.
Stock trading unit post best quarter ever. I think Dolby might be onto something as we look to the first paragraph here. Quote, Goldman Sachs Inc. profits soared 45% in the third quarter on a surprise increase in equity trading revenue.
Surprise.
I think
closed out one at 13.
One down. Dakota down to 4. But yes, Dolby stops making money.
Surprise profits. My
surprise. Next, Dakota, you're short from 20.
NVIDIA putting in new
short
lows.
27 and a half. Closed out one right there at 613. I was trying to close out of a couple more, but we'll see if we can get another test of the 600, lower 600s.
Surprise. No, you did not get a surprise. Goldman.
Oops. 45% jump.
Okay, there's another one. I closed out another one.
Trade.
Ooh, there's the flush.
Dakota.
Beautiful trade.
What a trade, Dakota. You're sick with it today. I love it.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, I seen some people in the chat that was fading that one.
Oh, whoopsie daisy.
Tell him, Dakota. Wow, ES falling off
down
here
another
too.
one right at 600. And then I'm going to
Nvidia
run on for
putting
a
in new
little
lows.
Runner.
Microsoft putting in new lows. Apple coming off its highs.
Nvidia flushing below that little holding area was a nice move to the downside there. So, yeah, we could see big continuation here. Meta is coming off the lows with a very slight bounce. Nvidia is cratering, looking for the center of the earth and printing those profits for Dakota right now.
Dakota, update the P&L, please, when you have a chance.
Yeah. Realized 2,800. Live.
Are you in live?
Yeah, 2,800 live, 6,000 XFAs, and then I'm one short at 627.
Dakota, can you talk about what got you into that trade a little bit?
Yeah, let me finish managing this one, and then I'll summarize it for everybody.
You be you, man.
Downside target, Dakota. What are you looking at for a TP to the downside?
580s. 580s.
P like you.
I love that. Yeah, that was kind of the target we're talking about from early in the morning here. If we get a flushacito through that 582 level, I think that you're in for a little treat here. We could potentially be trading below that all the way down to 529.
Okay. Hey, Real Deal Futures. Real Deal Zach B in the chat. Shout out to him. Hope you're green as well. Let's get back to
I like 529's rips. 530's weekly kickoff high that was supportive yesterday.
Yeah, that looks fantastic. 529 quarters, I think that we could fade down to that, especially if we see NVIDIA breaking down these yesterday's sort of, it had this area that I've been watching. It was trading around this price on Friday. So if we do break below this, NVIDIA has room down to below 132 here. So if we do break below that, I think it's going to carry the NASDAQ with it, but it's really dependent on these 582s here. Microsoft and Meta also adding that downside pressure. Apple off the highs, helping us as well. Here are those 582s there.
Dakota. Hell of a trade, buddy. Woo! 27 to 87.
Who do you think you are? I am.
You are for sure, Dakota.
What got you in?
There you go.
Yes, good question. So,
weren't you talking long just before that?
I was. Let me see. I have to look
behind you. There's still a bull behind you.
I don't know what got me in. Give me a second. Let me see. Let me see why I got in. I told you I have short-term memory. So I was really seeing if this can become a double top right here. But over on this 100 tick chart, you can see lower high, lower high, lower high. And I was really just looking for this to break. And I got in a little bit early as we started to break a little bit. My first targets were just at the low of this consolidation, looking for us to just get back to the low. But it got violent really quick. And here we are pushing into these 70s. And yeah, sure enough, it turned into a double top and we broke down.
Great trade.
It was only a scalp. It was a scalp for like 10 points that turned into a nice runner.
Nice. Good job. And you got a runner out of it too, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Ro thinks it's gambling though. No, I'm joking, Ro.
What?
See, I could short the market. Come on.
Yeah, you're not allowed. Any trade you take, it's gambling, Dakota. You ought to know better.
I know. And when I don't trade, I heard when you don't trade, then why aren't you trading?
Yeah.
Good point. All right, I promised pocket watching.
Yes.
Here's the pocket watching thing. Are you guys familiar with the game of Conkers?
Conker?
No.
Okay, this is so British. Where are my Brits at? There's weights in the fish. The game of Conkers is a big thing in England, apparently, where they swing chestnuts on ropes to try and break the other person's chestnuts. And one of the champions was found with a metal conker in his pocket, creating controversy.
What?
That is correct. And by the way, just in case you were wondering why this game is British, check out these rules here. If the strings become entangled, the first player to shout strings or stringsies has an extra turn. If one player drops their conker, the other could shout stamps or stampsies, entitling them to try and break the conker on the ground by stamping on it. Shouting no stamps before the other player can shout stamps prevents any stamping.
Come on, man. This is incredible.
Who's this game in the chat? Who's in the game in the chat? knows this game?
No.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you start this game and read like
where everyone's playing that.
The goal is
Yeah,
to
I got
bust
a Hall
the
of
other guy's
Fame.
chestnut.
I'm YouTubing it.
Let's play
I'm
it
gonna YouTube
live.
this game later.
And one
It's a
more
Hall of
random
Fame
thing,
here.
just because this is funny. This is totally unrelated, but I saw this today. If you ever look at the Lifetime Achievement Awards given by the Kid Choice Awards, the 2 entries are amazing. We have Dan Schneider, the guy that abused all the Disney kids, the Nickelodeon kids, and then Optimus Prime 9 years later. So there you go.
What is this?
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Oh my god.
So happy Tuesday, everybody. Let's
Thank
play
you,
some
Jack.
conkers.
that's a great. I mean, what they that
Stringsies.
had to be like, yeah.
Stringsies.
Damn it! You got me on stringsies.
Stringsies.
Your turn. It was like recess. They create this game during recess or something. I mean, this is like a kid's game. Like when you first like go through puberty or something. Like
If adults were playing this, it looks like adults played.
It was. This guy had a metal conker.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, no, I know that adults picked it
Crush
up.
my nuts.
Oh my god! All
You
right,
sunk my battleship.
Last
Crushed
trade
my nuts.
20,573. Last trade in the ES 5905. Gold pushing higher here 2672. Last trade high of the day 2674. About $2 off the highs there. Oil trying to figure out to do the $70 level. Last trade $70.69. Oh my god!
we should
320.
we should start a viral show, like the ice bucket challenge or whatever, the Conkers challenge.
Ooh, I like
Going
that.
on the internet.
I think it's a good idea, MP. The Topstep
thank you,
Conkers
buddy.
Challenge.
Topstep
We need a
Conkers. Yeah,
leaderboard
James
for
Harden's
that.
all over that right now.
Live from
Somebody's
Vegas.
saying Congress is a game older than the USA.
Wow.
Definitely believe it. A chestnut on a string. I definitely believe that. That game was not made up yesterday. I can assure you that. There's no way to get off the ground if they. start that game
There's
today.
no way that the game would get off the ground.
All right. Still selling off here in the NASDAQ. Looking at the tilt. 50-50 in the tilt. Just see a heavy Dow. Yeah, Dow's 82% long. We're starting to see a pickup in Dow traders here, Top Step lately. Last trade in the Dow,
So-
43,168. What's up, MP?
Dre, did you see when it was 75s and
No.
Dakota's taking it off, and you mentioned the tilt. Somebody or Eddie mentioned the tilt. 74, 75s.
Long?
That was literally the pivot point on I mean up at the 50s. That was in the 50 range. I don't know exactly in that area, but so many people are going. So many people have open positions right now. And we would be classified in the trading world as all retail traders since we're not institutionally, funded. But then when you get funded, you are a professional trader. So it's one better than a retail trader is a professional trader in the prop firm world, getting backed by a firm with real capital. But that's what's interesting is that tilt indicator up there when it said 75%. Lots of folks long.
Long indeed. Dow pushing higher. DS trying to make a pop higher. About 4 points off the lows. Last trade 59.07. Not 5 points off the lows. 59.07.
So if we retest 82s here, I think there's a potential for a short. If we come up to 82s and we have weakness, I think that there's definitely potential for taking a short here.
582s rips.
Yep, 582s.
Andre,
And I
there's,
would short this if we can break
getting
65s to the lows here.
What up, Hope?
there's some really deep negative.
Okay, I'm
delta
short here at
in these
65. I want to see if we can actually have this continuation down to 529 here.
All right, MP.
And I would add at 82.
What is Hoagland? Help me out here.
What are you looking for?
Beautiful push down here.
Nothing. Dakota, did you get into anything?
Nope. I like this trade down to the 520.
Gorgeous push here.
Yeah, it is. Rip short from 562.
Wow.
Taking one off there.
Wow.
Nice look.
Beautiful fade here. Target is 529. If we could break these 550s.
9.
If we can't break these 50s quickly, I'm going to jump right out. So watching here, and I'm out. All right, so that puts us up. Go ahead.
Was that something you saw on your book map that made you take
Correct.
that
I was
short?
watching that. That was a purely technical trade, looking at the rejection of 582. We auctioned up at 80. We didn't tag 82, and I rushed to get over to my platform and trade that. So that puts us up $7,500 on the day across 5 XFAs, $1,500 in each.
Nice.
There you go, man.
Yeah, I traded that whole.
Hey, heads up on
That's something
gold. Gold's pushing really high here. Gold's making new highs. Gold's popped about $10 in the last 10 minutes.
Is that something we could have seen on a shorter time frame chart, Dakota? What Rips just saw?
It's hard to see that on a short term time frame. I mean, you could see the breakdown of 62 of that pivot from the overnight low, but outside of that, you can't really see it on the chart. I mean, yeah, it's almost like two
Purely
different
book
worlds.
map trade there.
Yeah, I wish I would have been able to get into that on that pop towards 80s. I would have got a few more points on that, but I got in as quick as I could. I missed the entry for that pop towards 80, but I got the flush of 65s.
Nice.
That's a tough trade because you're on your lows, but then what you saw, you were pretty convicted on, and you got the flush. Quick flush scalp. This is great, which is what you were looking for.
Yeah.
That was a good read.
Thank you.
So S&P traders, there is an 11.5 handle range, and the delta is already minus 9,100. So the market is facing some pretty aggressive selling in short time frame here, but I don't think that the auction down is doing very well right now in the S&P. It's something I'm just keeping an eye on. We're coming around here to the initial balance establishment, so that might offer some more opportunities for us. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah. We just went back and tested those 60s and 570. We might get this continuation down to those 520s, 530s.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now. I'm completely flat here, so I didn't get the re-entry that you saw there, Dakota. But I'm with you on that. I think that we do see more downside here. If we have Apple breaking the VWAP, which is perched at 235.70 right now, we could definitely see this market starting to roll. Because really, Apple and Google are the only things buoying the Nasdaq right now. We have Meta on the lows, Microsoft rolling over, Nvidia breaking key support. So Amazon as well is also rolling over. So I'm seeing a lot of downside action here. It would have been nice to have that original trade that you graciously put on there around that VWAP trade. That would be a nice hold here.
Nice runner. Okay, here's an honest question for you, Rips, and you, Hogue. Yesterday was a holiday, and we had a huge rally, very unexpected. Do you think any of that applies today that we might sell off, and I don't know, is it called repair? Is it called, trade some of the price that a lot of traders weren't able to or institutes able to take advantage of over the holiday? I don't know. Maybe that's just a true question. I do not know.
I'll go first because it's a short answer from me, and then I'll let John go. I believe in the way that I trade, in my experience in the market, that when you have trapped longs like that, there's a lot of air that needs to come out of that. And if we don't have continuation, you're having people that are wanting to sell into profit, especially if we have a large velocity move like we had today, where it's mostly to the downside. We weren't able to break above those 630s today. So you have a lot of those players that are selling at those 630s for profit, and those profit takers are what's jamming up the liquidity for a push to the upside. And that also gets shorts convinced, in my opinion.
Okay. That
makes total sense. Yeah. So in the rally that we had yesterday, and I'm kind of focusing on the S&Ps because, that's my thing. But the rally yesterday, we added 42,000 new contracts on that push to the upside. So Rip's theory about possibly trapping, new longs up there is extremely valid. In the NASDAQ, we added about 2,700 in new contracts on that push to the upside yesterday, which I don't think was as successful as it was in the S&Ps. So yeah, the possibility that those are new short time frame longs that are getting squeezed out is 100% valid. The low from yesterday in the NASDAQ, 20,530, actually was 20,527 approximately, 525 I think it was. That's the weekly kickoff high. It was resistant on the way up. It was supportive yesterday. That is the kind of make or break level for continuation below yesterday's range. The afternoon pullback low in the S&P is, I'm looking at it, 58.98 half. Afternoon pullback low. These afternoon pullback lows have really been great. We can go back and look at it another time, but the afternoon pullback low is when the market rallied, it came back down to this level. This is where sellers backed off and buyers really took over and pushed the market higher. So this is an important level for kind of long above, short below in the S&Ps today, similar to where that weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ is an important level as well. So if we did have shorter time frame longs getting into these markets yesterday, this pullback could be enough to get them out. If it's longer time frame traders, I believe they're going to try and protect that weekly kickoff low 20,530 in the NASDAQ, and possibly try and protect that 58.98 half afternoon pullback low in the S&Ps.
All right, everyone's flat. Let's do a quick roundup here. Dakota's flat. P&L update, please. Is the board accurate?
37 live, 6 XFAs.
Sweet. Rips, is the board accurate? Got you up 15.
Yep, 1,500 times 5. It's we're accurate there. It's about 1,500
up
change.
17. How's the count up 17? Some change, MP?
1670. Even
70. Thank you. All right, everyone's flat. Go around the markets
We
here.
lock it up and
20,000.
keep it like this for everyone to screenshot and post all over social media.
You know what's funny about that, Dakota? When it's green, they happen to find that their copy paste button stops working. It's so strange how that happens.
What happened? What's going on? MP. A lot of Twitter beefs out there, MP. A lot of Twitter beefs out. MP, what's your followers? What's your following count up to here on that Twitter thing?
I don't know, like 11 half, something like that.
Wow, you're coming up in the game.
I get like 20 a day. It's kind of nice.
11,000 followers.
You're big time, buddy.
It's 20 people a day want. I'll follow that idiot. I'll follow that idiot.
Have you been stopping and asking yet on the ski lift? People are like, "Hey, you're that guy from Twitter."
Let's not do
Yes,
that.
he has. Yes, he has. On a ski run, he has. He's Michael from Topstep. 100% he has.
Yeah. You're like, no shit. I'm like, and then I me, I offer them the farm. I'm like, yeah, dude, here, you say Topstep, and then like, I'll hook you up, blah, 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 but slow down, take your time. And then by the time we're getting off the lift, I'm like, have a good one.
Ooh, yeah. Devontae Adams traded to the Jets. He's going to reunite with Aaron Rodgers.
The Jets. Oh, yeah. He got his boy back.
Oh. They need him.
All right, taking a look at Till here. 76% long in the YM. Everything else around 50. ES about 65% short. Taking a look at Topstep Till here.
Wow, big sellers coming in on the tape here. Huge sellers on the S&P and in the NASDAQ there. We just broke that key support in the S&P, adding to this weight to the NASDAQ. It looks like we will tag that 529 there. We were consolidating a little bit there, all the way up at 575, but that was a huge flushcito to the downside here, trading 535s now.
And hard, man.
Still pushing.
Right on a level, right on a Topstep level. It's right on a Topstep level. 30s, 630s, 530s. Sorry, 530s.
Wow, what a move.
What's the level, Hogan?
Weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff high, actually. 530s.
Ooh.
If only we had a runner.
Dakota.
I know, right?
Point trade.
Yeah, this thing is cratering to the downside here. We have another level all the way down at 452. We're fading super hard here. S&Ps are really hard.
There's a little news here.
Something.
Israel's defense minister says we do not want to open new fronts in the Israel leadership. We don't want to open new fronts, and the Israeli leadership agrees on the nature of the response for Iran. So the plans are in. That's what I think this is really about. So we have new information. Levels aren't going to mean anything.
Yep.
Crude not popping.
Headline-driven markets.
Yeah, it is. That's what this is. Wow.
Crude's not popping. Gold is.
Crude not popping. Gold is, though.
Okay.
Equity still seeing some more sellers here in the NQ last trade. 20,000, about 500, call it.
Typically, gold is going to pop when something like this comes out. Equities are taking their hit right now.
Yep, 500s are holding up for the time being, but I think we're going to flush right through that and potentially trade 452s to the downside here.
Folks, you interpret that as the plan is in?
Yes.
Essentially. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow,
They don't want to open any new fronts, but the plan on the response to Iran is in.
I'm short here. I'm short. I'm taking this short down to 475, and I'm flat right there. That's going to put me up at 10,200. No, 10,500 on the day now.
Mm.
Well, I was jumping with you. Sorry, I jumped in with you.
We're just going.
I thought you just got short rips, so I got in.
No, that's fine. I think that the trade's still valid. You have room all the way down to 452 there.
Yeah, no, right. You said you got out. I got in and got out. I lost 1,000 just like that on
Holy
the house account.
smokes.
I thought you were just in. I was a 5 lot. When you said you were short, I thought you were getting short. So I'm like, I'm going to join him, but you were already short. So by that time,
I literally pressed the button and got out almost right away. I took that for about 20 handles there to the downside.
Okay.
Yeah,
It happened very, very quickly.
That was definitely news-based move.
So we are at the high of the consolidation for last week. So
DJ, I'm not making my own
I'm
trades.
thinking of right now is, can we find support? This was major resistance right here from basically the 560s, 70s, and 80s. Will this resistance become support?
I've got a spike base from the past here, 20,461.75.
461.75.
DJ
and guys, I am going off the traders here. I don't trade. This is like my account. I back traders and I back their funded accounts. We Topstep back them, and then we get on here, and the house accounts backs those ideas on here. So, boop, engrave that into your house account. Does not Michael's trades, not Hoag's trades, not anybody's trades. It is those that we're getting trade ideas from that we want to get behind and have conversations around. And that was me slipping up because I heard short. I got short with the house account. Hopefully, I talked my way out of that one.
It was easy
I still
to
think
get
that you have
into
more
that
downside room here, MP, because S&Ps are fading. I still think that there's room for more downside here. So if you're still feeling the short, I think that this is still a good area.
That was my point. I don't feel. So you guys are feeling what? Dakota, what do you got? What do you like? Are you liking it still from the short side, Rips?
Yes.
Where you were at was
levels aren't going to matter.
Levels won't matter. What if you hear squirrel? If I hear squirrel, then I'll just start clicking.
Unless they do.
Yeah, I like this short. I still like this short. And we liked it at the 75s. We liked it at the 60s. Now we're trading 58s. It's now 52s.
At 620s.
There's that 52 target was tagged right there on the button. We are going to look through to flush through these 50s. I still like this short MP. I still like it at the 45s.
Should also be watching crude.
Crude not doing anything. Crude's selling off. I don't know what crude's problem is.
We had big earnings coming out from ASML right around the same time too. I don't know why that's such a big deal, but it's flashing across a lot of my squawks right now. Still like this short though. Target to the downside would be 403 target.
403 downside target. Okay.
Whoa,
and almost there.
Wow.
Yeah, don't try and buy anything right now.
No.
Why won't crude
Still
pop?
looking at 403s for that downside target.
I mean, this is a free fall.
Yeah, it is. This is news. This is news. This is
ASML's biggest chip maker. Okay, that could definitely be it. Yeah, this
Dakota,
is,
you liking anything on this straight to planet Earth?
I love that 627 short.
Can you get that back? I could.
Yeah, those are nice.
We're in the forehand.
Come on, you listen to my own advice and hold a runner. Other than that, no, I'm not going to touch this market right now. It's hands off. We might see a run to like 320s, maybe 374s. I mean, yeah, this is not something I like to touch, play around with. I'm halfway tempted to just lock it up or sit on my hands until the market starts to stabilize a little bit.
Ooh, Benelli Hawk, that drop just blew out my account. Yeah, that's the tricky thing with these headlines.
Yup.
You get blindsided. You get blindsided at a moment's notice. We did see a little bit of a pop in gold. It might have tipped us off that something was coming, but what didn't confirm it was that there's no pop in crude. We did see the pop in gold.
Always use a
$10.
stop.
But yeah, stops are
Always
non-negotiable. You have to have a stop in.
Stop loss.
Oh yeah.
And 403s coming up on the target.
Pushing lower here.
Let's see if we can tickle those 403s to the downside.
Fives, there's threes, there's 375s, there's three
There she
quarters.
is.
Go on, MP. Duplicate that old
Amazing.
YouTube or that old video that you posted where they're
Wow,
they're
it
yelling.
is running real low now. Let's see if we retest these 400s.
No, it'd be like, that was
There's that
who was
retest of 400s. Let's see if we reject it all up here. There's potentially an entry here, MP.
I'm trading when you guys are trading. The house account doesn't go off on its own unless you both talk out the trade. And you both
if we're rejecting underneath 400s here, definitely some room to the downside. I think all the way down to 330 if we actually reject at this level again, if we find some big liquidity to the offer side.
Oh. More and more and more.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
All right, I'm going to take this short here, MP. I am short.
I'm short with you. 394s.
Okay.
Amazing. Yeah.
Send it short 394.
Where are we looking at the risk?
Risk up to 423.
423.
Flashecito.
$3,200 risker. Okay.
Last trade 399. The ES 5885. You like the conviction here, guys?
What do you have as a target?
Wow.
We are looking at 330s for a target. Moving my stop right here.
Wow.
What's up, Kyle Armstrong?
Ooh,
Yeah,
whoa.
Louder, Kyle Armstrong.
and stopped out there. Hit my target. I had my moved my stop to 360, and it got tagged. So that puts us at over 15,000 on the day now.
Beautiful.
Damn, Ribs. We got 2,500. We got 2,500 on that, so we would be up if I didn't make that. If I didn't make that little mistake, we'd be up like 5, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4 something 5. Ribs, nice.
Kyle Armstrong. Kyle Armstrong in the chat. All caps. Nice short on the bottom. So dumb. Not aged very well there, Kyle Armstrong.
Oh, Lord.
Please come back again when you have something.
Just to let everybody know that when we trade together
here, guys.
You can't make comments like that because like the markets are going to do whatever. So it's like you don't know. So don't say dumb or stupid or whatever.
Cool.
Just digest it. This is what somebody's doing. Fade it or say, hey, I actually like it the other direction. I'm going to give. That's more respectful than that's dumb.
It's a lot easier to just be from your keyboard and just say.
Well, the bottoms were at 500.
Cool, man. Just
then
cool.
they were
say
at
nice
480.
trade. Why can't you say nice
Then
trade?
they were at
Just be cool.
470s.
And
The
then
bottoms
also,
kept on
guys,
coming, huh?
the folks in the chat too, because this is a team trade. So instead of saying that, just like because there'll be days where we're dead wrong, and we'll be like, "Hey, did you fade it? All right, we'll give you guys props that faded it. All the ones that are like always contrarians to what we're going to work together here. But you start piping off like that, then you get stuck.
Cool, man. We're all in this together. So as hard as it is.
Just a point of reference, 58.80 is weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. We just traded down to 58.81.5. I still don't want to buy it, just a point of reference. We get down below it and reject below that, then maybe it might be something we could look at for a potential long.
Yeah.
But we still have news in the markets. It's very difficult to try and buy this thing. I don't.
Who's talking, Hogue? Hogue, who's talking?
Holy smokes, there it goes again. Oh, my goodness.
A new low.
350s are trading now, and we're seeing a little bounce back up. Yeah, this market, again, like I said, has room down to 330s from what I'm seeing, and then potentially all the way to that fade of 307.
Andre, we have nobody
I'm flat,
yet.
by the way. Flat.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Eddie. Okay.
Andre, it's the Israel's defense minister, Gallant, is the one who had the comment.
All right. Yeah.
There's your 340s.
Oh, sorry.
Wow. 300
Thank
points
you,
sell
Hogan.
off.
Man.
If you're still on that short what Rips is talking about, raise your hand because you didn't take any heat on it. I don't think you took any heat on it. Maybe took about 10 handles, maybe. 10 handles.
We were calling for this back at the 470s, if you don't remember. 470s was when we were talking about short. So very, very, very nice trade here. It's just very difficult when we're down. We just tagged 330, by the way, and we just jumped up like a trampoline.
Yeah,
so 330 target met. There it is.
From the past week.
Is that it?
That's the bottom of the consolidation for the past week.
330s.
He said 330s. It's 31 quarter. Somebody's going to be like, well, it's 31 quarter. You didn't say 3. Again, guys, these are areas. It could be 40s. It could be 40s and he's still right. It's just like playing that area with the as big a move as we're doing today. Yeah, 40s, 340s. You would have had a working bid there. You would have been fine. 330s.
Yeah, I think I might actually. I mean, we hit those 330s on the button. I'm actually feeling like I should lock out here and just enjoy the 15K worth of profit on the day.
I did think that's a great day. It's a hell of a day.
Go hit the.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna make. I'm gonna take my own advice. I'm gonna lock it out here and now. I'm locking out.
I like it.
Give another account to trade. Give another account to trade for fast markets, though, right, Rips?
I have a live account. What do you mean fast markets? Cool. We're on fast markets.
We're on fast markets.
Yeah. Vroom, vroom.
I have a live account. I have my live account, of course, which I've had.
You can talk out
live accounts from the beginning.
Yes, you have. All right. Nice calls there, guys. All right. I know we got Jay. We're gonna.
Jay, on the house account in Hoagland, on the house account manager on that, are we? If they're talking out trades, the traders that we're trading with, and they're not in them, are we still taking them, or are we only taking the ones? And I'm just kind of getting a refresher here. What you guys have?
We have not been.
That would be discretionary on us.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, let's have let's be discretionary.
There were a couple of trades that were taken yesterday that we didn't take in the house count.
Okay.
But it helps if our experts here are, like, I'm just taking this for a quick scalp, or if this is something they really believe in, to let us know that.
Okay, got it. All right.
Yeah, so I know I've been following trade. Don't take a trade and say this is not for the house. This is personal. This is not a house account trade.
We bottom pickers big time right now in Tilt. Big time. 76% of folks that are in the micros and the NASDAQ micros, 76, 77% long. We're gonna flush. Yeah, this is my guess. I'm just guessing. Just Michael's thoughts here. Because when you start picking bottoms in the markets and it's been on a free fall, you feed it. And those that don't know what that means, if you get long, got to have a stop like we were talking about earlier, or you're going to get auto liquidated by your account, whether it's with us or at a personal brokerage account or whatever. You only have a certain amount of capital in there to work with. So that stop then becomes a sell order. That sell order then becomes selling pressure because it's a stop market order. Market typically. Yeah, it is. It is always, typically, and always, same time. Because if you get an auto liquidated, it is a market order. And if you're using a stop limit order, I would never do that in these markets. You're feeding the sell-off.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I see on the bull side is we just came to the bottom of that consolidation from the past week, and that's where we bounced. We bounced 70 points from the bottom of this consolidation. And so that's the only thing the bulls have, which, we could very well make a run back up to the high of the consolidation for 70s. That's possible. But yeah, this market, this is a rough run. Like you seen somebody came in the chat and you say, hey, selling the bottom's dumb. And then we sold off, 70 points.
Yeah.
You never know when it's the bottom. That's the thing. You want to get in with the trend and the momentum like that.
The biggest loser, the Tom Hogard author. He talked. I mean, like, there's no high and there's no low. I mean, there is at that moment in time, but there's the markets. There's no bottom. The bottom's zero, and the top is eternity. Infinity or whatever.
Yeah, I was looking to make an argument that these 480s might be the bottom. That was wrong. Right, I was closing out my short from 620s at 580s, thinking, this could be the bottom. And then, here we are, a few hundred points later. Is this the bottom? You'll never know until after it's over.
There we have the Dow doing its own thing.
Yeah, we had that United Healthcare. United Healthcare was getting hammered in the Dow, I believe Hogue was saying this morning, and that's probably weighing on the Dow a little bit. Last trade in NQ, though, 20,380. In the ES, 58.83. Bottom pickers are trying to come in here, like MP was saying, trying to say, all right, that's it. This news ran through the cycle. Get back to buy the dip.
I mean,
keep an eye on the gold.
Zero wasn't the bottom on crude oil. We learned that too.
No, it was not. We all learned together. Gold or crude can go negative.
That was
so
wild.
So potential 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute would be a break above 406. But this 5-minute candle is just so wide. It's almost 70 points that it's where do you manage the risk? So even though this 3-bar reversal is valid, if we break above 406, we could see maybe a bigger bounce. But my stop would need to be at like 320s, and that's just way too much risk for me.
All right, everyone's flat. Dakota's flat. Rips is flat. House account is flat. Everyone in the green right now.
Mega flat.
Dow is sitting in the middle of the range. It hasn't even left the initial balance yet. Just holding right there.
Can we give it up for Ranthony NQ in chat? They just said, I just passed my combine. Let's go.
Oh.
Right, man.
On that move. Great.
Okay, 80%. I would sell it right now if I was trading my own personal account right now.
Welcome back to the markets, MP. Came back on a
good
good
one. Back in the saddle there, Mr. Patak.
Yeah, jumped on a moving train.
Since you are reading things well, Rips, please keep sharing, even if you're not trading. Discretionary.
I'm watching out here. This is definitely what happens when you have a large move like this, and we have certain price areas that we're watching in the market. This is a very normal function of the market where you have a lot of folks that are rushing for that exit door to close their trade. When we're looking at a big short trade, you're going to have that exit door looking like people closing the long side. That adds the market to the bounce. And that's what we're seeing right now. We've had a 70 handle bounce there off the lows, and that's just a normal function of the market. The only way that you can get out of a short is by buying back in. You are short contracts. You must buy those contracts back in. So the natural function of that is to see a bounce. So when we hit a price level like that, what we're watching for is a couple different things. We're looking to the north side for our levels where we want to see a clear rejection from that. On the way down, you heard me say that I was watching 403 for a level. We are auctioning conveniently above 403s right here and now. So if we do actually hold above that 403 level, there's a chance that we could have this price action return all the way back up to, say, that 452 level or even higher. Now, if those shorts are still in control of the market and we are seeing them really just wanting to sell the pants off this market, we can see what we would look for the short side would be a rejection above 403 and a quarter, and then potentially trading that back down to 371. So it's just using the price action to our advantage and watching for those key levels where we had price interaction, where we had a lot of those transactions over the last few sessions, and that's all we're watching for.
So right now, thank you, 80% long in the micros. Average price of 413. We're here right now. So your average of everybody trading their micros in the minis are the same thing around there, right, Dre?
Great.
Yep.
If you were looking for a short, if you were looking for a short, sorry, Dre. If you're looking for a short, where would you say hands off? Both open to both you guys, Dakota and Rips.
Hands off.
Are you hands off?
I mean, the action's still on the table right now. Even though I'm locked out, there's still good trades that may show up.
Gold's still pushing higher.
Right. Yeah. It's like right now, we are now rejecting under 403 quarters. So if we have continuation through that, there's two areas that can take a trade. Here and now with limiting your risk to the upside on a short, or waiting for interaction down at 371, which was the other price level that we're watching. So if we come down to 371, we find that it still can flush. We're looking for a trade through 371, through 330, and for our initial target, our low target of 307s.
Okay.
Gold just popped $5 there, fellas. $6 now. Something
we might see gold here to 2,700.
Something more here.
Okay, now these longs they're in the money now. 20s, 21s is on the minis. NASDAQ tilt is 77% long. It's moving quick. 73, 75% long. Bias. Everybody with open position here at Topstep on the sim world, in the sim world. Nobody will ever hear about our live traders. It's the reason why we created the prop industry, so we could get people to the live account and put the best of the best. We used to call it remember Hoagland, find the Michael Jordan of trading, Andre?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's hard to find them.
That 3-bar reversal paid. Whoever took that 3-bar reversal in the 5-minute.
NASDAQ, 77% long here. Tilt, 24.26.39 average price.
80% long now, Eddie. 80% micros. NASDAQ micros.
Michael, I think we did find a couple of Michael Jordans.
We did. They're on here right now. Woo!
LeBron James and Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I'll
minus
be
the Diddy parties. Let's set the record straight. No Diddy parties over here.
No Diddy.
It is a bit, not to stroke you guys too much, but it is a bit like that because we've been doing this for 14 years. 14 years, guys. We didn't pop up, whatever. We started the industry, said, hey, we're going to put people on a simulator. They're going to learn as they do. While they're learning as they do, which is way better than them doing that in a personal brokerage account. And regulators, you guys can listen to this one because this is us helping the industry have a better on-ramp into the live trading world than what I did when I lost $90,000, $30,000 trading accounts when I went straight to the brokerage world. So you need to get comfortable and familiar and all that kind of stuff so you can build a platform like we did at Topstep, like we did in the trading combine, which is super important to put people in. You can help them develop by them learning by doing, create, hone, and whatever with their strategy and their skills and do all that there without losing their kids' college fund. And if they're doing well with it, pull them up to trade live capital. It's a smarter play than handing a resume. That's how it should be. All
right, guys. Well, while we watch these 20,400s, if you guys do take a trade, feel free to jump in at any time. Again, we got a headline-driven market going on right now. Keep an eye on gold. Last trade, 26.80. New highs there. We saw a $5 pop. Equities didn't really follow suit just yet. We did see a delayed response the first go around, so we'll keep an eye on that. With that being said, we got JD coming in here with P&Ls and payouts. My payout numbers for last week were just out of this world. JD, what kind of records are we setting today?
Kind of quiet yesterday, actually, for a Monday. But side note, nice trading, guys. I love it when we all get on the right side of the market and make some money. That's exciting to see. That's how the house account should work. But let's take a look at yesterday's live funded P&Ls. Here we go. We've got Kingway up there, $11,184 trading the NASDAQ. Faye with $55.68 trading gold. Karen tore up the NASDAQ for $735 in profits. Ying had a nice day trading silver, $4,476. And Wang Ming, another NASDAQ trader, went home with $4,290 in profits yesterday. All right, now take your guess at the over-under on total payouts from yesterday.
Yeah, $1 million.
It was a Monday, so we have all of the weekend. I'm going to go 1.7. I'm shooting
over
high.
$1 million.
I'll take 1.5.
Close. I want to say it was on the quieter side. Compared to some of the numbers we've been seeing, but it was still
like these days.
1.1 million looks quiet.
Wow, that's quiet.
Quiet. Yeah.
We only had one day. We only had one day last week that was less than $1 million. That's the first time that's happened. 4 out of 5 days over $1 million in payouts, and you saw the number: 6.4 million total in payouts last week. Unbelievable.
We're the biggest biggest prop firm in the world, hands down. Biggest prop firm in the world,
Michael.
Hands down.
Them, Mike.
Taking people live. You're not a prop firm if you don't take people live. Those are the changes that will be coming probably next year to the industry. If you don't take people live, what are you? Doesn't sound like a prop firm.
A funeral parlor?
That's a rhetorical question, Michael.
A funeral parlor. Yeah, if you don't take people live, I think you take them dead.
There you go. All right, here's yesterday's XFA P&Ls. Some nice numbers here, too. Guillaume had a pretty nice day trading in 3 XFAs. He pulled money out of the NASDAQ, S&P, and the gold markets. His lead account made $17,380, and across all 3 XFAs, he had a combined profit of $52,135. He made a nice jump on the leaderboard also. We'll see that in a little bit.
Hold on, JD. 84% long NASDAQ. 77% long, 84% micros and 78% NASDAQ. And now you got S&P in the 70% long bias. Long bias to everybody trading in either the trading combine or express funded accounts.
Who made money on that 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ? I just wish I would have taken it.
I saw Hogan.
You guys know what a 3-bar reversal is, right? I mean, it's one of the most simplest patterns. Look at this.
The Dakota Special, yeah.
That was it, 406. I mean, I love to hear that.
Pushing higher.
I love when it works.
Hell yeah, guys.
To see everyone take it successfully too.
Mimi still in, guys. Wow, still in. Yeah.
That's sick. I love to see
5 minutes remaining.
We're 115 points off the lows, Dakota. That is a move if I've ever seen one.
Nice job, fellas.
3% long.
Hey, coming up here, we got the New York Fed 1-year consumer inflation, top of the hour here, so heads up.
Thank you, Eddie.
Dakota.
Average price of your long bias, Dre, 20,004 and the 20 handle, or 20s, 420s, Eddie style.
Sitting pretty.
430s, yeah.
Well, the NASDAQ gave up weekly kickoff high really quick, but the S&P 5880 weekly kickoff high found buyers down there again. There it is.
Hey, Andre, what do you think if we took a look over at the market internals? Well, how would you
My
feel
man. How we looking at him? How's volume today?
And IC's trading around 150 million shares. It's 1% below its 1-month average. Advancers are leading decliners right now by 1.6 to 1. The NASDAQ is trading 2.5 billion shares, which is 32% above its 1-month average. Advancers are even with decliners after that little kerfuffleation on the lows there. The VIX is up 1.2% at 19.93.
Awesome. Volume just pumping in the NASDAQ today, baby. Love to see it. Good volatility, good volume. Click like on Topstep TV, YouTube channel. Click subscribe. Follow us on Twitter at Topstep TV. But my man Eddie's got some announcements. Eddie, take it away. What do we got? We'll keep it on these markets, fellas. If you do take a trade, please jump in. But Eddie, what do we got for announcements today?
Hey, you know what? Today is a very special day. All right, it is Tuesday. We're halfway through the month, and we've got Dr. Brett Steenbarger going to be back with us here today. He's making his return to Topstep TV, and he's going to be here live today, 11 a.m. Central Time. Do not miss it with a special Trading Mindset AMA. He's going to be joined by Anne-Marie Band, and, of course, our good friend Johnny Hoagland. I'm going to put the link here. I think we got a little time for if you do have another question, or if you do have one question, by all means, click on that link, and you can do that. But basically, that's all I've got right now. I'll be back with some more goodies in the future. Be right back. Thanks.
I've had contracts at 410.
Shut the door. What's
Say
up?
one more time. 410. 130 at 410. I see that.
Yep.
130 offered at 410. Big pivot up there. Right when we were saying, hey, did you guys still hold this long? Still in, all that kind of stuff. See how it turns like that?
Wow. Slam
that long bias is not long bias anymore, Dre. But slightly. 56% long now.
Everyone's looking for the exit door.
08 quarter.
That would have been a beauty.
Well, you would have, but
remember,
take a lot of heat. I was just gonna say. Remember, I said if I was trading my personal account right now, I get short right here. That was 09s, 409s. I would have had to hold that all the way up to 49. I'm not taking 40 handles of heat. You're wrong. This would have sent you into a tizzy, Michael. I'd be like, I was short.
I would have called you later and be like, squeezed out.
Anyways, welcome back to the markets, Michael. You got the volatility back. MP brought it with me.
I feel like MP brought the greatest day of all time with him here. This is just good stuff.
I mean, after you find out your colon is completely okay, they said, what? Okay, it's like not checking yourself for breast cancer and things like that. Yeah, you definitely should do this, people. You definitely should.
What happened with the alien story? I got to hear the alien story.
I think the alien story is somebody goes through and gets a colonoscopy and comes back from it. And when they wake up, they got attacked by aliens. I don't know.
Oh,
that's what it felt.
That's how I felt. Yeah,
Eddie had something similar.
Yeah,
it's like,
Eddie guys in your 40s, do it. This is my public service announcement. Do it, Dre. You're in your 40s now. Do it because my friends
don't give it away.
My friends
discount code.
Yeah,
discount code.
my friend, and you know her, Dre, Melissa. Melissa's aunt died. She got checked later on in her 50s, and it had been building up. If you check it early, you get it fixed. Teresa, you know Teresa, Andre? She picked me up from the hospital yesterday, and she had colon cancer. And she caught it early. She had to take a foot out, like a foot of your intestines out.
Oh,
catch it early. It was the breast cancer as well. Catch it early. Testicular cancer. My brother had testicular cancer. Caught it late. Had to have his whole chest ripped right open to get to the lymph
That's
nodes.
nuts.
Check it early. So don't be shrugging me off, Dre.
I'm goof. I'm not. I'm goof, and you're 100% correct, man. We all want to be here for a long time and a good time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So now I'm going to say, Dre, you got to go get it done. You're 40-something.
I'm not your age yet.
Just like the Series 3, Dre.
Yeah, but don't be a fool. You know what?
I'll get the Series 3 and I'll get my colonoscopy.
You're gonna feel like $1 million.
Same day.
Same day.
It's a good clean out too. Yeah. They gave me this stuff to drink the night before. It's like a super flush. It's like, whoa.
100% right.
Yeah.
This episode's sponsored by Taco Bell.
Or Chipotle.
All right. Keep an eye on this trade. 20,400. 58.85 in the. Yes, we are seeing gold pulling off these highs. Last trade 26.75, about $5 off those highs. We saw that pop. We saw it retreat a little bit. Looking here on tilt, like MP was saying, we did see a heavy long tilt in the NQ.
Heavy.
John Jones in the chat says, I want to see hot streaks. We all want to see the hot streaks, John Jones. Those will be coming up shortly here.
We just ripped off those 380s.
Yeah, it did. You know, the 383s was a top step level. We ripped through it like butter on the news. Came through it on the 3-bar reversal, and then came back and touched it. What was that one, Johnny's weekly? 2383.
71% long on the tilt in the NQ again.
383.
Oh my gosh, right back down. This is a volatile market.
373 is very low.
Oh no, we got 383s on the top step levels on the chart right now.
That was 50 up in 2 minutes, and now we're 40 right back down.
Yesterday's low.
We came up close to that 452 level again, as you can see on the chart on the screen. We came up close to that 452 level, and we didn't auction over it. So that short was definitely in line with what we were kind of talking about earlier. I didn't take any trades there, but it's just good to note, even if you're not trading, charting this stuff will be extremely helpful for when you're ready to, take these types of trades. Just watching how the market reacts around certain price levels and then kind of saving that in the memory banks for next time.
Yesterday's lows. J Van, thank you. Dank, thank you. Brad, thank you. Hungry Trader, thank you. Evelyn, thank you. Cyrus, thank you. Hoagland, thank you for putting these together every day. Every day, guys. Top Step levels are, it's an indicator. And remember, it's not a signal. It's an indicator that you can click on your TopstepX platform and choose Top Step daily levels. Try to help you out. They're just levels. They are not buy signals. We do not call them support resistance. It's coming down to it's just an area of importance. That's it on our end of it. Now you do what you will.
Sweet. All right. I see my man JD here JD. Just bring in JD. JD, let's get these hot streaks. Let's do it. Everyone's asking. Let's do it. MP.
He's on fire.
MP hot streaks time, man. JD, come on in. Give us the good news.
JD, you got. Well, I don't know if I need to talk about it, but yes.
I would never bring you bad news, Andre. I'm not here to bring you bad news.
Thank you.
There he is.
Please.
70 days.
Ooh, that's our guy right there.
70.
$2 more bucks. $2 more bucks for black yesterday.
Days, Michael.
30 to go. We're not going to be happy
at this point, it's very hard to build.
Wow.
Yeah, it's impressive now at this point.
It is. 70 days.
What a guy. Way to go, Dilesh.
Oh my god.
We've reached out to him about coming on the show. I know you mentioned that earlier, MP, but Yeah, he's concentrating on his trading right now. He sent us a couple nicely worded emails. He loves Topstep. He loves everything we do here, but he's just not ready to come on TV.
Yeah,
yet, so we'll keep trying to push him.
It's like ESPN like waving you over when you're on the mound in the bottom of the ninth, saying, "Hey, can you talk this real quick? You got a no-hitter going."
We'll let him do his thing. We'll give him some room. He'll be on eventually, though. I guarantee that. Awesome. All right, next up we got Mina, our model of consistency. Mina made another $202 trading the NASDAQ, now at 30 days or $7,500. Harjo made $224 trading the micro NASDAQ, now at 29 days worth $58.54. Joseph made $454 trading the NASDAQ. He's our Hot Streaks P&L leader at the moment, now sitting on a 28-day heater worth more than $10,000. And they're at another $300 to their P&L Hot Streak profits, and he's now at 28 days, worth close to $7,000. I still have payout leaders from yesterday. Want to see yesterday's biggest payouts?
Please.
Here they are. Monday's top payouts. Michael T, $35,681 from a single live funded account. That's a live funded account payout right at the top there.
The best.
$35,682. Patrick, $23,000 out of 2 XFAs. Jared, almost $21,000 from 5 XFAs. Day with $14,500 from 5 XFAs. And Hung Sheng, $13,622 from a single live funded account. 2 live funded account payouts on the board today.
Love it.
Almost 100,000. That's 100,000 on just the top 5.
Nearly 10% of total payouts. I got the number here. 9.72% of total payouts from yesterday.
Who's number 2 there? Who's number 2 on that list?
Is that P-Dub?
Who I think it is?
P-Dub out of Florida?
Is that who I think it is?
Fisherman?
Is that who number 2 is?
I don't know.
You really want to know?
Like it.
I'll say it. Do you want to know?
Yeah,
it's him.
Yeah. Do we want to know?
Nice. Yeah, Pete, look at that face. Look at that face.
And all you had to do was spend $600,000 in combines to get there.
Yeah, Patrick, take the picture, post it.
Take the picture, post it. Share it. Put a plaque up. Yeah, he's watching right now.
I'm just teasing you. We're just teasing. We're all in the same industry. We're having fun, right? Hopefully.
Well done.
All right, I'll be back with the leaderboard just a little bit, guys.
Incredible! I did not know that was coming.
I can't wait to introduce him and Rips together in person in Vegas at a meetup.
Hug it
Here,
out.
I got you both a drink. Why don't you talk?
You guys.
Yeah, he might need security with him for that.
You both got your own detail behind you. It'll be hilarious.
I wouldn't need it for that small fry.
Oh man, this is going back to him.
So good.
Do all all respect. That's 2 different classes of people.
All respect.
Yeah. It is. I mean, to each their own, and
to each their own, 100%.
It's yeah. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna stay out of that.
Hey,
yeah,
earned is earned.
This is locker room talk. It's jabbing in the locker room. We're all in the same football field. We're all on the same. We're all athletes of the marketplace, so to speak.
Exactly. Some people play in the pro league. Some people play hockey.
There you see that.
Oh man,
there you go.
Man, I love this. Spicy on a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Very spicy on a Tuesday. All right, well, we got that. It is spicy. We are moving fast and furious. Fast, Marcus. One more time. Click like, click subscribe. I think we're going to get to 125,000 subscribers by the end of the week. Before we do that, I got to throw it over to my man, Eddie. Eddie, we got more announcements? What's going on, Eddie? Oh, look at that. I like that graphic, MP. MP, look at that graphic. Look at that graphic. Click like, click subscribe. Click notify.
Oh, wow. It's for Facebook, though. Or no, that's not. The colors are for Facebook.
Man, what is it? Your eye to
yeah, attention to details. Sorry,
oh man.
I'm sorry. It's blue.
Eddie, what do we have for final announcements today?
Well, you know what? If you were one of the 50 bell-to-bell viewers that was drafted for Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders, You're going to get an email within the next steps by the end of the day.
Boom!
Yes, we're adding one more team, Coach Paul's Profiteers.
Boom!
Yes, and by the end of the week, we will have 5 VIP teams of 50 players each.
Boom! Boom!
Yes. Stay tuned, Topstep TV, for your chance to get a VIP. We're going to be dropping the check-in forms periodically over the next month. So those that check in have the most highest chances of getting a VIP spot. Also, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV, I'm having a great time today, so please take a moment. It takes about a minute of your time to leave us a review on Trustpilot. I'm going to drop the link in chat. No pressure, but if you like what we're doing, let us know. Okay, we'd appreciate it. And let's keep this going here. So back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. I do believe we have Daly speaking. Hey, Rips, real quick, can we get a scouting report on Daly? Scheduled to speak at the bottom of the hour.
She is a voting member, but I'm almost positive that she's not going to comment on monetary policy. It's just a moderated conversation she's having at a university talking about business. So she may have some prepared remarks that they'll release right around 11:30 Eastern, but I'm not expecting a whole lot. We also have Adriana Kugler, who's speaking today at 1:05 p.m. That's going to be live stream on federalreserve.gov. But again, this is not going to be all that important. I don't think there's going to be a lot of market moving information in those speeches. I think that most participants are going to be waiting for the jobless claims coming on Thursday, as well as the retail sales. But outside of that, I think today is very, it's outside of Thursday. It's very light on the economic schedule.
Thank you, Rips.
John Jones, did I ever read your Trustpilot review? I read every Trustpilot review for the most part.
Was he ever? I can assure you.
I've been doing this since the dawn of time. You got to know what people say about what you're trying to do. So that's always been something very important to us.
He may not read the name, but he definitely reads the content.
Yeah. But no, I'm going to go through it. I'll reread because last week I was in Shy City the whole week. And I didn't really get to too much of that type of stuff that I usually catch up on. But thank you, John Jones. You're a great contributor and trader here. And Topstep TV every day.
I'm tempted to take a long here at 406.
406.
I'm going to pass, though.
All right. Boy, I got one page of trades already scratched out. Onto the next page. We are making trades left and right here.
Speaking of passing.
Oh, gosh. Here we go. It's getting harder, Mike.
Ding, ding, ding. I already passed, dude. I passed my 3. I passed my 30. I got my bar next. Dude. I got the bar next. Let's go.
How'd you pass the bar, Frank?
A level 3 Conquer player. Okay. Crunch time. Me and Dakota are both taking the Series 3 on Friday.
There you go.
So, regulation week continues until morale improves. Let's see what the question is today.
Okay.
Someone who advises clients as to when to purchase and sell futures contracts must register as a CTA unless A, he has advised 15 or fewer clients in the last 12 months. B, he has advised 12 or fewer clients in the past 12 months. C, he has advised 10 or fewer clients. Or D, 19. Now, the correct answer here is the actual limit. This question is one of the ones I hate because it's a bit ambiguous because some of them...
Put the poll up. I'm going...
Yeah. So what do you guys think here? And I'll tell you.
I'm going this one.
All right. Whoa. We're seeing some A number.
I would take A.
I said C.
A or C or
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one, Andre.
I'm going to
A or C.
Give me the reason why real quick, because the CPO, Commodity Pool Officer Advisor or something like that, you don't have to register if you have under $400,000 that you raised and 15 or less people, or maybe it's 12. Nervous. Shit. It's not 10. I don't remember 10. It's the same thing as the
NASDAQ. It's just the dollar amount for CPOs.
I got to
Is it? But it's people in the pool. No, it's a number of people too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's both.
Yeah. So 19 is a weird number, so it's like you can take that one off the board. 12 is also a weird number.
Weird, yeah. 10 that's what I was doing. It was A or C.
Right.
Great.
And
all right, let's see the
A.
let's see the answer, and then I'm going to say why this question is Bush League. The answer is A.
Nice job.
That is the rule. You have to advise as a CTA if you advise 15 or more clients in the last 12 months. The reason I don't like this question is because B and C are also true. The question asks if someone advises clients when to purchase or sell futures contracts, they must register as a CTA unless, well, if you've advised 12 or fewer or 10 or fewer, then you wouldn't have to register. So great job writing that question. But just the rule for your Series 3, you have to register as a CTA if you've advised 15 or more clients over the past 12 months.
Jack,
so there you go.
Jack, did you grab this one or did you make this? You grab this one, right?
I've been taking questions from a practice test I took that I got incorrect. But there weren't many incorrect. I'm feeling pretty strong for Friday.
Good job, Jack. Best of luck.
A, B, and Andre, when are you taking yours, buddy?
Couple of weeks, November 3rd.
I'm in December for mine. I got time. I got a nice
I am
runway
becoming
for
more and
study.
more nervous now. This week has really started, or last week too, threw me off. I had it locked down, but now Jack's upping the level.
You can miss a lot. It's 80% long right now, 75% long. Their longs are back
What's
in here.
the pass fail on? Is it like 60% or is it
70%?
70%.
Good luck,
so
gents.
You can miss 3 out of 10.
Back a little later.
I did it at 30 in Chicago, so I can actually manage an office. They have a test,
and they just tell you pass fail, right? They don't tell you whether or not.
This is what they don't tell you anything. They give you this piece of paper.
He's got it right there.
Oh, there it is.
And then they give it a seal. We'll make sure it
travels with that thing.
He keeps
And
it.
there's a seal. They press that, and then they have a pass.
Carry on.
It says pass.
Got his Dob kit. He carries that thing everywhere he goes.
We've learned, MP, that if you don't pass the Series 3, it does give you the percent you got right.
Oh.
Whoa.
Well, I guess I'll see that in December.
I've never seen that before.
Lets you know how close you are. I have this on good authority.
I thought I was going to fail the 30, and the room was packed, and the people had headphones on. People were taking all different types of tests in there. And when I take tests, I do this like, and I'll like breathe really heavy, and I'll get mad because I'm reading it. I'm like, you're trying to confuse me. I don't know. That one was tough, but the strategy I found out to use is you're able to flag them for review. So you go and right away, if you're like, I know this one, you read it, you think, I know it, boom. I don't flag those ones, but then there's ones that I'm like, if I have to think at all, sit there and think or question what I just felt, I'll flag it. But you always answer. And because the book talks about your gut instinct is to always kind of stick with the first one. But I do go back at the end, and you take all the flags off of them, the ones that are flagged, all the questions, and the software does it. Same software for the 30 as it was for the 3. And then you kind of, adjust. And those are the ones you spend a little bit more time on. But you've got to keep going because there's a time component of it, too. But
Series 30.
You'll do just fine. If I did it, pretty much I'll say anybody. Not anybody that got C's or better in their educational career is probably going to do just fine.
Saw him studying the night before. He was not in the finest of moods.
What would you say was easier, the Series 3 or the Series 30?
You know what's funny? I mean, the 3 I was way more prepared for. The 30, I'm like, well, I'm flying to Chicago and Dakota. Are you taking it at Grand Junction?
I'm going to just take it here in Utah.
Oh, okay, cool. I took it in Grand Junction. It's a 2-hour drive. I'm like, I'm not driving 2 hours for a 50 question 30 Series 3, test. So I hadn't started studying on it. That was last a week ago Saturday, where I scheduled it, and I hadn't started. I put the test on that coming Wednesday, and I just did it on the airplane, and then I landed and just powered through it. And that was actually that was a harder one because it's like how to do your customer, how to do all that. Like if somebody has 400,000 or more and they're advising 15 or less people type of things. And how many years do you have to have of doing something before you can advise and all that? Like I'm like, whoa, okay. So that was I was much more nervous on the 30, getting deeper into that than I was on the 3. The 3 I was pretty prepared for. I'm assuming you might have to do both. Yeah.
That long from 4 406 was nice. We're getting a little bit of a pullback now. I'm looking at a long again. See if we could break above these 450. 450 is a key resistance.
Is your trigger long waiting for 450, or is your trigger long here? What are you looking at?
So that's the thing, Rips. If we get a pullback, maybe back down towards like 410, 408, maybe a reversal off that. But if we don't get that, of course, 450 is a break above 450 is probably a safer play.
The problem that I'm having with this
continuation.
Go ahead. Yeah, the problem I'm having is this double distribution that we're forming right now. We have a weaker distribution from 415 up to 450, and we have a stronger distribution 410 all the way down to 370, and it's heavy weighted to the top side. So I just don't like any trade location here because anything can happen. We're later in the day. We're approaching Euro close. I simply just am not looking for trades here because it's too much of a tight distribution. This could turn into one large distribution here and just chop between these ranges. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of this right now.
That's fair. We have what, 9 minutes till Euro close.
9 minutes till Euro close. 9 minutes till Daily Speaks. Got some more stats. We got some jabs coming out. We got appreciation today. We got the Dr. Steenbarger in the house today. Jam-packed day on Topstep TV. Markets are moving. We'd like to see. All right, MP. Everyone's flat right now. Quick roundup. House account up about 2,300 rips. XFA's up 15 large. Tota's up live up 37 hundo.
You hitting the felt today, Rips? I seen you in that Legends table, sitting there with over $500,000.
Yeah, it's been poker's been really, really good lately. Had a really nice session. I'm back again after I wrap here on Topstep TV. I'm back again for the.
I like watch. I don't really like going on the internet, but when I do go on there, you pop up, and I'm like, how many days in a row could you go to the poker place? And you're crushing it. Your chip count looks great. I know that.
Yeah,
then your dinner shots after the chip count look great. So yeah, and when you drive home looks great. We very do look. I want your life, Rips.
Well, you're supposed to be coming out to Vegas. I heard the Topstep team is looking at coming out to Vegas pretty soon. I'm going to be on a couple of those poker streams, and I'd love to be rocking some Topstep gear on those poker streams.
Yeah, I need to get back to you on all that 1,000% on both coming out there and rocking it. So let me follow up with you on that. But good stuff.
Yeah, it's been really exciting.
All right, do you know? What's up, MP?
Do you know when people sit down real quick? Do you know when people sit down? You're like, this guy, he's green, newbie. Something like that.
Yeah, the game that we're playing is a healthy mix of really strong professional players and recreational players, and the game is designed around bringing in recreational players that may not be the best at poker, but have a lot of money and they enjoy the game.
Nice.
You can read between the lines.
Fish.
Yeah.
They're great people. I will say that they're wonderful people. I'm there for the conversation.
They have a lot of money to give away. I mean, they have a lot of money.
They have a lot of money, indeed. All right. Let's do a quick round. Let's go around the horn. These markets right now. Markets have stabilized a little bit, consolidated, if you will. Last trade 20,412 in the NQ. You got a low of the day, 20,331. So we're up about 80 points off those lows. We've got over 630 point range here from high to low in the NQ. Basically, we saw a sell-off on those headlines out of the Middle East, we do believe. Taking a look at the take a look at the ES. Got about a 40 point range there. Last trade 58.88. Last trade low of the day 58.77. Gold up around the highs 26.79. High of the day 26.81. Crude relatively stable, relatively calm today. Last trade $70.07. $70.07. Everything is kind of just hanging out right now. Dakota, what are you thinking? You got the bear behind you. Are you still bearish? Are you bullish? Or are we just wait and see mode?
I'm just wait and see. I mean, obviously the trend's down today, and we are bearish because of that move. But the market's kind of settled down here, and I'm not opposed to taking longs or shorts. So I'm less of like, hey, hands off, don't be buying this market because it's like fallen off. Now we're settled down. The euro is getting ready to close, and I could very realistically see in this thing come up, test the 450s. If we break the 450s, then make a run up to these 480s. And on the opposite side, we could easily run down to like 380s. Maybe we test and make a new low of day. So pretty neutral right now.
Okay. Hey, Hogue, let's get your take on what you're seeing here in the ES and the NQ. Just as a market profile, where we're at on the charts. What are you seeing there, Hogue?
Well, in the S&Ps, this is a 5-minute chart. It's kind of small for me, but we had the breakdown. We still haven't left yesterday's range. We've much surpassed that in the Nasdaq, and I like the fact that the market is attempting to hold that 58.80 weekly kickoff high. What was resistance becomes support eventually, perhaps, and so far, it's really kind of falling into range. It's just digesting the new information. So, I like the longs down near weekly kickoff low if that even becomes a possibility. We've got, a little bit of double distribution in the day today to a degree. Look at the profile here. So opening range, the dead ass high. All right, well that's a warning to try and look for shorts. We ranged up here. We left that. Now we're ranging down here. The market is attempting to move value lower. So, the market, is still, I think, digesting that new news as far as the Nasdaq is concerned. Not a Nasdaq trader. I've got it on the 100 tick chart here. Let's put it on the 5 minutes. So here's, we're still up here in the S&Ps. Nasdaq has really taken a hit. It's back in Friday's range. Just looking at the low of that range, like Dakota was looking at, this looks like a decent area for potential support down there, which we have found support down at that level. So, I'm looking at both the S&P and the Nasdaq as range bound until proven not. We've got a very solid upper range here, which probably isn't going to be that strong. It's a double top up here. We've got excess on the low. We've got the low of the balance area. I'm going to call it this afternoon pullback low at 20,372.5. And anywhere in between, I'm looking to buy lows and sell highs until that breaks. If there's a continuation break to the downside, you got to go with it. If the market fails the breakdown, comes in and starts looking above these highs, then I think you got to go with that too. Because after all, I am wearing the rally sweater today, which worked yesterday, hasn't worked so well today, but the day isn't over yet. Really just kind of looking at this range, in the Nasdaq, let's call it 20,445 to the upside and 20,372 to the downside. If we're going to remain range bound, we're going to fade those extremes. But if we do break out with any momentum outside of this range, you have to go with it in very short time frame.
London session closing in 1 minute. Starting to sell off here.
And we got daily speaking as well.
Closing. Check.
Rips. It's not too much. We'll keep an eye.
Hold below 400s.
Any trades here? Anywhere? I know we've been consolidating. We're in a what Adobe Dorito setup. Is that what he calls it?
You're calling it Doritos now
too. Double distribution we were talking about. So I don't like any of the trades in this location.
We're calling it. He's got you calling Doritos now. All right, JD, we'll get to that right after Euro close. Got the big leaderboard coming up right around the corner. Cool, Cool Ranch only, Michael. Never forget.
Yeah, I know. Not me.
Got me through college. 66% long in the YMs. 50-50 pretty much across the board. We got London close coming up here in right now. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Euro close has come and gone. We are consolidating a little bit in the NQ and the ES. But right now, JD, if you're ready with the big leaderboard, again, if you're not on the Topstep leaderboard, don't come talking to Dolby. JD, let's show them the leaderboard.
What's up, guys? First, let's do a quick VIP update, actually.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
All right. whoever is in the bag. I forgot if it was Gabe or James this morning. But let's take a look at the overall board. No change in the board from last week. We got Coach Jay's Lunatics still with a single trader in the XFA. 40 traders in combines, 40 traders still eligible for funding, 2 payouts worth a total of $2,500. Coach Ray Stop Hunters, Coach Ray is still the trading combine pass rate leader with 31.5%. He's passed a total of 17 traders from the trading combine into the XFA. He's still got 4 active traders in XFAs right now. In total, his team has taken 2 payouts worth $3,836. And then Coach Vince's Market Makers started with 53 traders. 13 had finished, 38 still eligible for funding, 2 currently in XFAs, and he's the payout leader. Number of payout leaders, I should say. 3 total payouts worth $2,385. All right, here is your VIP leaderboard right now. We still have Travis from the Lunatics.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a...
Not that leaderboard, Eddie. It's coming.
My bad.
Eddie. Eddie's all
Remind, there's a 3 and 6 month bill auction that's about to post results.
All right, we got Travis from the Lunatics still at the top. Monique in a close second. Scott, Ashley, and Jeremy. Stop Hunters leading the top 5 right now. 3 traders from Coach Ray Stop Hunters in the top 5 in the VIP leaderboard. Second half, bottom half of the leaderboard, 6 through 10. It is incorrect. Do not show it. Take it down. I'll come back with the 6 through 10 in a few minutes. But let's take a look at the big leaderboard.
God. Okay, I just missed a long. I just missed a long. I tried to get in at 406 again and missed it. So now I'm not going to trade it.
Rips, have you seen anything while Dakota's seeing something at the 406, which we're trading 20s already, but no 20. We're trading 26s. But do you see anything?
That auction is just posting its results right now. So after the dust settles from that, I'll check out the order book. But right now, it's a little bit too it's muddied up to trade to see anything.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm seeing if this could continue to 440s and then maybe test the break of 450. But we'll see. Like I said, it's not extremely bullish. I tried to get in long at those 406s because it had a good risk reward. But now the risk reward's just not good, so it's still sitting on my hands.
Okay, keep an eye on gold here. Gold just making new highs, 26.81.50. New highs in gold, trying to push. Will we get to 2700s?
Tilt 75% micros. Tilt 75% long. 74% long micros to long buys. Those that have an open position in either a trading combine or an express funded account that are trading micros, net 75% of those open positions are one direction long.
Okay, keep an eye on the micros. I've noticed. Michael, you've been keeping an eye on the micros. I've noticed. Go ahead, JD.
Eddie, hit me with that drum roll.
What the heck are you guys doing? Trying to ruin my life and make me look like a freaking idiot? Freaking idiot.
They get better every day, Eddie. Better every day.
That's my favorite one so far.
There we go.
There are your top 25. Let's give a shout out to Rafa. Rafa was in a little trouble earlier today. I reached out to Risk Team. I saw something in his trading account. A little off-putting. Rafa's been the leader for months and months and months now. His account balance has dwindled. He took some payouts, but now his total account balance is dangerously low. So,
do we have his total payouts? Because that's dangerously high. Yeah, right.
337 total, but he's only trading in a single live funded account with a very, very low account balance at the moment. So
keep it together.
Hang in there, Rafa.
Hang in there, Rafa. We're thinking about you.
Jab. You got this. Jab your way out of it.
There's Dakota. Dakota moved up from 11th place to 3rd. Nice move. And same with Nick for a Tick. Nick for a Tick was in 8th place yesterday, now sitting in 5th.
Top 5.
A couple of bigger movers on the list. We got Jason. Jason down there in 2nd place. down there in second place. He made about 50 grand trading in 5 XFAs and got a nice boost from 13th place up to second. Very nice move for Jason. Nadav also made his way into the top 10. $41,000 in profits across 5 XFAs for Nadav. Good enough to move into 8th place, up from 26th. And then our biggest mover on the board is Guillaume. We saw Guillaume on the XFA P&L list a little while ago. He was trading the NASDAQ S&P in gold, took home a total of $52,135 in profits across 3 XFAs, moved 32 positions on the board. He was in 49th place yesterday. Today he is sitting in 17th place. Big move for Guillaume. All right, those are some of the bigger movers on the list. Get your cameras ready. Take your screenshots.
Did Nick for a tick? Has he been this high? Because Nick, great trading.
Yeah.
Top 5.
Nick's been in the
Top
top 5
5?
many times in the past, yeah.
I thought he was always hovering around the top 10. And okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Michael.
That's fine. It's good. Dan in the know.
Thank you. Now you see it? Nah, you don't.
No, you don't. All right. Catch you boys later.
What is this?
Let's see if NASDAQ could find buyers now. Let's see.
PW, man. Oh, man. He calling me out on his Twitter now. Oh, man.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Andre has never taken a payout in his life. But sitting on YouTube talking shit. Rip's crying as well. Bunch of... I would say
PW, I knew you were watching.
This is how he pokes. This is how he pokes.
I mean, I'd be crying if I had that many payments and not enough income to cover them. But, hey, I guess I'm different.
I knew you were watching, PW. Congratulations. You got your payout. Congratulations. Hey, do the victor go the spoils, man. Congratulations. You got yours. I was actually pumped. I'm the one that said actually have him read your full name. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Team PW. So, hey.
I mean, it's good that he got a payout. Those tips can stay frosted.
There's no more word. You would have it's hilarious.
Thank you.
The dude abides.
All right, the dude abides. Yes, congratulations. Hey,
just friendly. This is what we did in the pit. Nobody. You'd have lunch with the person after. You'd go grab Eddie. Said they'd be yelling at each other, and then they go grab a beer together. This is an industry that you have to have a thick skin. It's fun. We're all in it. It's a love-hate business too. We all got cold streaks, hot streaks, consistency that we're fighting for every single day. All that kind of stuff. So. Have some fun.
Congrats,
Just
man.
don't bring personal things into it.
Yeah, be nice. Be nice. We can have fun. I know you're laughing about behind the scenes, PW. I know you are. You're going to find this amusing. Anyways, we got about 20 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Markets are moving fast today. Dakota's been eyeing along this entire time. I hear him talking to himself back there. Dakota, flat right now. What are you, Dakota? What?
I'm flat. I'm flat. I was looking for a long back to like 406s earlier. You know, we went up, we tested, 430s, right back down. Let's see if we could test the 400s, maybe even break out of this. I mean, this is kind of just a flagging pattern. Obviously, with flagging patterns, the bias is the direction that we came into the flagging pattern. So, shorts, we're going to be looking to break this and make a run lower.
Okay. What an interesting trading day.
You came back for a good one.
Trading morning. Trading morning.
You came back for
there's lots of opportunities.
Again, we got Dr. Steenbarger coming up after this. The ultimate power player. Getting prepped for that. We'll have some questions, talk about your psyche, your mental for the trading. Better here on Topstep TV. MP, you've been following Dr. Steenbarger for quite some time, haven't you?
He's the biggest fanboy. I know you're a fanboy of like Kanye and all that kind of stuff.
All right.
Our talk.
So dumb.
But he's I mean, I've read when I started
real deal
Topstep in 2009, I read his book Enhancing Trader Performance. I'm like, holy shit. That's exactly how I started in 2002 with a prop firm in Chicago. And that's after I lost money from 1997 to 2002. I lost almost $100,000, $90,000, $30,000 trading accounts in that war. And then I found the importance of simulated trading in 2002 at a prop firm, Kottke clearing firm. Neil Kottke owned that firm. And that was on the 14th floor of Chicago Board of Trade with 20 other traders. It was like a turtle trader type, set them up, give them a simulator, and if they do well, flip the switch. 2009, I read Enhancing Trader Performance book because in 2008, I had one of my best trading years. And then I'm like, there's got to be somebody smarter, more talented, more disciplined than I am. How do I get to that point? I want to back traders. And then I read Enhancing Trader Performance, and he talks about the importance of simulated experience and working to get yourself into the trader you can be, and then also him working with traders for professional prop firms and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, holy cow. And then everything he spoke about, he was a trading psychologist, was hitting me like a ton of bricks because technically psychology is such a major part of trading. I connected with it right away. And I know he has other great books, but the Enhancing Trader Performance books, it talks about putting people on a sim to help them get to a certain level and then get them backing them. I'm like, that's how I got my start. Boom. Topstep was formed, or actually Talk Trading Partners was formed, a prop firm. Didn't charge anything, just to let people come in here and see if they could do that. People didn't take it serious. They had a little skin in the game. Topstep then was formed and saying, here's where we evaluate, and also the platform of which we educate, experiential education. And then we still have the prop firm that they're going to end up with that we've been doing backing live traders since 2010. So yes, he's a very, very impactful into even where the funding industry kind of moved into, because we started it. So I'm very stoked to hear him.
How about that?
Come on. Yeah.
Topstep TV.
Yeah.
Here in about 18 minutes, folks. Stay tuned. You got to watch.
NASDAQ might make a run for the lows.
Yeah.
There you go.
Watching that 371 level to the downside here. This could be interesting.
I want to see if we can hold a breakdown and hold below 400. If we fell in reverse, I could see us going back up to 430s, 440s. Buyer stepped right in at those 80s.
What are you guys liking? Anything? I know we're right in this little.
Watching this here.
We've been in this range of what?
Right now, I like the longs back up to the 30s and 40s. Okay. We just ran some stops and right back up.
Like between the 380s and the 440s-ish on both sides. Kind of been where we've been since, I don't know, easily the last hour.
Yeah, range bound. It's by the bottom of the range, still the top of the range. I was thinking that we had a chance to break down and run for the lows. Looking at breaking that flagging pattern, we didn't. And so now there's a chance to go back up to the top of this flagging pattern.
Yeah. Nothing popping just yet. Bit of a range.
Do we get a poll in here? How are we doing today?
Let's get a poll up, MP. I don't know if we had a couple polls today.
Let's not do it about money, Dre. Let's make it about like how your either mental state or confidence or something.
Go ahead.
Since we got Steenbarger coming on.
I like this.
Something about your psyche.
Yeah.
What would be a good poll?
Yeah. You happy with your mindset? Are you not happy with your mindset?
You go. You feeling centered? Are you feeling centered today? Yes or no? Are you feeling in the zone today?
Yeah, what would you say?
No? I just said it. I just said two different versions of what I'd say. I would say
like either one of them.
I'm fairly not good enough. Really not what you want.
Okay, coming to you. What would you think?
Back to you. Yeah. MP, what would you say? I don't know. Are you feeling centered today? Are you feeling grounded? Are you feeling in the zone? Are you feeling out of the pocket, as Rips would say? In the pocket.
Ooh, let's do a Rips one.
Okay, there you go.
Centered or tilted? Okay, there you go. That's good.
There you go. Well done. Who's back there? Good job. Put all that mumble jumble together and find it.
There we go.
Mumble jumble, and they finally found exactly what we were looking for. Nice. That's perfect.
I think the house account is feeling centered because it goes off the feelings of Dakota and Rips, which I felt were centered.
We're clicking.
Yeah, I felt like we were
MP.
pretty zoned in there. It felt good.
Hey, MP, real quick. I want you to roll up your sleeve where you got the boxing gloves. I want you to show us those boxing gloves really quick. Pull up to the camera here. Show us, guys. We're coming up next. It's going to transition into this new segment we got going here. A segment inside the segment. This is very important. What's called jab, 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 right? So important to this guy, he actually tatted it on his forearm, right? Jab, jab, jab. This is when we make the comebacks. My man Eddie and Gabe, they work really hard behind the scenes. Look at it. It means everything. He talks about jab, jab, jab all the time. That's how we build Topstep.
Every day.
Trades, that's how you get in and out of the stuff. Right, MP?
Yep. It's also the 1% daily improvement philosophy, the Kazan, was it Kazan, the Japanese or saying proverb or something about small daily improvements add up to big, like, improvements, whatever.
Yeah. So
I've been a jab since my 19, 20-year-old days when I used to try to do everything for a home run, everything for a shortcut, and that put me in the hole. And then when you just jab away and grind it out, I'm 45, so I've been trading my entire life, and then started a firm to help traders learn and then fund them, and I just been jabbing away. Same thing.
Love that.
Take that. So we said, let's take that. Let's bring it to the TV. So Eddie, what do we got for jab, jab, jab today? I'm loving this segment. What do we got, Eddie?
Let's get ready to rumble!
And in this corner, wearing the Topstep swag, the trader who does the work, strives to be successful. This can be you. And in the other corner, wearing the Pelosi for President 2024 Speedo, trading without a game plan like a damn fool. So stupid, he was driving to the airport, saw a sign that said airport left, so he went home doofy, big cheeks. Hey, let's see what our Topstep traders who are making jabs count. All right, we got Hoji. Hoji just said, just past the this moment, my 50K combine. Good job. Rockin', who's here on our chat a lot. I passed 2 more combines in the slow markets last night, giving me a total of 5 pass now. I know I'm pushing the buttons, but thank you for all the knowledge from you guys. Cool. Appreciate that. Flyer Jim, our good friend, you've seen him here on Topstep TV. Up 493 on the 50K combine. So locking it up for the morning. Catch you all tomorrow. Be listening for VIP. Holly, I know I could make more today. I mean, Holly probably doesn't sound like that, but I know I can make more today. But I just made 514 times 5 combines, so I decided to lock myself out. Way to go, Holly. Ashwin, I took a long after 3-minute candle, and as the PA was solid, took 3 contracts, made 1.5 on my 50K combine. Lock it out. See what that is? Lock that button out when you are up or when you're having the shittiest day of the week. Expander, just past 5 150K combines, going long since the open. XFA time. Noah D, Topstep. I gotta say, I love the manual lockout. I made some money today, and now I am locked out. It helps when I am tempted to keep trading. Right. CYA, cover your butt. David, I had a new XFA first day, down 1,700, brought it back to plus 200. That is jabbing away. Jab, jab, jab. Archie was negative 500 for the day. Now sitting in profit, sticking to my plan in the brand new first XFA. Jab, jab, jab. We got some honorable mentions. Mr. 7 up 1.5. Skunk Ape 1.5. These crossbows only passed the combine. John Miller passed the combine. Samuel Chen passed 2 combines. And that's what we have for Jab, Jab, Jab.
Awesome.
Jab, jab.
When did you guys start? This is bad. I love this. I knew
it. I knew it.
It's the trading principle. You got to keep jabbing away. Base hits. When I've had this forever.
Yeah. I'm paid, dude. Why are you making me show my tattoo? Why you making me show the tattoo? Almost like I had a little
show us your tramp stamp. You got that tramp stamp that says bye?
Yeah, can you show me that one too? Here's another one. These are all things that I had in my pocket when I was trading.
You know what, Michael? I found a few of those here at the house. I got them here. I got to take pictures of them. I found a bunch of cool stuff from our desk.
Yeah, I mean, it was all about base and trading. You got to have that philosophy. Everybody comes in to not everybody.
I'm long NASDAQ 388. Long NASDAQ
Nice.
388.
2003. Dakota's just been silently just watching this.
The silent assassin.
Yeah, he is. He's been
Sniperific.
itching
He
for a
hides
trade.
his screen.
He's got a bear. You got a bear behind you, Dakota.
There we go.
Oh my God, missed it. No. Jab, jab, jab. So yeah, same. Small ball,
How many Dakota?
chip away, brick by brick.
5 at 388. Looking for us to get back above 400s. Maybe leave a runner on to if we can get back to the top of this range. We'll see. This is a good risk reward, but improbable because we are in a bearish market, right?
What's your stop, or what do you? What
I'm going to
what
close
don't-
out if we get to 68.
Okay.
I might close out a little sooner. Just watching how we act right here at these 80s.
I'll join you. The house will join you at 85.
Right. 85s. Dakota long from 88.
I'm out. I didn't like that.
Okay.
We're selling off.
House is.
House
I
is
will
good
get
out.
back in though if it sets up again.
Fair enough. That was $700 loser. That is okay. It was a 5 lot. Jab,
Okay,
jab,
quick
jab.
out.
Keep
Yeah,
doing it. Principles.
Hey, Eddie, I'm starting to see some comments on a daily. Keep us posted if you got anything coming across the wire there. That's
We've got here, as far as dailies talking around 3% rate, may be around neutral. Let me dig some other stuff a little earlier. Continued expansion remains very possible. Labor market is cooled, largely normalized from the pandemic. That's old news. Cautiously optimistic. Hey, I haven't heard that one in a while. About the economic outlook. They were using. They've got a term every quarter. What's the one now? Soft landing, right? Okay.
Good like that.
Cautiously optimistic was used a lot. Also, Daly says the Fed has been able to get inflation down without major disruption. Really nothing in the red, but these comments are coming over the wire. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. And Rips, what are you smirking? What are you chuckling about over there, Rips? Before we do appreciations, something's
I'm
got
really
you
YouTube
left.
chat. It's just always too funny. It's good stuff.
YouTube
Well,
chat's been
I do want to put a poll in there real quick because I want to. The jab, jab, jab makes a lot of sense now after trading for a while. Who here, when you first started trading, was looking for the home runs, was looking for the high 6-figure payouts in their trading? Because I know a lot of newbie traders, because I was once one. That's where my mindset was. So if it's let's put a poll in here, I would say 70% of people
I'm
came
going
into
to
this
go above
business.
that.
Okay,
I'm gonna say-
70% of the in my opinion, are going to say they came in here to hit an absolute home run the first year. When I say that, whatever that means to you, you weren't thinking small ball. You were thinking home run ball. Like, how do I swing for the fences, and how do I get all this $1 million a year trader type stuff? So
awesome, MP.
Maybe
All right,
me.
guys. Real quick. Hey, let's get to the appreciations. I do see the doctor is in the green room, so let's make sure we use his time very wisely here. We are selling off in the ES and NQ. But anyways, this is the time of day where we do the appreciations on Fast Market. Let's keep them tight here, fellas. We got the big segment coming up with Dr. Brett Steenbarger in the house. I'll go to, as always, let's do the chat. Chat, please tell us what you're appreciative for on this day. Eddie, let's go to you. What are you appreciative for?
You know what? I'm appreciative of the flow of today's fast market. We really got through it. A lot of good communication, a lot of sharing of ideas and stuff from our chat. Great teamwork all the way around. Full circle. That is what I appreciate today.
Good stuff. Rips, what are you appreciative for today?
Always appreciative for the wonderful community that we have out there. Appreciative for the opportunities that TopStep gives us every single day to take on these markets for a very low risk. And just appreciative for everybody here on TopStep TV for producing a wonderful episode of Fast Markets today.
Yeah, buddy. All right, Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciated for the YouTube chat. Love it and see it. Like I said,
Yeah,
every
me
single
too.
day, at the end of the day, you need to look yourself in the mirror and just think, am I better today than I was yesterday? If not, you need to change something.
Ooh, I like it. Rips is loving that one. Look at that smile. Rips love that. Anyways, Mr. Michael Patak, what are you appreciative for?
Well, besides being back with y'all and Dr. Steenbarger coming on and talking about getting, your mindset in a better spot. I mean, I think I would probably put it around the jab, jab, jab concept. I'm appreciative that if you learn that quickly in life, my old man always said, if you focus on one thing, Junior, and you do it it's like focus on one thing, you'll do it very well and you become successful. Just one thing over and over and over and over again. Grind it out. So that type of mentality. And I want you guys to stick around for Dr. Steenbarger when he comes on here. Psyche is a big piece, big piece of trading. And he's just listen, be a sponge. It's going to be pretty helpful. And I think you guys will find a lot of value in it.
Man, I'm really appreciative for how this show went. The flow was back. Everything feels right again in the world. We got MP back in the house, trading up green across the board. Dakota Rips and the house account all green today. This is Topstep TV. We got Dr. Brett Steenbarger coming up next. Let's go.
All right, there were some overhead supply at 10s that they just swiped out. This is good. This is good. 13s are trading.
Here it comes.
Can we
Here it
come on?
comes.
14s are on the docket. There
Here
goes
we go.
15s.
Oh, get him.
It's
Yes. Hell yeah. Hell yes.
Woo!
We did it.
Woo! Hell yes.
Winner.
No, this one is fast.
he's
This one is
passed.
fast.
Oh, he's
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
this one is
go.
fast.
Yeah.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing TopstepX, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. TopstepX is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of Topstep TV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. TopstepX is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on TopstepX. That's right, TopstepX is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
right, it is finally time for the Ask Me Anything with Dr. Brett Steenbarger, and everybody knows her and loves her, Anne Marie. Anne Marie is a trader. You know her here. She's been all over the place. She's currently in Finland, and she's also the author of the trading book. Great to have you with us, Anne Marie. And Dr. Steenbarger, if you don't know him, you should. He's the author of several trading books, including The Psychology of Trading, The Daily Trading Coach, and my personal favorite, Enhancing Trader Performance. Dr. Steenbarger has worked with hedge funds, huge traders from all over the world. We are very lucky to have both of our guests with us today. Anne Marie, how are you feeling? Are you ready for the session?
I am so excited. Got my notebook.
Awesome.
Can't wait.
Awesome. Well, Doctor, if you have any comments that you want to talk about before we get started, and then after that, we can jump right into the questions because we have a lot of really good questions. And thank you all for providing all these great questions. This is going to be a wonderful session, and we're really looking forward to it. Doctor, any comments before we begin?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. You may have noticed that we are getting closer and closer to an election. And there's a fair amount of uncertainty as far as the projected outcome of that election. But that has created, among the people I work with at hedge funds, that's created some uncertainty. We see a lot of hedging with respect to, for instance, the VIX futures. And we see a lot of concerns about volatility going forward. So the next few weeks promise to be particularly interesting, and we could see some meaningful moves on top of the situation in the Middle East, which has been a real driver of crude oil prices lately. Whether there'll be expanded war between Israel and Iran, or both sides will cool off. And we're seeing quite a move today in the crude oil market. So a lot going on in the world that's impacting prices across different asset classes, different markets. I'll mention one other thing. It's on my blog site, Trader Feed, TraderFeed.blogspot.com. And the idea is a really important one, and hopefully we'll discuss it going forward today. But the idea is that learning is state dependent. In other words, we are most likely to make use of our learning if we are performing in the state that we were in when we learned the material. So what this means for traditional trader education and traditional trading psychology is that we're doing things all wrong. If I'm teaching people trading psychology when they're in a nice, calm, collected mode at the end of a trading day or on a weekend, or maybe they're listening to a podcast or watching a video, they're in a totally different state than when they're actually taking risk and seeing things moving. And so the learning doesn't carry over. It doesn't transfer. We need to learn in the states that we're in when we're going to be performing. This has profound implications for how we train ourselves.
That's very interesting, Doctor. That's probably why I've never been able to read a book by sticking it under my pillow while I sleep. You really have to be in the state of mind.
Yeah, you're just not absorbing it, right? Right. But it's a real challenge, and people hope that they're going to take classes or they're going to read material, and suddenly they'll become great traders. The classes give useful information. The trading psychologists provide useful perspectives. But in applying them, we have to do it in real time. which means that we can't just jump into risk taking and hope that what we've learned will automatically transfer.
Very interesting, Doctor. Very interesting. So, with that thought, I mean, when you're speaking to a trading psychologist or you're learning something about trading, what would you say is the best way for somebody to put themselves to take what they've learned and then use that in a at risk or stressful situation? How do you take what you've learned and then be able to use that in that situation to help you learn in that risk type situation?
Yeah, so the analogy I used on the blog post, and if people look, they'll be able to read it in more detail. The example I used is learning to jump with a parachute. Now, so jump from a helicopter, jump from a plane, learning how to skydive. Well, I could teach courses in how to pack a parachute, how to deploy a parachute. I could teach classes. I could show videos about how to jump from helicopters. Then you get on the helicopter and it's time to actually make the leap. And how much of what I've told you is going to stick? You're in a panic. So it doesn't transfer. So how do we train people like in the military? How do we train people to jump from planes and helicopters? Well, we start in simulation mode. They're tied to a line. They have a parachute on, but they are securely attached to the line, and they learn to jump from a platform up high, deploy their parachute, and if they make a mistake, the line protects them. And they do it again and again and again and again, and they simulate. And gradually the simulations get more and more challenging, and eventually they do it from a moderate height without the line, and then they increase the okay. So there's all sorts of simulation and all sorts of practice along the way, so that there's lots and lots of repetition. Because if something is repeated, if we encounter it many, 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 many times, it loses its emotional control over us. If I tell you a joke, the same joke, again and again and again and again and again, eventually it's not going to be very funny, right? It loses its emotional power. Okay, so that's what we want to do in training. So a training psychologist like myself can give some pointers about what to do in practice and how to do it. And you can try to apply it. And then if there are questions and problems, you can refine. But you can't just jump into taking risk like you just can't jump out of the helicopter without having a lot of simulations, a lot of practice beforehand.
But eventually you've got to make that jump, don't you?
Eventually, and excuse me, and that's really the key word, Hogue, eventually. So many traders are eager to succeed and eager to make money. They want to put the trades on right away. They want to take risk right away. And then they wonder why they're getting all emotional. It'd be like if I feel a need to jump out of the helicopter right away, and then I wonder why I'm getting panicked. Well, it's not something I need psychological techniques for. I need to structure the learning process the right way.
That makes so much sense to me, Doctor. I mean, I was in the S&P pit trading 1 lots, and I got hit on a 5 lot, and the abject fear that came over me is thinking that now, I'm used to trading 1 lots. Now I have 5 on was something that it takes time to increase that kind of risk and that kind of that to be able to handle that kind of risk. I remember my hand shaking. I couldn't even write the trade down.
Wow. Yeah. And eventually it becomes so routine that it doesn't throw you at all.
Right.
There was a time when I was first learning how to drive a car, and it was very scary, right? And it becomes second nature. But it's through repetition, it's through routine, it's through practice. And many times, many times, the psychological challenges that people are having in their learning process is because they're not giving themselves enough time to practice and get familiar and make it routine.
All right. Well, before we get into the questions, Anne Marie, do you have anything you would like to add to what we were just talking about?
It just makes perfect sense. It's sort of like a guy that comes up from AAA and he's got great skills, and his first day in the show, he walks 4 guys, right? Or he gets shelled. It's just, it's a different space. So that makes tons of sense. It really, really does.
Thanks, Anne Marie. All right. So for our first question, this is a question that I've seen a lot of traders kind of pondering. I know that there's one in particular that I'm really excited if he's here for him to hear your answers, Doctor and Anne Marie. So here's the first question. As a funded 20-year-old that's been trading for 4 years, now with a newborn child, if you were in my position, would you focus on day trading as your career, whether it be getting a series license and trying to work for a firm, or look for other transferable skills in other industries? Having a child does change things.
Having a child changes things amazingly. I have 5 children, and it's not a linear function. 2 are more than twice the work of 1, and 3 are more than 3 times. And so it takes real time and effort, but most importantly, it takes real teamwork. And if you have a spouse who's also working and has other responsibilities, then it can be very difficult to maintain the kind of hours that trading often involves. And that's one of the reasons why one of the common issues that people bring to me when they meet with me is problems in their relationships, problems in their marriages, because the work of trading taxes that teamwork. So you want to be aware of that. You want to be sensitive to that. It can be done, but you really have to be able to pick up the slack for each other. I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out. And it takes the pressure off if you go through a period where you're not making money in trading. It's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking, to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
Anne Marie, I'm sure you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. There's so much pressure in trading anyway. It's better to have something stable and then work at being consistent, because consistency or a lack of it is the bane of all our existence, right? And you got to get consistent in your process before you can go, all right, I'm just going to go jump right in. And I jumped right in, and it was really the worst thing for me to do because the pressure made me lose a lot of money. And so I would definitely say have a foundation, just like Dr. Brett said. It doesn't feel as exciting to go, I am trading and I'm doing this, but it's the wise thing to do, I think.
Well,
and good family. I agree with you, Anne-Marie. Now, there are, I should mention, in the world of finance, I work with hedge funds mostly, and people who join a hedge fund, they've typically had some training, but they join with a salary. And it's typically a 6-figure salary. And then they get a bonus on top of the salary. That's how they can make a good amount of money. But that salary provides a cushion of safety and security that the average short-term trader would not have.
Well, from personal experience, I'm familiar with this. I was a local in the S&P pit, got married, was making money, losing money, overall profitable, but I was certainly not the best trader in the world. And when my, first daughter was born, I had an opportunity to step up and fill orders. So I became a filling broker, and that was, a little bit more solid income, but it also kept me in a position where I was going to be able to trade alongside of that. Maybe not in the S&Ps, but I was able to trade in the NASDAQ or other markets while I was doing that. So, and I don't know if I would have survived being, a local trader or just an outright, speculator after my first daughter was born, because it does add a lot of pressure. Corey, I hope that really, really helps your kind of decision making in that. And it's always a personal decision. And so great questions, great answers. And hopefully a little bit of my experience will help you make your decision. All right, we've got a couple of kind of related questions here. I've kind of put related questions together. We have Stefan that is asking, first of all, thanking both of you for being here. My question is, I realize that I feel fatigue after watching the charts for a couple of hours. Seems like my mental capital is gone and I feel mentally drained. This happens usually around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I still have things I want to accomplish since it's still early in the day. What is your recommendation to recharge my mental capital and to get some more energy to keep going? And the other one is, can you share some techniques to reach and maintain a state of flow? How can I track this stuff for a measurable frame of reference? And anytime you're, then this is me talking now, anytime you're getting tired, you're losing that potential state of flow. I've noticed whenever I was in a state of flow, the minute I realize I'm in a state of flow, I'm no longer in a state of flow. Doctor?
Yeah, no, great questions. In the psychology research literature, they talk about concentration being a muscle. And if we focus and concentrate, eventually we tire out that muscle, just like if we were using our muscles all the time in the gym, eventually we would become fatigued. So we all have those limits. And typically that's why it's helpful to be able to take short periodic breaks, and breaks that really refresh you. It could be with social time. It could be by having a bite to eat. It could be by getting a breath of fresh air. But getting away quickly and doing a reset can help tremendously the concentration. Now, as I believe I've shared in a previous talk with you guys, I do work myself in the area of biofeedback. There are devices, the one I use is called Muse, M-U-S-E, that measure our brainwaves in real time. And it tells us, are we in alpha state, which is more in the flow? Are we in beta state, where we're more charged up? And we can learn in real time techniques for keeping ourselves in that alpha state, keeping ourselves in that zone. So this is something that can be trained. And if you look up, just Google neurofeedback or neurofeedback research, you'll see a lot of information about how to train the brain to get better and better and better at entering flow, but also sustaining flow.
Man, I wish I had that when I was younger, because it's true. I mean, the minute you realize you're in flow, you're out of it. Anne Marie, any thoughts on this?
I'd like to ask Dr. Brett what he thinks about adding breathing techniques to, there's a lot of stuff out there about breath. What do you think about breathing techniques at the desk? And, sometimes I do deep breathing. I end up hyperventilating myself. But how do you how do you incorporate that?
Yeah, and that's a great example, Anne-Marie, of something you can do during a break where you just empty your mind, like in meditation, you empty your mind, sit very still, take very slow and deep breaths. And of course, what you're doing is slowing yourself physiologically. Your heart rate comes down and your muscle tension comes down, and you're also tuning out cognitively and giving yourself a bit of that rest. That can be very effective. Now, the ideas can be combined. So, for instance, you can do meditative breathing while you're hooked up to biofeedback.
Yeah.
It could be heart rate variability feedback. There's a site called Heart Math. It could, which is very good at measuring stress levels. It could be the brainwave feedback that I mentioned. But you can use the deep breathing to actually see, am I getting myself in the zone? Typically what happens, my experience, Anne-Marie, for what it's worth, is that people do a few deep breaths and they hope that that's going to transform their consciousness. They don't stick with it long enough to really get the focus. It does take a little time, and it takes practice.
Doctor, we hear about the state of flow quite a bit. In your words, what is a state of flow?
Yeah, a state of flow is where you're so absorbed. There's a research named Csikszentmihalyi, and he talks about flow as a state in which you are so absorbed in what you're doing, you lose the sense of time. Time just seems to pass, because you're just so into what you're doing. And typically that happens when we're engaged in activities that are of an optimal level of challenge. If things are too easy, we don't really get into the flow. If things are too difficult and frustrating, we certainly don't get into the flow. But when we're doing something that absorbs us, that speaks to us, then it's easier to become fully absorbed and be in that state of flow. The research tells us that when we are in that flow state, we tend to have more well-being, more good feelings, good experience psychologically, but we also tend to be more creative. And so we literally can see things in markets better when we are in that zone.
Thank you very much for that answer.
The opposite of flow is being highly distracted, being very frustrated, very distracted. That would be the opposite of flow.
So, I mean, if you're having a hard day, you're losing money, something like that, you're probably not going to find the state of flow in that regard.
Yes and no, Hogue. It's really interesting. Even the best traders, and I've worked with some very, very successful ones. If you look at the hit rate of their trades, what percentage of their trades are profitable? It's not far north of 50%. They're really good at holding trades that become good-sized winners, and they're very good about holding the downside on the ones that don't work. But if you have a 50-50 hit rate, you're going to go through periods, and you can calculate the odds, where you have 3 losers in a row, 4 losers in a row, and so forth. And so they are accustomed to that. They accept that. But even more importantly, they view the losing trades as potential education. This is telling me either something about myself, maybe I did something wrong, or it's telling me something about the market I'm trading. Maybe there's something I'm missing in the market. So ironically, the losses could get them focused on what they're doing, get them focused on the market, and they could get into the zone that way.
There was a guy standing next to me in the S&P pit for a little while, and he would, he'd have a trade on. I could watch what he was doing. And every loser that he took, he would say, okay, good. And finally I said, why are you saying, okay, good after each losing trade? He says, because I don't view it as a loss. I view it as an opportunity to learn something. There was something I'm missing. I'm getting information from the market. I'm learning something from the market when my setup doesn't play out. And I think that's probably a good way to kind of turn that into, a way to get into a state of flow. I mean, you can be down money and then find that state of flow, and then I end up having a really good day.
Great point and example. Now, Anne Marie and I share an interest in spirituality and religion, and
as do I.
Good. And so when we have spiritual beliefs that put things into perspective, it changes how we view what otherwise would look negative. So, for instance, if this law is given to me as learning, if this is something that's going to be making me better, well, then I can feel grateful. I can say, thank you. Thank you for this lesson. Now, no one likes losing money, but if that's an investment in learning and your development, then there's something you can feel good about, and it doesn't have to be a frustration.
There was a line Morgan Freeman said in Evan Almighty when he was talking to Evan's wife, and she didn't know that she was talking to God. He says, "What do you think God does when you ask him for discipline? Do you think that he just fills you with discipline, or does he give you the opportunity to be disciplined?" I love that answer.
Yeah.
Love that answer.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Well, let's move on to the next question. And I think this is one you're both really going to enjoy. As a neurodivergent ADHD trader, I am only as successful as my last trade. I can't seem to get myself into that autonomous routine of consistency and discipline. If I break my rules, I will look back and wonder why I was even doing the things I know I shouldn't do. It's almost like I go blind, or that the wrong parts of my brain just take over, limbic versus frontal cortex things. Whether it's boredom, dopamine addiction, or just not being able to do the things you're supposed to do, what do you suggest for other ADHD traders to combat these problems? Now, there's another question that involves dopamine. Can you make a comment on how lifestyle habits impact trading, particularly dopaminergic activities, and provide advice on how to lower dopamine baselines, which ultimately impact one's desire to be in the market?
Yeah, both really good questions. So I teach at a department of psychiatry at a medical school, and there is in our department a clinic that deals with ADHD. And so I'm familiar with a newer generation of medications that have been quite helpful for ADHD. If we don't have the right brain functioning, this is true in major depression as well. If we're not producing the right neurotransmitters, if we're not firing the right way, then it's just like, I have a pancreas that doesn't work, and I need medication to be able to produce enough insulin to be able to regulate my blood sugar.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have diabetes, I don't say, I don't want to be on a medication, I should control it myself. But when it's the brain, we tend to not necessarily feel that way. But there are medications that are safe, they are not addictive, and that can very much help ADHD in general. And I've seen firsthand how they can help trading. So I would first off, as advice, encourage that person to get professional advice from a specialist and see what's available. The second thing is back to the biofeedback idea. We can train the brain, and biofeedback is one of the training devices that's used with children and young adults who have ADHD, because it teaches them how to focus. There's a fun app where if they stay focused, they have like a bird in the air, and if they keep their focus, the bird keeps flying through the air. And if they increase their focus, the bird goes higher, higher. And if they lose their focus, the bird comes down and eventually would come down altogether. And so it's a great little game that trains people to keep their attention, keep their attention, keep their attention. So that's a worthwhile direction also. And asking a specialist about that is really an important way to go.
How much is dopamine involved in trading decisions?
Well, ideally, not much at all. Right? I mean, dopamine gives you that rush, and
the feel-good thing, right?
The feel-good thing. And look, I mean, we're all competitive people in markets. We all want to win, and we do feel good when we win. But feeling good when you win is different than looking for a thrill. And if you need thrills in your life, then you need to make sure that they're being met in other areas of your life so that you don't have to use trading to get your thrills.
Excellent.
So it's so important because sometimes, and both of you talk about this a lot, sometimes the best trade is not to trade. Sometimes there's not great opportunity. But if you need the thrills, you need the excitement, you won't be able to honor that. So get the dopamine rushes elsewhere, and then you can use trading to make money.
There you go. Anne-Marie, any thoughts and questions on these subjects?
No, I know this personally. I went through the University of Michigan's NeuroCore program, and what they did was hook you to everything. They put you on a television, and they're playing a movie, and they tell you to manage your breath. And if you don't get the right breath cycles, the film stops, and they record everything. So it's another, and literally, I was the only adult in there with all these kids. And it was just, it's a great way for you to tune in to whether you have that, I'm going to call it a deficiency, but it's just a trait. And if you have that, then there are things that you can do to work on it. And of course, those medications are life-changing. Personally, I can tell you.
That's great, Anne-Marie. And let me mention the other problem, the opposite problem, which is more one that I have. There are some people who are wired in such a way that they need quite a bit of emotional stability. So if something is going to produce lots of ups and downs, really exciting, you could win, you could lose, or sometimes relationships, they can be full of drama. But I know how I'm wired. I don't like drama. I don't like drama at all. And so it's sort of the opposite of seeking the dopamine rush. And so for me, what is a challenge? A market that suddenly becomes really volatile. And now all of a sudden, there's more risk, more reward, and that throws me. And so I have to train myself to deal with that excitement or that stimulation as opposed to dealing with the lack of stimulation.
And how do you do that? What do you do?
I do two things, and this I've had to learn through hard experience. I'm very quick to size down if I see volatility rising, because I want to keep risk and reward in a certain band given my account size. So I'm quick to monitor volatility and size accordingly. And the second thing is, if markets become volatile and I don't really understand why they're acting in that way, I quickly exit. And it's sort of like the physicians saying, above all else, do no harm. If I don't understand why things are suddenly moving around, maybe there's been a geopolitical event, maybe there's an economic announcement I'm aware of, then I pull back. So I control my level of arousal, my level of ups and downs with sizing, and by my willingness to step back when things aren't right for me.
When something changes quickly, you're and you don't understand why, you don't know why it's happening, you take yourself out.
That's right.
Just take yourself out of the situation until you get an
understanding. For a trader like me, what's the greatest challenge? Let's say I see things setting up really well. Like we've been in a tight range and suddenly we're breaking out to the upside and increased volume. Mm-hmm. I'm meant to go after that. I'm meant to size up. But I don't like all that P&L volatility. Mm-hmm. So I've had to push myself in doing my own trading psychology to size up in a controlled way, but really practice to normalize that experience, because otherwise you're never going to make more from your wins than you lose with your losses. And if you're around 50-50 on a hit rate, you won't make money.
Wow. One of the things I tell traders all the time is to try and remain centered, not too happy, not too sad, you sound like you're very centered.
At my best. And but it takes centering, because there's so much that goes on in markets. There's so much that goes on in life. Mm-hmm. We had a question from someone who has a newborn. And so you're trying to trade and suddenly your newborn, God forbid, is sick. Well, my goodness, it is crying. So we can do everything we can to center ourselves, but life sometimes intrudes.
Yeah.
That is 100% true. 100% true.
Quickly, Doug,
right.
that just brought up something that you said in one of your nearest posts. You talked about the muscle and the psychology of aggressiveness when you said, hey, the market's asking me to size up. Is that just something that how do you develop aggressiveness in the right spaces when you're trading?
A good question. It's such a good question. How does a boxer know when to really go after the opponent? For a good part of the rounds, you're dancing around the ring and you're avoiding getting hit. And you're trying to score a few points, with jabs. But then you notice that your opponent is wobbly. You notice that your opponent is hurt. And you're meant to go after that knockout. It's noticing that vulnerability. You can't make it happen. You can't predict it. But you have to be open-minded to seeing that and training yourself to go after it. And again, you do that in practice. Boxers practice in the ring. And traders can do that as well in their reviews and in their simulated trading. But you have an idea of when the market is setting up in such a way that you have a high reward to risk opportunity. Typically, in my experience, and I'm sensitive to this because I do work with financial institutions, It's an opportunity when bigger players are leaning the wrong way and they've got to get into a trade. So the bigger players have been short the market, and suddenly we get some news about the potential for a rate cut from central banks. Or the market has been short a particular stock and it comes out with a favorable earnings report. There's a catalyst, and the big players are offsides, and they've got to chase. They've got to cover their shorts, but they also have to accumulate positions. You can identify that in real time through shifts in volume. This is where relative volume is very helpful. And you see that the volume is increasing for that particular time of day. The bigger players are getting in, and boom, you can get right in and ride their coattails. And if you're breaking out of a range or breaking from a low, you can set your stop at a reasonable level so that your risk reward is good, even as you're sizing up.
Thank you.
So know when you got them and really go after them. You got that other boxer wobbling.
It has to come to you. It has to come to you. If you try to make it happen, if you force it, then you're back to the dopamine rush situation.
Okay, that's something that we talk about a lot here. Is
you're going after a big win, a big win, a big win. You've got to be calm, calm, and see the opportunity. That's why I use the analogy of the military sniper. You're sitting in the weeds, quiet, quiet, quiet. You're hiding. And then here comes the high value target, insight. And that's when you're meant.
That's when you pull it. That's when you go.
That's when you go.
We tell people all the time, if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. But it's the ones that seem to come to you that always seem to be the better opportunities. I like the way you put that, Doctor.
Yeah, and that's because for really good traders, what's at work is pattern recognition. If you've seen enough markets on enough time frames, you see what's happening. You see something, an example that I've used recently in my writing, you see an example where you're selling off in the broad stock market, you're selling off in many sectors, and one sector, maybe the technology stocks, are holding up. You're not seeing a lot of selling in those. And you say to yourself, well, wait a minute, that shouldn't be happening. There's a floor under here. Let's see if the relative strength translates eventually into absolute strength. So you've seen that pattern play out again. And as it starts to play, you've seen it, you've been there, and you can go for it.
Awesome. There's a question here, and I think every trader deals with this to some degree or another, and we apologize. We won't be able to get to everybody's question. I've tried to kind of collect them into similar questions. This one really sticks out to me, and it's something that I've always dealt with. Pete sometimes struggles with negative self-talk, which of course impacts his trading. How do you deal with negative self-talk? What is the key to kind of building that winning mindset, or if at all, being able to quiet that negative self-talk?
Yeah, so this gets into what are called cognitive techniques that we can use to improve our trading. So let's use an example. I'm going to call on you, Anne-Marie. So you're trading, Anne-Marie, okay? And putting you on the spot here. You're trading and you take a loss. And I'm sitting beside you and I say to you, I can't believe you took another loss. How could you have made such a stupid trade? You keep doing that, you're going to lose your money. Eventually, you're going to lose your account. Now, what would you say to me?
I would.
We'll keep this to PG-13. What would you say?
Okay. I think I would say, you do you. I'll do me. I got you.
Yeah. That's very diplomatically said, by the way. Much better than STFU. But the idea here, that's a stock on the NASDAQ. STFU? No. Okay. Anyway, so the idea here is that you have to learn to talk back to your negative self-talk. If the negative self-talk were coming from me, Anne Marie would have no problem talking back. Hey, you do it your way, I'll do it my way. I've got to learn in my own experience. So she's pushing back. We have to imagine, visualize that our negative self-talk is coming from someone else. And how do we want to come back to that? Because if we can push back, if we can push away and not identify with the negative talk, then it won't dominate our trading. The problem is not that we have some negative talk, but we're identifying with it. We're absorbing it. We're believing it. That's a good word for it. And so we want to say, wait a minute, where is this coming from? Would I be saying this to someone else in this situation? No, of course not. I need to be a little more accepting of myself.
I think that's a good way to think about it, is if you wouldn't say it to somebody else, you probably shouldn't say it to yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. And most of us have the social skill and sensitivity that we wouldn't say it to someone else. Just to be able to take a quick time out and say, wait a minute, is this constructive? Is this going to make me a better person, a better trader? So you're learning to interrupt the negative talk and replace it, not necessarily with positive talk, because maybe we did make a big mistake. Maybe we did do something wrong. You can't always be positive, but you can always be constructive. Constructive self-talk means learning from experience.
What would you say to somebody who, when it comes to negative self-talk, thinks more about feeling it and desensitizing the feelings from feeling it deeply and feeling it and just letting it desensitize itself that way? Does that sound like something that you would agree with?
I wouldn't, because my leaning is to intercept it up front before it creates all sorts of negative feelings and disruptions in me. So right away, I want to be sensitive to it, just like I would be sensitive to it if someone is trading next to me and starts saying all this negative stuff about me. I'm going to tell them to be quiet. I need to focus on my trading. And so I want to be able to catch myself in that mode and tune that out. Now, it can be talk back to, well, yes, and that's what cognitive techniques are all about, right? I mean, if you look up cognitive therapy, and I've written some about that in the Daily Trading Coach, we can actually keep a cognitive journal where we replace the negative talk with more constructive talk. And so we're practicing changing our thought patterns.
So you take a trade and you go, your inside is saying, boy, you're an effing idiot. Why the heck did you take that trade? You could say back to it, hey, that's not true. I am not an effing idiot. It just wasn't a good trade. Maybe it wasn't in my process, but I'm learning. So you STFU and you be you and I'll be me and move on to the next opportunity.
Right. Because I'll say to myself, well, I will be an idiot if I don't learn from this experience. Now, let's go learn. What can I take away? If I did something wrong, or there's something in the market that I need to take into account, let's make this constructive. Let's learn from it. Let's use it to make me better. Then I'm not an idiot. If I don't learn from it, then I'm an idiot.
All right, awesome. So most of these sessions are always going to include something about fear. And here's the fear section. I've got a few people. I've kind of put them together. We're just going to kind of talk a little bit about what Test Face, Steven, Ryan, Sean, Marcelo, and Vereen are thinking about here. So one of them is having trouble not holding on to winning trades long enough. Probably something a little bit fear-based. Increasingly intimidated by high potential risk and high potential gains, even in sim accounts. Biggest problem in trading is I hold on to losers way too long. How can I get better at cutting my losses? Fear of loss or avoiding loss. Been scared to take trades, even when they're the correct trades. In situations where you notice fear and greed influence your decision making. How do we manage those? This is a lot to digest here with all these questions. But there's another trader that makes money in a practice account, no problem. Every time they get into a funded account, they lose it within a couple of days. I kind of feel like these are all kind of fear-based outcomes.
Yes, and the latter is more of an example of what's called performance anxiety, typically, that once we have real money on the line, that suddenly, in practice, we can be okay. Yeah. And so jumping from trading on paper to the funded account in real time may be too big a leap for someone, and they may need to trade on their own with a very small account and get accustomed to the risk taking, move their way to going for a tryout. But typically, performance anxiety is something that we can overcome with the right kind of practice and repetition. There were a number of examples of fear that you gave with the questions, and each would be dealt with somewhat differently. But I'll answer in a broad context, and maybe we can get into details at another occasion.
Okay.
Many times, well, I'll give two answers. Many times, the fear is not just a fear of losing, but a fear of feeling like a loser. That we're fearing failure. And so we need to rehearse the mindset that losses are part of the game. There's inherent uncertainty in financial markets, and that our evaluation of ourselves is based on our learning and our growth and our development, not by our absolute P&L at any moment. So again, it's back to the cognitive approach, changing our thinking about success and failure, because if we can learn from quote unquote failure, then it's not so much of a threat. The other approach that I think I've shared with you is called a solution-focused approach. People have patterns of problems, and they come to someone like me, and how can I overcome this negative thinking? How can I overcome this negative pattern? In solution-focused work, we look at when problems are not occurring. When have you been trading and not been overwhelmed by fear? When have you been trading and you've been very constructively focused? And what were you doing at those times? So instead of trying to remove or lessen the negatives, you're looking for occasions when those negative patterns are not occurring, because the odds are good that at those times, the person is doing something right. That might reflect their best practices. So let's learn from the exceptions to the problem patterns and do more and more and more of what works.
I like that.
Traders don't spend time focusing on their successes, focusing on what you're right and learning from them, building on those strengths. And by the way, that's the topic of the book I'm writing right now.
Awesome.
Applying positive psychology to trading psychology. But we do things right, and we're doing things right because it reflects our strengths, something we're good at. But we write our journals, we review at the end of the day, and we focus on the negatives, we focus on the losses, we focus on the frustrations, and that just magnifies those. Let's look at what we did right. Let's look at our successes and learn from the best of what we do.
That's just more drama when we just focus on all the bad things.
I think. And again, we wouldn't want someone who's reviewing us to do that.
For sure.
100%.
Yeah. Good questions.
Very, very good questions. And thank you all for sending them in, of course. And as always, we apologize if we weren't able to get to your particular or specific question. I tried to bring them into groups so that, if we didn't get to your question, at least you'd have a little bit of touch on what you were talking. Anne Marie, I would if you have any other last questions or thought thing before we go. You've been, just kind of hanging around, quiet, listening, and I'm just wondering what else you have to say, or if you have any thoughts.
You know what? I just love listening to Dr. Brett because he brings things to the root of the problem. He doesn't dance around anything. He just goes and comes right in. So it's been my joy to listen. And that last piece that you said about focusing on that positive, you end up feeding that dog. He's going to grow bigger than the other one, right? And so, no, I've loved every minute of it. I always soak your stuff in. I'm a voracious reader of your blog and your other posts. And I'm just so happy I got to spend the time with you. And you too, John. But I get you more than I get him. So there you go.
Well, we are
both of you.
Well, we really appreciate you, Dr. Steenbarger, for coming and hanging out with us again. We always look forward to this. We look forward to the next time that we have you with us. And any last comments, any encouragements you can give us before the end of the session?
Anne Marie, you go first, and then I'll respond.
The great thing about this is it's recorded, so go back and listen. And Dr. Brett dropped some really clear nuggets of stop, listen to yourself, watch what you're doing, learn to have a repeatable process. So many things he talked about over and over again. And when we listen to things the first time, we're engaged, it's interesting. But the teacher appears when the student is ready, and that's very often after the third and fourth and fifth time. So watch this again. He brought I got a whole page of notes, so I'm going to be watching it again too.
Well, thank you very much, Anne Marie. And I want to focus on something you just mentioned, reviewing, and just even one takeaway that speaks to you. In what's been discussed. The research in psychology tells us that we learn to change. We change most effectively if we have a limited number of goals and work on those intensively. So don't try to change everything all at once. Take one thing at a time and work on it every single day. And so whenever you have a coaching session, whenever you have a class, whenever you have something like we're doing here today, one takeaway that you're going to work on and work on and work on that's going to make you better, better, better. You do that each week. And my goodness, the compounding value of that is going to make you better, better, better by the end of the year.
100%.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I think some of us call that suck a little bit less tomorrow.
That's right. I love it.
All right. Well, thank you both very much. Got your books here. I've read them both. Got to read them again. What a great session. Thank you again, Doctor, for being here. Anne Marie, always a pleasure. Thank you for being here. Stick around. We've got Shoulder Tap up next with Jack and Mick. And Doctor, can't wait for the next time. Anne Marie, we all know and love you. We'll see you very soon, I hope. And trade well, everybody. Have a great rest of the day. And what a blessing it has been to have these two with us today. So have a great rest of the day. Doctor,
thank you very much.
We'll talk to you soon.
See you. Thanks, Dr. Brett. Thank you, John.
What's up, traders? Black Hoodie Brigade is in the house for another episode of Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by risk manager Mick. Mick, what do we think? Zip hoodie or pullover?
Yeah, I was going to ask. We got to get a poll in the chat if we could, please. Do you prefer when you wear black hoodies, pullover or zip up? You got to move off to the side a little bit. I don't think everybody can see that. Yeah, you can see it's a zip. Okay.
It is a zip. The reason I have it zipped up all the way is because I realized I'm wearing a shirt of a teal color that is messing with the green screen a little bit. That's scary.
We can see through you. Jack, you're a ghost.
So you can see that dog in me. All right. With that.
Or that old speculator from the NYSE behind you, in ya.
Oh, yes. The ghost of speculation past. All right.
Chalkboard quotations.
With that, we're going to do a little shoulder tap today. We have a few updates and one card. If you have any questions, dump them in the chat. We'll try and get to those as well. Mick, how are the funded traders doing today?
Well, it's an interesting day, mixed bag, as I almost always say. But we've got some people up really good in the live account today. I want to follow up with a shout out to Faye. She was our featured trader yesterday on Shoulder Tap. I think she was up about $5,700 on the day yesterday. She's up $6,700 on the day today, and she is done for the day. But she's not the top dog in the live account. Speaking of dogs, we will talk about someone in our one single trading card today who just got hit by a freight train. And in the meantime, we do want to get some questions in the chat because we're only going to talk about this one trader today, and I want to field some questions with Jack. We haven't done that. We used to do the Ask a Risk Manager Anything, and with just the one trading card today, we'd like to, fill up a little bit of the airtime with some questions from our viewers. But before we get to this train wreck, the person that got hit by the freight train, I have a shout out for Daniel. Daniel's up $23,000 and counting in his live account today. We've got Nicholas up $10,500 and counting in his live account. And then Susan, Susan's up $11,800 and counting in their live account today. And Ben, our risk manager, who has been doing a lot of these shoulder tap segments lately, spoke to her. Worst case scenario, and I love this, for someone who's up $11,800, call it $12,000. The worst case scenario today that Susan's going to find herself in is walking away up $8,000. That is good money management. She's up almost 12. She's going to stop if she goes back to being up only 8,000. Walk away, call it a good day, lock it in. That's what we as traders want to be doing, managing our money and managing significant winning days.
Let me talk about this for a second, just in case people haven't been following. Susan, up until today, had 30 days complete with 29 days of 1K loss limit and 1 day of $41,000. She was currently riding a 14-day DLL streak. This is someone we've discussed because on many of those days, she was flat and up a bunch of money. Today, Ben slacked me just fervently this morning, being like, Susan's up 13K right now or something. What do we do? So Ben talked to her. They've agreed she's getting out, hopefully above 8, but we're getting out at 8. Susan, if you do that, it will make my holiday season. My heart will grow like the Grinch 5 times. Then let's do it again.
Yeah, hopefully it's above 8,000. Well, it certainly will be at or above 8,000. Risk team, when we have conversations with our traders in the live accounts like that, if we see that they are not getting themselves out where they said they would at the $8,000 mark, we go and flatten that trade, lock out the account for the remainder of the day so they cannot add any more losses to what is a good day. But hopefully, she's reading the market well today. Hopefully she just ends it, on a high water mark of some sort and has a good reason to get out on the trade. But she's positioned herself very nicely today. Speaking of positioned, someone who's not positioned themselves nicely, Jack, I think it's time to pull up this juicy trading card. And this is a unique trading card.
We got to show the good, the bad, and the ugly in this industry. And
so
yeah.
So look at this here, folks. We've got a juicy story for you here. This card is not like all the other cards where you will see an average daily P&L here for Robert C. trading out of Quebec, Canada. And I'm trying to have a little fun with this segment, but this is not fun for me to think about. But today was day one in the live account. Robert lost $59,535. You might ask yourself, how did this happen in a single day? How did this happen at Topstep when there's loss limits on these accounts? And how did a trader let this happen while they were in an open position? So a couple things to unpack here. Robert had been in a live account with us prior to this current account that he was trading on today, which was day one in the live account. His account was set up without a daily loss limit value in place. So he essentially did not have a daily loss limit to flatten him at a certain dollar loss value. He did, however, have a max loss limit value set in place, which is $0. So Robert started the day with about $58,000 in this live account. Didn't have a daily loss limit. I'll tell you what happened. You guys could guess it. For anybody that's trading the equity indices today, you know what happened to the NASDAQ, and most of you do trade equity indices. So Robert, on day one, decided to slap on a 15 lot and ride it, 15 lot long, and ride it down. So this 60,000 or so, call it 59,000 and change, this loss occurred over the course of 9 minutes, basically 10 minutes. He started off going long 5, then he went long another 5, then he went long another 5. So average price was basically from the average price on the 15 lot, it was 9 minutes before he lost $60,000 on this 15 lot. So there's a few things here. 1, 9 minutes. I mean, we have people that are monitoring these accounts at all times. It's easy for one person to, over the course of 9 minutes to, not notice something like that when it's happening in quick fashion like that. But Robert had 9 minutes in this position and didn't do anything about it. Yes, we all want to hang our hats on the daily loss limit auto liquidation tool. But he saw that he was down over $3,000 and just didn't take any action. I think when you're losing money that quickly, I've been there before, you kind of freeze up a little bit and, as they say, deer in headlights kind of thing. But a couple things. This should have never happened to Robert because, well, 1, the loss limit should have been in place. 2, all our traders in live accounts are required to have stops on their protective stops on their open positions. Now, risk manager Ben spoke with Robert today, and Robert said that he didn't want to put a protective stop on his open position. He wanted to manage the trade manually. Well, it's a requirement to have stops on your open positions in live accounts. And 2, if he was going to manage the trade manually, where was the management? Because he did not intervene on his way to $59,000 in losses over those 9 minutes. Could have intervened at any point in time. Did not exit. It was the auto liquidation tool that took him out, like I said, at $0. So there's, this was a major screw up today on day one of an account that started with, $58,000 in it. $58,000. It's a lot of money to lose in 9 minutes. I sure would love to put that towards my Carrera 911 that I've been scoping out for the last 2 decades. But yeah, I don't know. Jack, what are your thoughts here?
Oh boy, I don't want to make this general. I don't want to. You shouldn't pile on when, like, what's the
Jack's speechless
here? You lost. Well, here, we'll just say some general things. I think that you need to be cognizant of how big these contracts are. And I get nervous every time I see people who have like 15 NQ on. So 15 NQ, the nominal value of that is about $6 million right now. So you can lose on that position like $60,000 right here. It's a 1% move in the NQ. If you have right now a 15 lot on, a 1% move in the NQ is worth $60,000. It's important to remember those things. And this is why no matter what happens, it doesn't have to be a stop. You always need a stop in, I call it my disaster stop. You always need to stop somewhere. It can be way off market. It can be at a price that you know you're going to move it or something like that at some point. But things happen. I mean, I don't know what happened here, but hypothetically, if you lose or get like a, say your internet goes out or something, at least you have a stop in there. And you always should, especially if you're going to have 15 lots on, because as I said, 1%, that's a 60 grand move.
It's funny you mentioned the internet going out. I had heard that is what the trader had said happened during this time. Whether I believe that or not is a whole nother story. That's a good excuse or way to pass off any accountability of not managing the trade that you said that you were going to manage when you didn't do what you needed to do and have that protective stop in.
What you're saying is true when you mentioned how you can, and this is a thing of being over leveraged in general, is you really can freeze up. And I've seen it happen when things move very quickly and you have too much size on. There's almost this sense of disbelief because it's usually something you haven't seen before. And it's often at those points, especially in a down market, or if you have, like what I used to trade with like spreads and things, you're looking at the screen and it's saying these numbers, it's showing these prices, but you're thinking, because based on your experience, you haven't seen it. You're just thinking, this can't be. No, it has to come back. This is
right.
Is wrong. This is illegal. And unfortunately, when things are really moving, it's like it's double duty because there's no time. It's like you're in a matter of seconds. And I've definitely been in positions where a matter of seconds are worth thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And it's not, the good thing about trading outrights, it's never that hard to get out if you need to. You have that flatten all button and just one thing, it's done. Maybe there'll be some slippage. It's not like trying to unwind a bunch of positions across different markets. But if you ever find yourself in that scenario, it means you're trading too big. I feel really bad for this individual. This is avoidable. I hope they're okay.
I do too. I mean, that's some real dough. If you think about, what you might be making annually trading, that could be life-changing money right there. The $58,000 that they had in that starting balance. And that was a tool to really, the account was a tool to really grow from the 58,000. I sure would have loved to have just, in hindsight, given this person that money as a payout as opposed to have it going poof to the people on the other side of those trades, in the marketplace. We don't want money lost to the markets here at Topstep. We'd rather see money in traders' pockets. But I think in my experience in this industry, I've had a lot of learning experiences, Jack. I know you have too. And I know that many of these learning experiences cost us money. I've never had a $58,000 learning experience, $59,000 learning experience. But you have to learn from all of these things. And, one learning would be if the firm that's backing me says it's required to have a stop in place on an open position, put that stop in place. You should, even if they don't require it, have a stop in place. Like Jack said earlier, it doesn't need to be a stop that's, close to the market, but call it a Hail Mary or a doomsday stop, get something in there because this trader, almost lost 200 points in the NASDAQ with 15 on. And that happened in 9 minutes. Things happen quickly. Last thing I'll say here before we, take questions, if we have any time to do questions, is deer in the headlights. Yeah, that happens. And it always happens when you're trading, maybe it's not when it's trading outside of your boundaries. I know for me, last time I was a deer in the headlights, I had more corn contracts on than I should have. And, when I had over 300 corn on and the market started going against me, I'd not seen P&Ls go that quickly against me or out the door. And because I wasn't supposed to be trading that big. I was trading like 3 times larger than I should have been. And, I was doing calendar spreads. And as soon as the market went offered from my average price, I was like, oh, F, what do I do? What do I do? And I could have just puked the trade and taken a 2-tick loss really quickly on that corn. But I froze. And then I watched it go offered, and I tried to chase, and then I offered it. And then I watched it go offered the next price below, and then I offered it, and I tried to chase. And I barely got filled on any of that. And, I ended up pushing the market down. I ended up puking a little bit, puking on the trade a little bit too late when I could have just puked and locked in a 2-tick loss on it. But I didn't, and it's because I froze and because I had never had that size on, and I'd never seen, P&L change like that after, a 1-tick movement on the trade. So I froze, and I'm sure when the NASDAQ's screaming against you with 15 on to the tune of on its way to being 200 points almost as a loss, you're going to freeze if you've never experienced that before.
And JD, if you can switch to the 2-up, I don't want to dwell on this card too long.
Yeah, get it off.
Yeah, get it off. Let me give some practical, especially when we talk about disaster. Yeah. We talk about things like disaster stops. I think it's important. Most of y'all are trading equities. There are certain positions that you're in where you have to always have a stop. For instance, if you are short equity indices, then you absolutely need that disaster stop. You shouldn't even go to take a tinkle without that in there, because the geopolitical risk is to the downside there. There's things that could happen that could move it 500 points in a matter of minutes. You should have it on every position, but sometimes you'll see me, and I've done this on the show before when I've been trading, is there are certain positions, be it if I'm long bonds or short the market, the equities, well, I won't have a tight take profit. It's sort of the opposite idea of it. Is I have an idea of where I'm going to get out on the take profit, but I also know that those are the directions that if something unexpected happens, they're going to explode. So I don't put in the profit target until I'm ready to take it off. The stops you always need. And especially if you're long, there's a lot more risk of something crazy happening to the downside in those equities. So,
yeah, in most cases, markets will fall faster than they rally. To just back up what Jack was saying on the downside, not always the case. If there's numbers and stuff, anything can happen. But on a typical day, longs exit quickly, and shorts tend to hammer. So markets can fall faster than they rally in most cases.
Let's hang our hat on something here. Positive note. Congratulations to Susan. I haven't been trying to give you a hard time, just trying to emphasize that you should do that. So glad that you're going to end today up $8,000. Fingers crossed. Hopefully more. But that's really good work. Now let's get to those 5 days so you can take a payout. Really excited to see what she does. And it's about out of time here, Mick. Maybe tomorrow we'll try and find some eye bleach trade reports, as we call them. Something nice.
Okay.
All right. By the way, it was about 50-50 for zip-up hoodies versus pullover hoodies. I did get faded up yesterday for the beginning of the holiday season there, Mick.
Very nice fade. I need to go myself. I saw Dan this morning. We went and got our fingerprints taken together, and he had a nice fade, fresh fade I commented on. I'm overdue myself.
Nice. Someone's asking my biggest losing day. Probably around that. Probably lost $50,000 or $60,000 in a day. It's not a good feeling. So that's Shoulder Tap for today. Mick, thanks for joining. But stick around because right after this break, we got group coaching with JD and Hogue. And then coming up, we got John London joining for the 1 o'clock hour with Dolby and JD. And then Cammy Capital, our man from Straya, is coming back at Power Hour. So you want to stick around for that. It's Topstep TV, as Andre would say. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is 12:33 Chicago time, and we're here to answer your questions. I'm JD behind the curtain. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland. We've got a group coaching question form pinned to the top of the chat right now. We've got a whole bunch of questions. If you put one in there now, we're probably not going to get it today. Get to it today. We've got so many of them. But Hogue, how are we feeling? The house account's up about $1,400. We got some traders in the green right now. Coach Dakota.
Very nice.
Coach Dakota's up $5,400. Faye, who got a nice shot out in the shoulder tap yesterday, is up $6,700 today. So we got some traders doing good, some traders doing not so good. If you were listening to that last segment.
That was a heartbreak. That was a heartbreak.
Woof. Yeah, right.
Mm.
Heartbreak, I don't think is a strong enough word for that kind of move. But Robert, if you're listening,
I'm praying for you.
Welcome to group coaching, Robert. Here we go. This first question actually kind of ties in to what Mick was talking about for Robert a little while ago. Andrew K wants to know, are there best practices for when to take a trade completely off versus leaving a runner? Well, first of all, when we're talking about risk management, you should always have a stop. And we were just talking about this in the green room a second ago. Having an arbitrary mental stop sometimes is just not the way to go. You need a hard stop working on your platform if you're going to be trading large size, like the story we heard a little while ago. Hogue, what is your take on getting out of a trade, leaving a runner, getting out of that runner, or just getting out of a trade in general before it turns into one hell of a disaster?
Well, yeah, I mean, with results to what happened to Robert, that was just brutal. And, one of the things that Jack said, and I think everybody should do this, even if you intend to not hit a stop, you should have a stop in anyway, and you should not move it. A catastrophic stop is something that I think a lot of traders do. But when you are planning on a large position and you're just going to be discretionary with your stop on that, it is not that difficult really to freeze, to become frozen with fear when the money starts going. It's, oh my God, if I get out of this now, I can't take this loss, and we just end up creating bigger losses. So always use a stop. Always put a stop on, even if you never intend the market to hit that. Jim Dalton says, yeah, you should always have a stop on, but you should never actually hit that stop. You should know something's wrong before it actually reaches your stop. There's different schools of thought on that, of course. Any stop that I'm placing it at that level for a reason, technically, because that if price advertises that to that level, it's basically telling me that the trade is probably wrong and I need to get out of it. And, there's nothing that seems to happen exactly the same way twice. Sometimes you're going to place your stop, you're going to get taken out of a good trade. Stops are an art form, just like everything else. But Andrew, Kim, thanks for all your comments and everything you do in the chat every day. You're a great person to have around. And as far as best practices as to when to take a trade completely off or leaving a runner, if I'm in a trade in a range bound market, I'm going to have very specific stops and, of course, probably some very specific profit targets. In that case, I'm probably not going to be leaving a runner on. If I'm in a market that is directional, or I believe may become directional in the direction of my trade, that is when I'm going to try and leave a runner on. So everything, Andrew, is, of course, always time frame specific, right? Time frame constant. So if there's a best practice, that's really the best thing I can say is if it's a range bound trade, you're probably going to be pretty specific with your exits. There's nothing wrong with, if you have a 5 lot on and you get to your profit target in a range bound trade, about leaving one on to see if maybe you get a breakout above that current range bound area that you're in the market. But as far as best practices, you always want to leave a runner on, especially if the market is directional. And again, it's time frame is very important when it comes to that, because you can be looking at a short time frame trade with a short time frame setup that's actually opposite what the bigger picture is. When the bigger picture is that the market has been auctioning higher and maybe likely to continue to move higher, any shorts, you're probably going to want to take off fully. So just be looking at the bigger context of the market. If the market has been, if the auction has been going higher and higher day over day, the volume has been good, open interest has been good. Any short positions, I'm gonna get out completely. That I think would be probably some of your best practices. But if I'm in a market in a longer time frame where the auction continues to push higher and I'm in a long and I get a profit target, I'll be more likely to leave a runner on when I'm in the direction of the bigger time frame auction, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. So, best practice. Is there best practice in trading? It's so ambiguous. We never know the outcome of anything. And so if there is a best practice, any runner I'm going to leave on is going to be congruent in the direction of the longer time frame auction. Anything opposite, I'm probably just going to get out wholly. Great question, Andrew. And, there's, the right answer may be right, 8 out of 10 times. The right answer may be wrong 8 out of 10 times. We never really know the outcome of anything, but I hope that helps with your question, Andrew. Great question.
Awesome. Thank you, Hogue. Great answer, by the way. Very comprehensive. All right, moving on. We got a question from Daniel. Daniel's got a question about volume. He says, hello, I've been integrating volume into my trades lately to have extra confirmation of the possible direction of the market. My question is, when the price is on a range and the top or bottom of the range, there is an increase in volume, but the price re-enters the range. Is it because of stops? Because the stops jump, or what is the explanation? Thank you. Volume spikes in ranging markets. Well, historically, I love looking at volume and open interest personally. I think volume does a great job of confirming an early bias going into the market in the morning. I like to see volume spikes around areas where market direction is changing. Just like you're looking at peaks and troughs in the market, volume follows those peaks and troughs, and you can get a good idea of how to measure changes in market direction based on volume. But wiping out liquidity at range extremes and then falling back into range, it's really something that you do want to see, in my opinion. What's your take on it, Hogue?
So one thing that we don't know in this question is what kind of time frame are we talking about here? If we're just talking about let's say a day time frame breakout above an initial balance. Okay, so typically you're going to see a bunch of stops outside the extreme of the initial balance the first time it pulls out of there. If the auction continuation fails, it's probably going to come back inside the initial balance relatively quickly, and that is likely to become a failed upside auction, even though in a very short time frame the volume looked really good because there were a bunch of stops that got popped there. And then, those stops get popped and then the market kind of pulls back into the range. You could look at that as a failed upside auction or a failed breakout of previous daytime frame range. So, Daniel, most breakouts do have a tendency to fail at least the first time. So, in the example that I'm saying is, okay, the market's in range. It hasn't left the initial balance yet. The market extends above the initial balance. What are we looking at to see if we're going to see a continuation beyond that initial balance, or are we going to see a failed upside auction and a return back inside the initial balance and perhaps a rotation back into and through the initial balance? One of the things that I look for, Daniel, is after that initial breakout and we run all those stops, what does time and sales look like? What does the dome look like? Okay, this is, again, very short time frame, and this is one way that I'll handle breakouts from in a short time frame. As an example, a breakout above or below the initial balance. If the market runs the stops, I'll be watching the dome. Maybe I'll be watching time and sales. But if the market breaks out and then the dome dies, the dome doesn't move, there's not a lot of changing of bids and offers. There's not a lot of orders being placed. There's not a lot of orders being canceled. Nobody seems to care about that breakout, and it's more likely to fail in that regard. This is very subjective. It is something that you're going to want to watch and learn about a whole bunch of times before you actually try and put any risk into this, because, again, it's very subjective, and there is an intuition involved in seeing this. So, if it is a stop that is created just by a bunch of stops being hit, it should become relatively obvious relatively early. And again, just by watching the dome, watching time and sales, seeing what kind of activity is above that level. Again, if it just dies up there, it's probably not going to continue. There's nobody that cares. When you do see a breakout like that, and you see, even if it doesn't really run right away, which is what I demand on any breakout trade, I want it to go my way right away. I don't even use, I'll use a time stop. If it doesn't go my way right away, I'm out of the trade. If if it starts moving my way and something changes, I can always get back in. But, any kind of breakout that re-enters the range is, number one, it's not a very strong breakout. Number two, it's just going to get into your pockets. And number three, though, if you use a time stop in those regards, you might lose a couple of ticks on it, and you might get left behind on it. But at least you're not, taking a breakout and then just kind of sitting in that trade while it's costing you more and costing you more and costing you more. Watch the dome, watch time and sales in that regard, and in a short time frame, which I think, Daniel, is what you're talking about. This might be something that you're going to be able to find useful over time. JD's talking about, if there's a breakout in a longer time frame, like on a daily chart, and we see, a big jump in open interest on the breakout and a big jump in volume, well, that's always going to say, well, that was a pretty successful breakout. Maybe the market's ready for a new leg to the upside, or in the case of a downside breakout, a continuation to the downside. So, great question, Daniel, and I hope that helps.
All right. Checking in on the chat, Coach Dakota is here. He's long 10 NASDAQ from 2364 in the live account. He's got over 20 points into this trade right now.
Nice.
We've got a NASDAQ tilt of 77% long. So Dakota is on the right side. Well, I should say he's on the side of a lot of traders at Topstep right now.
And I saw Coach Jay ask what this shaded area on my chart is here in the ES.
Oh, yeah.
That's the gap from Friday to Monday. We never filled that gap. That's where the market went to, was right at the top end of that gap.
Stopped right there. Look at that.
Yep, right to the tick.
All right. Keep an eye on that level, folks.
Awesome.
All right, Hogue. Here's a question you wanted to hit when we were talking in the green room. So let's get this one out of the way just in case we don't have time later. But this question comes from ATG. ATG says, for John, I was wondering if you can share with us the strategies you know about opening ranges and based on price action throughout the day. Example, first half hour after initial balance is set, before London close, etc. I see you and Nick for a Tick talk about that a lot, and I was wondering if you could give us some insights. Thanks, and appreciate everything you and the entire Topstep team do.
All right, ATG. So, opening ranges. First, you have to establish what your opening range is. There are people that look at 1 minute opening ranges. There are people that look at 3 minute opening ranges. There are people that look at 30-second opening ranges. There are people that look at 5 minute opening ranges, or even longer. When I'm talking about an opening range, I usually focus in on the first minute of trade. So, now, typically, when a market opens right in value and in range from the previous day, the market is opening with very little change in the perception of value. Now, this was on Friday. The opening range was the low of the day. It was never revisited. It opened and rallied and continued to rally throughout the rest of the day and then closed higher. This would have been one of the days when I probably would have said, I don't really want to get into early. That would have been a mistake. So the context is always out there, but context is not always right. Yesterday, the market opened with a gap. That's the gap we were just talking about that Coach Jay was asking about. Well, we opened again, and we left the opening range at the low of the session. Well, this time it was out of range and out of balance. We should have been set up to be a little bit quicker to say, okay, well, if we're not going to close this gap relatively early, if we do leave the opening range at the low of the session, that gives us a nice cheap opportunity. So 77.5 would have been the breakout to the upside where we could have had a stop waiting after the first minute. We're going to be risking, let's just call it 7 to 8 points on that risk from that opening range trade. All right, so 70, we're looking at about $400 of risk per contract. Well, if we would have taken that and we managed to get let's just say we held it until the initial balance was established. We're looking at 77.5 and 01.5. So we're looking at 22, 23 points of potential profit for an eight point potential loss. Now, the opening range trade, it's very streaky. It doesn't happen very much for a period of time, and then it happens a lot for a period of time. Look at the last 3 days. Opening range, the dead ass low. Opening range, the dead ass low. And yes, the dead ass low is an industry term. Another one. Today, opening range, the dead ass high. We left the opening range at the high of the day, which usually is going to have me looking for shorts. And then we traded right down to basically the top of the gap close. And now we're seeing some buyers coming back into this market. So the opening range is, here's a day. The opening range is this gold bar right here. This was the opening range on Friday. This is the opening range on Thursday. Well, the opening range was inside value from the previous session, Thursday. Well, that tells me that, you know what, maybe I'll find better trade locations as the day goes on. Typically. What the heck happened yesterday? Yesterday was a holiday. Why did anybody expect this market to leave this gap, leave the opening range at the low of the day, and then continue to push higher on a 45 handle range day? I know I didn't, but I don't get to pick that. All right. So now, almost an opening range trade. See, now they're very streaky. It doesn't happen for a long time, and then all of a sudden it happens a lot. Directional markets have a higher tendency to create opening range trade opportunities. There's another one. All right. So, opening range, you can lose, $500 per contract on it day after day after day. But the one day you catch it and you stick with it and it pays you out, you can make, you can pay for all those losses and then some in just one day. There's higher probabilities like opening outside of range and value for an opening range trade to play. And there's, lower probabilities. Friday, I would have said this was a lower probability of the opening range remaining the high or the low. There was something here, the Dow opening range, the dead ass high of the day. Look at how many opportunities this market gave us up near the high of the opening range. 1, 2, 3. 3 opportunities near the high of the session here to see if we can keep the opening range at the upper extreme of the day. 3 opportunities, 4 really, if you include the A period. It's a huge opening range though. That makes it a little tougher to take because you just have to. That just increases your risk. So the opening range, streaky. A lot of people, ATG, a lot of people trade it. A lot of people trade it. That's what makes it so iffy sometimes, because you're going to see a period of time when you're going to see the opening range trade overall play out. It may play out for you 8 out of 10 days, and then everybody's going to see that, and then they're all going to try and jump in on the opening range trade, and then the predatory algos, HFTs, they know where the stops are going to be. And then they start going for those stops on the other extreme of the opening range, and everybody gets stopped out. We got stopped out a couple weeks ago on a great trade because my stop was a little bit too tight. It happens. So, but then after that happens for a little bit, the traders will abandon the opening range trade, and then the minute they start seeing it happen again, they start coming back to the opening range trade. So when a lot of people are taking it, it's less likely to succeed. And when everybody gives up on it, that's when it starts to succeed again. It's kind of funny that way. Great question, ATG. Glad you were here, and hopefully you were here to listen.
Excellent, and thank you for that answer, Mr. Hoagland. All right, we got time for one more quick one. Let me find a quick one real quick. All right, we've got one from Rushil. Says, Dr. has been quite vocal about what he thinks about funded trader pro. Now we're going to skip that one. All right. Hope you guys are doing well. This is from Muhammad. Muhammad says, I only take short trades in NQ, and I only take 0 to 5 trades max per day during the first 2 hours from the market open. And if I didn't find my setup, I don't trade for the day, as I never go long in any market. That's my permanent strategy rule. My question is, which time frame will be perfect for my strategy? Only taking one side of the market, period. Does that make... What kind of sense does that make to you?
Well, Mohammed, I think you're missing a lot of opportunities. I think there's, especially with the equities that have a tendency, when there's nothing going bad, to continue to grind higher. I think there's going to be a lot of times when your strategy of taking only short trades is going to keep you out of the markets for days or even weeks at a time. As far as a good strategy, a good time frame for that strategy, I don't know what time frame you're comfortable in. Are you a scalper? Are you looking for bigger bites out of the market? Are you looking at a 1 minute chart, 5 minute chart, 30-minute chart? Very difficult to answer this question. But Mohammed, what I would suggest to you is expand your horizons a little bit. There's opportunities in both directions, and maybe your setups in the short trades could be something you might be able to start looking at for long trades. If it's something as simple as a 3-bar reversal, I would say, try and expand your horizons a little bit. I don't know what causes you to look for short trades only in the NASDAQ. There's going to be a lot of days where you're either going to have to sit on the sidelines or just kind of get run over. I hope that that's not the case. Of course, I hope that you find a way to be successful in this strategy, but I just feel like you're missing some of the bigger picture and missing some of the bigger opportunities when you're only trading the short side. There's a lot of people that only trade the long side. There's actual funds and stuff that pension funds and stuff that only trade the long side. You're opposite them. And it's going to pay you handsomely when the market falls apart. Hopefully you're in on it. But a lot of the times you're going to be kind of just sitting there watching because, these markets, you think about the S&Ps over the last 5 or 6 days, even the NASDAQ over the last 5 or 6 days. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We look at the daily chart. Since the low here, there have been very few shorting opportunities in longer time frame. Now, I'm sure you're probably looking for shorter time frame opportunities, and if you can find them, then that's wonderful. Just when the market is in an auction process to the upside, your see money, take money. But as far as the time frame is concerned, that's something that I'm afraid I'm not sure I can help you with, or if anybody can really help you with the correct time frame to look for short trades only in the NASDAQ. Great question, though.
Excellent question. But yeah, I agree with you, Hogue. When we're talking about markets that have been trading at or around, hovering around all-time highs for the bulk of the year, you're really depriving yourself of a lot of opportunity trying to take just one side of the market. But that is my humble opinion, and it doesn't need to be listened to. All right. We got to take a short break, guys. We got a nice show coming up. Next, we've got more Trade with Topstep. Dolby's here, and John London is back, folks.
Awesome.
You might remember him. He's in the green room right now. I see him. But yeah, stick around for that. And then we're going to close out the day on Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Cami Capital. Oh, you're going to be there too for the close.
Yeah. Yep. Looking forward to it.
A lot more trade entertainment heading your way, folks. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back. Welcome back, friends and traders. It's Trade with Topstep time. We got an oldie goodie legend back. Mr. John London, straight from Houston, is back on Topstep TV with us again. John's one of the, I won't say the very first, I can't remember who the very first guest was, but John was here the first couple months of Topstep TV. And yeah, we're going to ask him some questions about where he's been and what he's been doing in just a second. But we're also joined by Mr. Dolby Time. You all know him.
What's up?
What's up, guys? We got the house account up about $1,400. We got a couple other traders in the green, couple traders deep in the red. We mentioned this during group coaching, but that I'm still thinking about that shoulder tap segment with Jack and Mick. John, I don't know if you were listening to it, but I apologize, Robert C, for keep bringing your name into the mix here. But man, what a heartbreaker! When I hear stories like that, it crushes me. Someone losing $60,000 in a day on their first day in a live funded trading account.
Oh man, like $60K
for me.
Yeah,
man, they had to be trading big size for your first day in an account. So
maxed out, yeah, and just let it ride. They bought it and went for a walk, no stop.
Sure,
that's what you like to do. Yeah, it's tough to hear, but John, the people want to know. Tell us everything. Where have you been? What have you been doing? What have you been trading? Has it been good? Has it been bad? What's new?
So I've been mostly trading futures investing. I'm mostly an investor, so I'm very I'm not going to say I'm horrible at day trading, but I don't claim to be good. It's kind of my whole gimmick, if you will. But I love trading futures, and what I've really been trading is I'm a big economics person, and so I like looking at FOMC meetings or CPI data, inflation data, or Jerome Powell speeches and stuff like that. My favorite way to trade recently is I look for choppy range ahead of big economic reports. Something that happens a lot in price action is that ahead of big economic reports like FOMC meetings or something big, it has to be justifiably big. The market will move very flat, very sideways, move in a very, very predictable range. And it doesn't necessarily happen every time, but it happens in a high enough probability to where there can be an edge there, I think. And so my favorite way to trade really recently is just ahead of big FOMC meetings is probably my favorite. Look for really sideways range. And when we get that, just look for really predictable range, kind of, if we break down a lot, I'll buy the bottom and then look for a retest of the top of the range and then sell the top and just really attack that highly probable range ahead of big economic reports.
Speaking my language.
Yeah, that's my favorite way. I know it's not the most exciting way. I know a lot of people like breakouts and all kind of, excitement, and I get it. And I think people probably can have pretty good edges doing that. But I always just found it's the most predictable way to find ranges.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense too. Markets range 75 to 80% of the time. Markets are only trending 20-25% of the time. So you are going to get more opportunity in a sideways market.
Right.
So if you know how to trade a range, that should be your bread and butter. If you're always looking for breakouts, then you're going to find yourself trapped in those ranges quite a bit. It's important to have a strategy doing it both ways.
Right.
Dolby.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of ranges,
what's up? Tell us.
There's a lot of ranges to be had in the NASDAQ right now. They are everywhere. 5-minute ranges, 30-minute ranges, 1-hour ranges. I mean, NASDAQ is very, very range bound right now after that big sell-off. Kind of just got itself consolidated between 20,340 and kind of consolidating itself down. It was 20,330 to 440s. Then it got down to 415s, and now we're down to 390s. So it looks like the NASDAQ is starting to compress a little bit in these ranges. I would expect us to probably shoot lower, honestly, and probably test some of these wicks down here. Got 20,300, got 20,315. There might be a lot of cheap longs down there to be had, and probably a lot of stops that are looking to get stopped out. If I had to guess as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what's your take here, John? You like the ranges? Do you have a trade setup that you want to take?
So I love looking at the range and finding the extension. And so It's not that I'm disagreeing with you. I just think that a lot of edge is on the downside, or a lot of extension is on the downside right now. And so if you're going to take like a longer term trade, the only thing that contradicts that though is we are putting in lower highs as well, almost looking like a longer term flag. And so I think it's possible that we might go back down and like test the bottom of that range, but I also think we could go back up and test the top of the range as well at about like 20.45. Makes sense to me. But, you know, I think either way, it's just looking for the range. And I think it looks pretty solid. It's been sideways since 9:30 this morning, you know, 10 o'clock this morning. So it's been kind of flat. I don't know if the election's kind of calming markets down or if we've just been around highs so long that, you know, we're starting to chop. But either way, you know, I love taking advantage of it. It's just, and I think it's possible if we break that low at 20.3 that it stops a lot of people out, like you said, and then, you know, maybe goes back up or maybe breaks down a little bit more and starts a different trend.
Cool. Well, if you see a setup that you like, I got the house account open here. We will back your trade idea with some live capital. No money out of your pocket. So it's risk-free trade. Risk-free trade.
Really? So, okay, so I'm in charge. I would be in charge of the house account decision. Okay.
I'm just a button pusher.
Yeah.
This isn't carte blanche opportunity here. We'll have to talk through it a little bit, but yeah. You see a good idea. We'll put the trade on.
I would buy it right here, to be honest. I would buy it. I'm a very short-term trader, so just to preface everything else, like I would buy it here and then look for like 20.3s, or what is that? 20.4s, 20.35s, maybe. Let me see where we're at. I would look for like 20.38, smaller, shorter term trade. But man, the pressure's on with the house account. Yeah. I just don't want to be wrong. Like I said, I'm not saying I'm terrible, but you know, I'm mostly a long-term investor, economics and stuff. But you know,
well, I'm ready to push. I have an itchy trigger finger. I don't know if you know that about me, John. I'm always looking for a trade somewhere. There's always a setup somewhere in the market.
I'm okay with you buying it right here. You know, if you want to click buy, I think.
How many and where's your stop?
Okay, so I would just do one contract at the NASDAQ. I'm a wimp in trading, so I'm not one that trades multiple contracts at the NASDAQ. I might trade multiple micro contracts, but I'm a huge wimp when it comes to day trading specifically. And so, you know, so if you want to try one contract at the NASDAQ here and then look for maybe, what's the top of the range, like 20.38, 20.39. We're already starting to bounce though here a little bit as well.
Yeah.
So.
At the risk of sounding contrarian, the technical pattern trader in me is looking at a descending triangle right now, which is it's a continuation pattern. We're looking at extension lower if you're following this pattern. Everything seems to be lining up for it.
No, absolutely.
So JD, would you be looking at shorts at like 20,390 then, or like 385?
We play the upper end. Are you looking at my chart right now? Yeah, we got my chart up. So I'd be looking at possibly a failed breakout. Yeah, failed breakout of this upper trend line, just to draw some liquidity out of the market, draw some cheap shorts out, and then maybe move back down. So I would look for a spike outside the upper trend line, and then get short, moving back inside the triangle, and play the breakout on the lower side.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and my way of doing it would just be to kind of like almost attack the inside of the triangle, if that makes sense. So like attack that bottom range of it, let it move back up, retest maybe a little bit lower high at like 20.38, and then maybe start heading back down if it follows the range or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it makes sense. There's so much variance with trading that, like, you know, it's always a risk no matter what. And that's why I think Topstep's great, because Topstep allows you to limit that risk, you know, instead of putting up the money funding yourself. When I first got started day trading, I lost thousands, you know, and so Topstep allows me to lose less, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Prop trading's come a long way in the last 15 years. This is definitely a game changer.
Sure,
opens it up.
100%.
It's opened up trading to a whole new, what's the word I'm looking for?
Audience?
a whole new audience, whole new cohort. You know, there's the barrier to entry for trading futures was so high. Like you couldn't do it without $50,000 in cash and some type of collateral backing that up. Also, you know, it was just impossible for a normal person to get into trading without a serious amount of help or borrowing money or putting up your home. You know, yeah. Prop trading has changed the game. We've got a whole new group of people in here learning how to trade literally risk-free, you know, a couple bucks a month.
Sure.
And you have access to capital. It's a game changer.
100%, yeah.
And it's great for liquidity too.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, it's moved over like entire decimal places. It used to be you needed 5 figures, then you needed 4 figures, and now you need, it used to be 3 figures. Now you're down to like $20, $50 for an account. You can start trading. It's insane how much the price has come down. John, did you trade a Topstep when it was 2 steps and it took 15 days to get a pass? Yeah, my man. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've been in. It's like 4 years, 5 years. It's been a while, right? It's been a while. Before Topstep TV and all that, Topstep TV has grown massively, and so congrats to Topstep because this thing's huge now. But yeah, when I first got started trading, I don't know how long y'all have been trading, but when I first got started, it was around 2015, 2016, and so like the Big Short had just come out, and I was always like a poker player or like a chess player. And so I always like kind of strategy stuff. And so I watched The Big Short and I'm like, hey, I want to trade now. And so I get home and I try day trading on a platform called SureTrader, which is no longer around anymore. It doesn't even exist anymore. And they gave you like super high leverage, but it still cost me $4 or $5 grand to get started at the time. And my wife yelled at me not to do it. You know, she was like, hey, don't do it. You're going to lose. And I was like, no, man, I'm going to be a prodigy. You know, I'm going to be a savant, I think, you know. And I just ended up losing all of it within like a couple weeks. And, you know, she still messes with with me about it. But yeah, it's just opened it up. You know, you can have a smaller budget now and learn how to day trade with some pressure through these, you know, funded account programs with Topstep. And, you know, the rules on Topstep are great, you know. And so it just makes sense, I think.
Mm-hmm. I got a turtle. I have a comment in the chat. Jay Money says, liquidity in Sims, LOL. We do have quite a number of live funded accounts here at Topstep 2 Sims. That's kind of sort of what I was alluding to. If we moved all of our sim traders over to live accounts, we would dominate volume in every equities market on the planet, I think.
It'd be pretty wild, but Topstep doesn't train professional sim traders, everybody. Get into your live account. Get into your live account. That's where the big traders trade, and that's who you should be competing against.
Right.
Can't be on the practice courts forever saying you play in the NBA. It's not how that works.
Right.
Nice bids here in the,
I mean,
NASDAQ.
Where did Dakota get out of his trade? I see Dakota in the chat. Dakota was long at 64 in the middle of group coaching segment. Curious, I see in the chat. Are you still in that trade, Dakota? Did you get out?
Sounds like he is. He's still long 10.
He's still long.
Diamond hands.
Still long at 64.
Diamond hands.
Yeah, and so you see we still hit that. We just went up right to that 20.38 level, which is probably where I would have exited if I would have taken the trade and just kind of attacked that really small range. Topstep's good because the probability of succeeding at day trading is low, right? Like it takes a very specific type of person, and it doesn't mean you can't do it if you're not that type of person. It just means you kind of have to condition yourself over and over again to be a little bit better. And that's where Topstep shines because it kind of helps you do that with pressure, but not pressure of risking, 30 grand or whatever it would be if you didn't have something like this. And so it's a really powerful thing, I think,
Well, it's the screen time that you got to get.
Sure.
I mean, you're not paying full price for your mistakes. And so make as many mistakes as you possibly can and don't pay full price for them. You hop over to open your own Micros account for 2-3 grand and you have a losing trade. That's like $50 right there. That gets you a month of screen time at Topstep. So that's pretty good deal. JD, it looks like you're about to
Yep, I was just about to make a comment. Hey, Gabe, can you go to a 2-up shot real quick? I'm going to go restart my camera. 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
In
So yeah, so still in that sideways range. You know.
Mm-hmm. Now, would you take shorts up here now that we're at the high of the range?
So I think, I don't know. I have this thing where if it's too predictable, I don't like it. And so I almost think a short here is too predictable. And so I think it's hard to explain. Like I think a lot of the time with really short-term price action, they do a good job of stopping traders out. And I think if it's too predictable, there's more pressure in that way. And so I think and then we get shorts that get kind of squeezed out and it goes up. But it's hard to explain. I think, like, if it was me, to be honest, this range has been going on a little bit too long to be a high probability range. I think that eventually it's going to break on one side. I'm not sure which side it's going to break on. Like I said, we have some deep extension already on the downside. And so I think it's possible for sure that it breaks on the upside and it starts to kind of put in a different type of trend somewhere. But it's also, very possible it breaks on the downside as well. It's been going on for so long that, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's why, like, my trades usually involve something like this, where I would have bought it at like 20.35 and then sold at like 20.38, like I said before, and then kind of cut it there, wait for another highly probable range to play out and kind of rinse and repeat that. I don't really trade the Dow very much. I usually trade like NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ, sometimes the S&P E-mini, sometimes oil as well, because oil can get really predictable during periods of like conflicts and stuff like that. So oil can be powerful too, but I usually stick with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, oil's been a fun trade recently. We don't take a ton of trades in the house account in the commodity markets, mostly NASDAQ, because that's where all the action is every day.
Sure.
Because the volatility is so good.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why the good thing about Topstep is that I can trade multiple micro contracts, and the no commission thing on TopstepX is a game changer. Like, that's my favorite thing. I'm very high volume trades, and so I can
how high?
What is it? Like,
you have new standards for what high volume is now.
Yeah, for sure, especially in futures. I will take I'll probably take 10 to 20 of those little mini trades that I just described, where I would buy it at the bottom of this range here at like 20.35 and then sell at 20.38, and maybe do that 10 to 15 times a day. Make small little $30, $40, $50 profit trades and let volume and high. Like, my system mostly is higher accuracy, not as good reward to risk ratio, because I don't think you can have both all the time. Like, I would love to have, 4-to-1 reward to risk and 90% accuracy, but I don't know if that's feasible most of the time. And so I usually look for higher accuracy, like 1-to-1 reward to risk, sometimes worse. It just depends,
Yeah, JD, what was that? Do you have that number for the guy who traded the highest contract amount? You've been gone for a while, John, but we have a new record holder.
We had a guy last week, he made $26,000 trading the micro NASDAQ, total of 32,000 contracts traded in a day.
Wow.
He was not ejected. Wow. He was not ejected from the program. He was not excommunicated. His trading activity was closely monitored by the risk team. They went through it with a fine-tooth comb, and they gave him a second chance. But it was just a totally unrealistic way to trade.
I do believe said person ended up losing that account.
Yes. The very next day, they hit max loss limit, and that was it for that trader.
Yeah.
And he wasn't trading spreads?
No, he was trading outright micro NASDAQ, 32,000 contracts. It was like
easy
6% of the volume for that day. Yeah.
So he's always in something then, man. Yeah, I definitely don't do that much.
Challenge. Let's go.
Yeah.
But I mean, just pointing and clicking that much, it's got to take its toll.
Right. His fingers have to hurt after that stuff, man. That's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot of pointing and clicking.
Sure.
I don't even know if I could hit that many contracts in reversal challenge doing 15 contracts or 150 micros. That's so many. It's so many contracts. So silly. Hey, we're still in the range. This is crazy. Get out of here. Get out of here.
So rejection of Yesterday's low at 20,383. If you're looking at the Topstep daily levels indicator on TopstepX, that purple line is yesterday's low. So we found support there for a little bit, and now it's kind of rejecting off there a little bit.
I forgot who it was. Someone in chat said this is the droopy Dorito pattern.
Love it.
Dorito. Yeah. Let's see where this goes.
Momo Man is
We'll get
curious
low, though.
about Momo Man's curious about how that trader lost his account. Even though TopstepX is a commission-free platform, you still need to pay exchange fees. And on $32,000, 32,000 contracts traded, those exchange fees do add up to quite a tidy sum. And so the next day when he hit that max loss limit, it was over.
Yeah, it's just not feasible to always be in a position. And I get it. Like I think if you manage your risk, you can do it. But I think eventually the risk is just going to pile up and it's just not going to be feasible. I'm thinking about taking a trade here.
Ooh, what do you got? You got something?
Yeah,
You lose your mic? Oh, no, you're good.
What are you looking at?
No, I'm here. No, my wife just walked in.
Oh.
Sorry. I'm kind of saying, hey, I'm on TV right now. Stop. You
don't have the live light switch outside the door on air.
No,
live.
I should. I have a studio here. I should. That sounds like an investment here. So, all right. So I just entered a trade, a long position.
Oh,
I'm up about $60 in it already. And one thing I'll do is that if I all right, so now we're up about 115. One thing I'll do, I'll add to this position now, since since we're already green, we'll take a piece off.
Is this a combine or an XFA?
So this is an XFA.
Excellent.
So
What's your entry price?
It was 20.37. And so now we have a cushion on the trade, but we're down on the fill. So we entered at 20.37, exited at 20.375. And now we have one more. And I'll let this one go basically towards how much I've made. So I can kind of trade with the profit that I've made on it now and see if we continue up in the range.
Yep. House of Comes long, 375. Just one.
House comes long. All right. There we go. Long just below yesterday's low. Towards the lower end of this 5-minute range.
This is a pretty ambitious long. We're late as hell on this one.
Yeah.
Right. We know what our risk is, right?
Yep. About a G.
Yeah, so I'm going to cut this pretty soon. I think it's going against me now. I don't want to get too faked out of it, but I also don't want to hold it. This is a brand new XFA account I just activated today. So,
nice.
Nice. Usually I trade really small, and I'm like I said, I'm a huge trading wimp, and so I usually trade very small in the beginning of the XFA and allow a cushion to get built up first in it. So then I feel more comfortable taking larger risks. Again, usually I trade micros, so I'll trade 2, 3, 4 micro contracts at a time to kind of limit my risk there, if that makes sense. But I don't mind losing $100 or $200.
You should start a wimpy trader club. Or you just trade small size and then you just take nice little base hits and you just slowly grow an equity curve. It sounds great.
Right. No, that's really what I'm about. And again, I always tell people I've been day trading a long time, but I really, my real love is more so swing trading, investing. I actually do a lot with indicators, trading view indicators, Pine Script. AI has gotten so good that it can kind of help me build some stuff there.
Tell us a little more about that.
So AI, I specifically use GPT-4o. It does a really good job. So one thing I always did before AI is that I would like to combine different indicators. And so I would look at the 200 EMA, I'd look at the volume weighted average price. And when they're around the same level and there's extension in one side, a lot of the time you see them bounce directly off of the 200 EMA or the volume weighted average price. And so originally I got curious about combining those two indicators and seeing what that edge brought. And it wasn't the best edge, to be honest, just mixing those. But then I started to play with volume a little bit more and doing things like looking at specifically engulfing candles, the size of candle wicks versus it's hard to explain the size of candle wicks versus like average volume or like above average volume increases. And so I just started to build different indicators based off of that on TradingView specifically. And so I've got a couple that I've built. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but I usually play with, when I take day trades, I'll trade based off of these indicators. And so I can put some up here if you guys want me to show them. But yeah, AI has just gotten so good. I think in 20 years, I don't even know if there's going to be manual traders anymore, really. So we'll see.
Oh, come on. Trader's ego's too big. There's no way in hell that's ever going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. I think there's always going to, it's kind of like a 5-speed. You're always going to have somebody that wants to do it, right? Even if, if efficiency isn't there. But yeah, it does a good job using like, again, this is like a mix of like volume indicators, candle wicks, stuff like that. It actually works best when we're in ranges. So you can kind of see, let me see if I have my little pen. I have this pen that I use. There it is. So you can see it identifies top of ranges really well and allows a breakdown. And this is a 5-minute chart. It identifies the bottom of the range, allows a break up, bottom of the range here, break up. This one, I don't know if this one would actually work, but, and then this one, top of the range, get a nice little breakdown. So when it's sideways, it ranges even better. But are
those little emojis you added? Those are adorable.
Yeah.
Little bear faces.
Oh, yeah.
Little bulls. Those are awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways I could do it, I guess. I'm going to go ahead and cut my failed long position here, by the way, too. Again, top 3 worst trader ever is what I always say. But yeah, I think I could let it test the bottom of this range, but I don't want to let it build. I'll play with the account later.
There's more value around 340s or 330s than there is in the middle of the range.
Sure, 100% agree. So if it starts to break down, I think that makes more sense as buying that bottom. But yeah, these are longer term. You can kind of see. But AI does a really good job, and I think AI is going to continue to get better and allow more stuff.
It's cool though that it allowed someone like yourself to start coding. Even if you don't have like a really strong coding background. We had we have a segment now called Man versus Machine.
Really?
And we got the guy from Tamakaze from Financial Cloud. He programs a lot of stuff in TradingView. So that was pretty cool. Maybe we can do a machine versus machine. So if you get a day trading algo, we'll just have robots run the show. You two guys we'll just watch robots trade.
Right. Honestly, it'd be like battle bots. It would
exactly. I was trying to think of the name of that show.
Yeah,
BattleBots.
The OG show, the old school BattleBots. Spike TV. But yeah, no. So I program it like I'm mostly a front end developer. So I do a little bit of programming, but it's mostly like JavaScript. But these languages have gotten so good. Again, the AI systems that you can use with it are really good because you can combine multiple different conditions. And I think that's something that's very unique about AI, where you could say, hey, give me 30% above average volume minimum, conditional statements mostly. So give me 30% above volume minimum, give me a candle wick that is 20%, 30% larger than, average, have it cross under the 200 EMA while simultaneously doing this. And it'll spit out an indicator for that. And so you can really kind of mesh and combine different indicators together. And I think that's a really powerful thing because you can kind of, if you search long enough, you can usually find some good edge there, as long as you can be patient. The hard part is just waiting for the indicators to show up and not getting lost in the chop,
Yeah. Having put those together yourself, do you have a pretty good idea of when it will or will not spit out a buy or sell signal based on what the price action of the market's doing?
Well, so these are multiple different like conditions set. And so I can kind of see like a lot of the time what these have to do with is wicks and continued wick action, if that makes sense. So like, let me get my little drawer out. Like you can kind of see we got a big up wick here, and then we have a couple lower wicks that can reject it and cause it to go down. A lot of it uses engulfing candles. And engulfing candles super underutilized. I used to look at hammer candles as well, but engulfing candles higher than average volume. What you'll see a lot is that they don't always work, but if you can find some if they start to work, if you get multiple correct indicators in a row, that's usually a high probability time. where versus if you get a lot of them that are failing, that's probably not the time to follow them. And so it all is relative on what's going on and how much, how accurate they are in any given moment. You know, I don't think you should always look at them, and they're definitely not always going to work. But if you can find moments in time where like there's got 2 or 3 in a row that were correct, you know, the next one that comes after that's usually pretty likely.
Mm-hmm.
No. So, is everything just slowly melting lower here? Crude oil's
that is what it looks like.
Oh,
we're approaching the lower end of this 5-minute descending triangle right now. This will be the fourth test of that lower trend line, which if it holds,
yeah. Kind of looking to see if ES
holds one more time.
Supporting. Like all the indices
is Dakota
pretty close.
Is Dakota still long? Did he chime in?
Question.
You might have missed it.
I mean, buyers are coming in with some regularity, making the higher lows on the 5-minute.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We were in a similar situation. When did this happen? Last week. This almost like identical situation happened, right? So we were in NASDAQ. It gets into a 5-minute range, and it starts making higher lows. But we had all of these like wicks and stops down here. And I think the bet we were trying to make, we actually had orders down there, but they never got filled and ended up rallying like from this exact spot and going much, much, much higher. And I think the entire time I was saying, who would buy here and why not just wait for the breakdown below? And it never happened.
Right.
I think it was Thursday or Friday that happened. So now I'm kind of thinking the same thing. It's like, are we just going to end up finding support here again, kind of in no man's land, and then we're going to hit like a 150-point rally?
Yeah. You know, I think the obvious play, and again, I don't necessarily always like the obvious play, but there's so much support down here where it's at now. A lot of candle wicks, but it's also, like I said, I think y'all brought up the consistently lower highs, making it kind of a triangle or flag pattern. I think that makes sense too. So this is not really when I usually trade. I usually target like 9:45 to 10:30 market time, 10:45. I don't want to trade right after the opening bell just because that's completely random a lot of the time, or at least just very, very volatile. And so, but really with my strategy of trading chop, now might be the best time to trade, really, now that I'm looking at it. I haven't really thought about it that way, but it'll be something I want to test.
Yep. Ranges are fun. So like if there's I thought about this, like if you're a range trader and just dedicated like your entire trading session to like the lunchtime area, you might do okay. Just scalping 15, 30 points during lunch, because you kind of know you're not going to get a ton of volatility in most of the time. So like I wonder if there is an edge and just kind of being like a market maker and just buying lows and selling highs until it doesn't work anymore.
Right, for sure. And I think like one thing you'll see is that in the ranges, you know, it might go up and down 3 or 4 times in a row, and then it'll break that range. And traders usually attack that range break as a strategy where they're trying to, you know, buy the top range break or short the bottom range break or whatever it is. But if you think about like probabilities, it's much more probable that, you know, if something works 4 to 5 times and then fails 1 out of 4 times, then the higher probability thing is just to attack the original range in the first place, you know. And so that's kind of where I've been with my trading too, is looking for that type of thing to show up and trying to figure out when the highest probability time for that to show up is. I think the logic makes sense, but I still have to kind of tweak it a little bit.
We've got our guy Mohammed in the chat. You see him, Dolby?
How's he doing? Short?
Today is I'm going to quote him. Today is "Don't Cry to Me" buying NQ day. He's got.
You see his shirt? You got a shirt?
Great, yeah.
Don't cry to Mo. I want one so bad.
Don't cry to Mo. He's got to stop it at 20,418. That is a bit of a ways away, but that is why he's trading micros. It sounds like.
Yep. Sure. It's the advantage of micros. Get real wide stops.
Don't
Right.
be
So
a crybaby.
We've got Dakota long, Muhammad short. We just got out of a long.
Just a scratch.
John, you're out of that. You're out of that last long, right?
Yeah, I exited right now. I'm thinking about buying this dip again, but I think the good thing about buying here is that the stop is really easy. So if you break these lows, obviously I'm going to get out. But
this is a good cheap trade opportunity. I love a good cheap trade opportunity too. But at the same time, I don't know. We got a lot of mixed signals happening in the chat.
Sure.
A lot of big players
are
both long and short.
Yeah. Variance heavy. I just bought the dip again. I'm going to see if I can make something from it. But
all right, I'm in with you.
Yeah, so I just jumped in. And I'm about to get out probably
357 3/4.
Okay, here.
357 in the orders. How many? There'll be 5.
One.
House is long. 1 and Q. 357 in the orders.
What's your stop, John?
So I'm going to get out right now, actually. So I'm going to cut that one. So we just made 150.
We just got
I don't even. Yeah, I'm very short term. So I got in at 20.355. I got out at 20.36250. So
we'll see if we can at least get 3-1 on this one lot.
Yeah. So we're kind of flat. We're about to be down $100 on this one today. I think we're up. We traded another FXA or XFA that we're up like $70. Again, I mostly trade micro, so I'll play around with those a lot.
I'm more of a diamond hands. To sort of hold this stuff for as long as possible.
Yeah, GameStop had news today too. GameStop, just to change the subject there, is GameStop's getting into collectibles. They're partnering with PSA now, so I've been wondering what they were going to do. But
yeah, those are coming around. Those are coming back again. My dad was a really
Pokemon
big baseball, football collectible guy back in like the early 90s. Those are really popular. But it's cool to have some of like the nostalgic stuff come back around again.
Yeah, it's quiet for you. Yeah.
Muhammad says above 418 will be good for longs, but that's 50 points away, guys.
50 points. That's like forever. It's forever from now. Let's see. Do we still like this trade, JD? This long at 357?
I like it because it's cheap, and that's about it.
Okay. We're risking 230.
Pokemon is
what
undefeated.
Happens. Kind of have a little megaphone actually on the 30-second chart. If you're a total degenerate and look at the 30-second chart. But we do have a series of. It's like every other chart. It just moves slightly faster. But lower lows and higher highs. Let's see if we scoop. Let's see if we can add one more, actually. There we go. It'll be tight. Maybe we just touch like 348 and hop back up if we do get the megaphone thing.
Yeah.
The megaphones.
Approaching the lower end of that descending triangle again, which is a major continuation pattern. It's a bearish pattern.
Yeah.
Muhammad's in. Yeah, Muhammad's trading the breakout of this pattern. He's targeting 310. On a pattern like this, your target is the size of the flagpole leading up to the pattern. So we've got some decent room to run to the downside if this pattern holds true. Got a measured move down here.
Well, the NQ ladder is starting to get wiggly. Something's going to happen in like the next 3 minutes or so. I'm
Measured move in this pattern.
Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, it would take us all the way down to 20,000. That's a little excessive.
I'm saying I'm thinking 340 or 368 within the next 3 minutes, based off of how this ladder is moving.
Yeah, I think momentum could show up.
Yeah. Something's going on. The wiggle is real.
Yeah, I think traders might be getting excited. It's approaching those lows of the last few hours.
Yeah, there was a 100 lot. Jay, you see that 130 lot at 354s? Oh, they're walking it down to 353s. Okay. We now are long 2 at 352. There's the bounce. Bounce. You gonna bounce?
Sweet. Yeah, there's a little retracement.
Okay, we'll move our stop up. So we're still only risking about the same, 275, but we're long 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if the buyers step in here. And maybe, hopefully that's just a stop run, but adding a second contract only added like $50 of risk, but if it works, then it works very, very well. Let's see if my prophecy comes true here. 340s or 368s?
Yeah, I think it's so variance heavy right here. It's hard to tell. I see somebody saying stops. We don't need stops. Where we're going, we don't need stops. Back to the Future. Love to see it.
Well, I would suggest going back and looking at that shoulder tap. We're out. Womp womp. Do we hit the 340s though?
Yeah.
By 150? 20 seconds. Ah, that was close. So close.
How many people buying the dip? Blowing stats? Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to try to buy this dip.
Sure.
A lot of people.
Yeah, just because, again, it's a cheap trade. There's
Right. I missed it by like 30
It's a 3-to-1 trade with very little risk.
Yeah.
Sure. And it's also a long support level. So if you look back, like this support level's been here since the 8th or 9th of October. So this is like a week-long support level. We've mostly been sideways. We went up a little bit over the last few days, but now we're back to this range. So we've hit the same sideways range on a 5-minute chart for 6 days now.
Let's see if buyers come in. Is that ESPN? Is that what sound is that?
No, that's my phone. Sorry, I'm going to mute it. This is just random people.
Sounds like the waiver wire blowing up right now in the NFL.
Well, I got one of these Samsungs. It's the, Speaking of phones, Apple ripping up today too to turn back. Oh, kind of.
Let's see.
Going higher?
Apple's up 1.1%, 1.12. Up $2.50.
Oh, stop run? Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I see some people mentioning the 200 EMA. I love the 200 EMA. I think the 200 EMA. I used to love the volume weighted average price, but I use both of them. But I love the 200 EMA now. There's so many
different ways to manipulate. Yeah, there's so many ways to manipulate the VWAP. There's so many different ways to look at it.
Sure. I think a lot of traders, especially short-term traders, get stuck with like. There's the 9, the 12, the 24, the 28, like all these different variations of the moving averages. I like the volume weighted average price, but I like the 200 EMA because it's heavily watched, right? I think the longer term ones have more traders looking at them for both short term and long term trading,
What time frame do you like your 200 EMA on?
I look at the 5-minute mostly. It depends on the time frame of the trade. So if I'm taking a longer term trade, I'll put up maybe the 15-minute chart or the 30-minute chart. But if I'm taking a normal day trade, like a range trade, usually it's the 5-minute.
Nice.
1 minute, I get myself in trouble with. Yeah. Yeah. So you were saying the 30-second chart. I feel like I would just get myself in trouble with it. I already sometimes trade the 1 minute chart too much. The 30-second chart just seems like trouble for me.
It's all the same. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Every chart
They're
is
all
exactly
psychological
the same.
patterns. Yeah.
Ranges on 30 seconds, same as range on 1 minute. The only difference is how much you can get your risk and under control, right? So if you're doing a 1 minute range, then you're expecting the stop run out of that range to be less in size compared to a 30-minute or a 1 hour, which could run 30, 40, 50 points which is way wider than most stops. But if you're trading a smaller range, then you could try like a 10, 15 point stop and then try to capture, 30 points and get your 2 to 1.
Right. Yeah, that
depends what your risk is.
Sure. Yeah, I'm looking at the 30-second chart now. It looks the same. No crazy swings or anything. Just kind of more broad look at the different patterns, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And with some of my really short-term trades, like the one earlier, maybe this is an option. I try not to scalp too much, but.
Michael in the chat says, Downsies, you must be a bell-to-bell watcher after the game. What was the name of the Dolby? What was the name of the game that Jack talked about during Fast Markets today?
Oh, Conquer? Chonker?
Conquer. You're trying to get the other guy's walnut off his stick.
Smashy.
Downsies.
Conquers.
Is Downsies like a gaming term from that sport?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's fun.
You'll have to go back and watch it. It's pretty hilarious. And I think we're going to play live on TV one day this week.
In the office? Play it while Mick's on a call. I think he'd appreciate that. Play it right next to him.
Little fishing poles with chestnuts on them.
Just hearing clicking sounds while he's trying to manage risk. He'd lose his mind. Dude, that chair would be out the window with whoever's playing that game so fast.
Yeah, I see somebody mentioning the VWAP fade.
Let's break this range already. So buyers.
I don't think we're going to get a breakout until power hour.
Yeah, and with ranges like this, I worry about a fake break. So I worry about it breaking the lows or breaking the level that everybody's watching, and then just kind of creeping back up and going back into it. That's oh yeah, 100% agree.
The money trade.
Right, for
that
sure.
Is the money trade.
I don't think attacking. Yeah. And that's where I'm different now versus 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I'd be like, oh, buy the low of the day break or buy the high of the day break. Now I'm like, hey, it's going to fake everybody out. Buy that dip instead,
Yeah, it is. This is for just like general advice for range traders. It can be tricky in a trending market to trade ranges because you're always going to end up getting entered into your trade and it's always going to get stopped out. Like, for example, if you're trying to, trade an uptrend and it's ranging, you're going to try to short tops and the tops are going to pop and it's going to rally in your face. Yeah. And so it can be tough to you have to adjust your bias a little bit.
Sure.
But I've gotten smoked doing that. So I'm like, this is my setup. Here's the range, but we're in an uptrend. You're just like shorting tops, and you just end up getting blown up. So in this case, it'd be like, oh, we're in a downtrend, VWAP's down, or whatever you use, and then you try to find maybe this 5-minute range, like JD was suggesting, short the 380s off the top of the Dorito pattern. Because it's a safer range trade because you're with broader trend, but you still have that range kind of in your back pocket for the cheap trade. So you have to get yourself aligned properly.
Sure. And I guess the risk level would be even more obvious too. So it'd be pretty easy to get out if you're wrong. And if you're right, it's more with the current thing. That makes sense.
Yeah. In general, you want to bet on the same thing happening again, not the one-off event that changes, the entire structure of the day.
Sure.
However, these would be very tempting longs, though, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah,
I think 300s. Close.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. If it breaks lows and then retraces a little bit, I wouldn't mind it. It depends on how much, though. Yeah.
It'd be a scary trade. I mean, it'd be scary as hell, but you're not buying it because it's pretty. You're buying it because it's cheap.
Right.
So it's a nerve-wracking trade. Oh, we're getting so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, folks, here we are on the lows of this range going back to about 9:30 this morning, Central Time. We are just about out of time for a trade with Topstep. We're going to continue the session into Power Hour, though. Not continue this session. We don't have a house account trade on. John is not in a trade, so we're going to make way for Power Hour. We got Andre, Dolby, Kami Capital, and Hogue coming up. They're going to close out the day for you. Trading live. The house account will be open. We'll keep monitoring this pattern that we're looking at. We've got Dakota Long, Mohammed in the chat, short. A lot of conflicting ideas about where the breakout's going to happen right now. But we're going to take a short break. Stick around, folks. We got Power Hour coming up next. And we're going to keep trading in the close.
Yes, yes, yes. Right. Making his triumphant return to Power Hour here on Topstep TV. Cammy Capital in the house, joined by Dolby Time and Hogue. Let's get right to it. We are selling off in the NQ and the ES Dow as well. Cammy Capital, welcome back.
Thank you very much, sir. Good to be back. Good to see you, boys.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. We are selling off right now. Cammy, you do have a position on. Please update us with your trade.
Correct. So this is a short on gold. It's my position, so I'm closed out for currently 606 realized P&L on one of my express fundeds, but I've got one contract just sitting here running short from 683.1. It went all the way down to 73 ticks profit. It's come back, but I'm still just going to hold it. It's just gravy at this point. So let's see where it goes.
Love it. Love it. All right, guys, we do have the house account open. Hogue, Dolby, one of you guys are going to be executing. Anyways, we are selling off here. We're trying to figure out in the green room.
Point, click, and pray.
It's headline-driven, Hogue. What do we think here?
Well, I mean, from what we've been seeing on Financial Juice, I mean, it started earlier when it seemed like Israel had their plans for a return attack on Iraq in play here, and now they've talked to the president. They're moving around. The prime minister, apparently, according to sources, has landed in a secure facility near Tel Aviv, where Netanyahu is expected to handle the attack from there, I guess. Israel has briefed Biden. These are all sources. Nothing in this is verified, but they've briefed Biden on the general goals and their plan of attack. No specific targets, nothing like that.
Oh,
and again, all of this is pretty much hearsay. There's nothing verified in all of this. This is just all stuff that's kind of coming from sources like, social media, different areas. So, looks like they've got their plan in place. So it's just a matter of when.
Okay. Seems as though the market is reacting. Let's get right into it. Cammy, you are now a gold trader. Why the change?
Yes, sir. Why the change? I started it this year. I don't know if I mentioned last time. I went through a little trading hiatus and went through a phase of learning order flow. Coming from Forex CFDs, there was no real order flow to learn there, but making that switch to futures 2 years ago, I learned more about order flow, centralized data, and all this, and it's transformed my trading really, really well. But I found that I was able to read it better on gold versus the indexes, just personally, especially because of the sessions I trade. Mainly I'm trading the Asian Open, so I'm not getting too much action on the indexes during that time. So gold, kind of tested it on there, and that's where I found my groove for the year. It's been a welcome change, a bit different from the usual.
Excellent. Great to hear.
Great market.
Where did you
really well now?
Where did you go to learn order flow while you were on your little hiatus?
I went through a couple of mentorships. I went through one with a guy called Gary Norton. Not sure if you guys are familiar with him. Gary Norton was a market maker at the Life Exchange, I think over in Japan. So that was a really good one. I did also some courses with Axia Futures, pretty well known in the education space, and also a couple of other ones that are lesser known. BS Day Trading, John Grady, just some guys who have been in it for a long time. Some of these guys are ex-pit traders and whatnot, and they're just bringing that order flow knowledge to the charts. So I kind of took a little piece from each of those guys, just took what resonated with me, and that's what I've been running with this year.
Excellent.
Very nice. Gold seems to be a pretty pure contract. I like how pure the volume and open interest is because it's really just one front month. It's not overly liquid. It's a good market. I like it.
Agreed.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at the markets going around here right now. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,297. Yes, 58.57, bottomed out at 58.53 on that latest move to the downside there. We do see crude moving higher. Last trade, 71.06, about 5 cents off the highs there. Why I'm catching a bit of a bounce, and gold drifting kind of sideways, 26.81. 7 last trade. All right, guys, taking a look there. Markets are moving here. Right before we got on, we did see ES Delta minus 36,000, the NQ minus 8,700. So there are traders making trades, making moves in these markets. Hogue, Dobie, what are we thinking here? NQES, what do we think?
I'm trying to figure out.
Don't want to jump in front of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems more like point, click, and pray.
Yeah. Headline news, headline trades.
You gotta
do that.
Gotta protect yourself somehow. You know, I mean, it's very difficult to manage risk at the current place that that price is in both. You know, we're getting range extension in the S&P, range extension in the NASDAQ. You're looking for shorts, you're selling the low, but we don't want to buy the bottom either, because I think that's just what's been going on. It's just you know, running over longs, the opposite of what it usually does.
Yeah. I mean, volume.
What do we want to trade? Do we want NASDAQ or do we want S&P? What are we doing?
Try shorts. Cammy? I don't know. Maybe Cammy's ideas.
Gold. Yes.
I'll jump in with NASDAQ with you boys. I might go on some micro NASDAQ just for the stream. I'll jump in there with
Got it.
No worries.
Right. NASDAQ it is. Let's trade
like
20,281.
So just
NASDAQ
short
yes,
one?
it is.
Just join ask and
So
try to get 30 points.
So just looking at it on the 500 tick chart here, you know, we had a basically a bear triangle coming into this. We've just put in a bottom. We've put in a new swing high. So the swing high puts us at 308. Shorts below that level, you could probably put your stop above that to get stopped to put your stop above there. But, you know, now we're looking at 25 points of risk from that point, from this point.
Just get 308, Hogue says, right? 308.
Yeah, that's just the most recent swing high. You know, if we really missed it when we broke out below the here. I'm just going to put this up here.
We might not be done.
Put this. There we go.
Volume's not back in this though. Like we had big volume come in right at like 270s. And then I did the whole Coach J thing where you find like the biggest volume bar and then you kind of draw like kind of support and resistance based off of it. And we ended up rejecting it right at like 305s. So I'm kind of curious to see if buyers do end up coming back in at like 270 and maybe this pushes higher. We'll see. I'm too traumatized shorting indices to even try shorting indices, but it's just
Cammy, how have you been navigating?
So rarely.
Cammy, how have you been navigating these markets with the headlines coming in the markets at all times of the day?
Yeah, well, see, I've just woken up, Andre, so this is all news to me as well. So I'm just scrolling through now. It looks pretty hectic so far today. So I'm lucky, you know, me trading the Asian session, I get to skip a lot of this because, yeah, the news can be wild on days like today.
Yes, it can. So we are looking to the short side, I do believe. Hogue, Dolby.
Whatever Cammy says goes. I'm ready. I'm ready to throw on size.
I've just closed out my gold trade there. That stopped out just above break even. So total 624 USD on the XFA for me, and I'm done with gold.
Oh, nice.
I will jump to micro NASDAQ with you boys and girls so I don't give too much back if it's a loser, but playing for winners as well.
Was that 600 just in micro gold?
No, that was full gold, full minis, 24.
Full minis, okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Hey, really quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. This up at Topstep TV. Turn around some cool content. Trader wins, swag, memes. Want to share certificates, whatever you got you want to share. We'll turn that around to the audience in about 40 minutes or so. Again, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep TV. Also, go to Twitter or X. Give us a follow at Topstep TV.
This volume is... Is Coach J in chat? I want Coach J's opinion on volume in the NASDAQ right here.
I believe I saw him in
They're not getting continuation volume to the downside. It's we're declining volume as it starts going. Yeah, so it's just a cheap buy? I mean, the stop could be tight.
Yeah, Dolby. Aside from news, I would favor. I'm looking at the volume as well because that's kind of like the backbone of my trading this year with the order flow stuff. I also like that as well. I like how there's very little volume down here. You know, we're below the value area, and yeah, I'm liking how we're not seeing much sell side volume yet. But with news, you know, it could be dangerous. But I'm feeling longs with you.
At the tilt, 68% long in the NASDAQ. Their average price is 346.
Put in a higher low here on the 500 tick chart.
Even right, I can't be right. 68. Okay. Yeah, higher low. I'm seeing that, Hogue. I'm seeing that. I mean, do you want to dip our toe in the water? Do you want to try a limit order? We're kind of getting a little bit of a Dorito here with that higher low, lower high.
I mean, I feel like we're still trying to pick the bottom here.
Okay. And then we wait.
Yes, we will be patient. Last trade, 20,288. Again, low, we bottomed out at 20,267. So we're about 20 points off those lows in the NQ. Again, Dolby's saying, not liking the volume. It's been
I like the volume.
Off. Yeah, tapering off, I should say.
It's tapering, though. Maybe we get one more flush, then it rallies like 200 points into close. Is it true, Cammy, that you bought a Lambo? Brad was asking, how many Lambos do you own?
Please tell me that's true.
I wish. No, I posted on my Instagram yesterday a little sneak peek, and people were guessing like, is that a Ferrari Lambo? But pretty good. We just got those new Rams here in New Zealand, so it's a Ram, one of those new Ram Rebels. So pretty happy with that. So it's the wife's new Christmas present. I wish it was a Lambo, Brad.
Wow, very nice.
I just want to see a trader just buy like a Honda CRV and be happy. Like, why do we have to get Lambos? CRV's
Toyota's got a same car he's been driving for many years now. Get you from point A to point B.
Yeah, right. It has an engine, 4 wheels. It's a drum set. Like, we're good to go. We don't need a Lambo for that.
Hey, take a look at the tilt here. 66% long in the NASDAQ. So some shares coming in trying.
Tammy, what do you like here? The NASDAQ.
Yeah.
I'm also liking the longs here. So I'm thinking I'm just going to wait for more, I suppose, confirmation. I'm watching the time and sales just to see if we can see all those buyers come rushing through shortly. It's been a while since I've traded the New York session NASDAQ, but I know towards the end of the day, we normally get those short sellers, you know, if we've had a big downwards push covering positions. So I'm just watching. The tape's going a bit wild now. I can see a bunch. Oh, it's a bit of both sides, but I'm really waiting just to see that big green push and then maybe jump in along with it with the momentum.
A momentum trade.
Hogue, I'm looking at the S&Ps right now, the ES. I'm seeing a 600 lot on 58.51 bid down there. I'm not sure if it is real. 51, yeah, 58.51 in the orders. 600 on the bid. To the downside here in ES.
It's kind of
is it jumping around?
Algo spread bro kind of level there, isn't it?
Could be.
It ain't moving though.
It's not yet. So keep an eye on that. Nothing else really showing in the ES just yet. So we're looking in the NQ right now.
Yeah,
just
not a whole lot.
Just had a chance at a short there. And 290 with that stop above 308.
Oh, you like shorts, Hogue?
I don't know what I like.
You like whiskey? You like fast cars?
That I do
You like your wife and your kids.
There you go.
100%.
It seems to be staying put.
Not
that
necessarily
order
in that order.
No.
So
I love my
yeah, see, Mohammed's thinking the breakout above that swing high because we just put in a higher low. So he's looking at a breakout long above about 310 here.
Mm-hmm.
Here it goes. I'm liking it above 288 for sure.
Okay.
Say the magic word.
Yep.
You boys waiting on me? Is this for the house account? That's a lot of pressure. I'll say the magic word pretty soon.
Oh, no.
That's
no pressure. Just don't lose any money.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not like chat's gonna jump on you for having a losing trade or anything.
We're feisty today.
That's right.
So got up to 307, so that 10 stop would have been good. If we were short. I don't know what to think of this shit.
There it is. Let's see how it plays out. Yeah, we got so lower right hand corner. You see the countdown clock to the closing bell. Still got 37 minutes left in this session. What's up, Dolby?
Not my time from here.
Echo. Just don't lose more than 47,000. It'll be just fine.
Right.
Maybe a little pullback to like 290s could be an interesting long opportunity, because that could be the start of a stair step higher.
And then just put the stop below that last swing low.
Yeah, I mean, the more we talk about it, the further away it's getting from everything. So it's
Yeah.
NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
I'm buying right here, Nick. I'm buying here with my stop to swing low. I'm liking this so far.
All right, we're in.
Nick, you buying it?
Done.
You want me to? Oh, you're okay. You're in. Okay.
How many times? Plus
Just one. Want more?
Yeah.
Are you
What's your
asking
stop
me,
back
Nick?
in?
Because
Yeah.
I'm at the swing low.
you said-
I'm at 67.0.
Okay, so you're 67.
Yep.
What do we get,
I'm
Dolby?
aiming at
308s.
Okay, long one from 20,308.
I like it up to 330.
330.
Where's our
You know
risk?
higher than that? 270.
Cammy, today New Zealand had the Global Dairy Trade Price Index and the milk auctions. I've seen that before. Do you know anything about that, how they do that?
I have no idea. It's the agriculture stuff here gets pretty crazy. I just keep my hands free of it. And I just buy milk at the grocery store, and every time it seems to go up another $1, but I have no idea.
Inquiring minds wanting to know.
So Cammy's long milk right now.
Yeah, long milk every day. That's a safe bet. Long milk and cheese.
Love that. All right, we got 74%.
Block here. I don't know about you guys.
That's true.
Is what true?
No, $20 a block for cheese in New Zealand. Is that true?
$20.
What kind of cheese?
Yes, sir. $20 a block of cheese. Yep. Just regular cheese, not even fancy cheese. Just a block of
Can you
standard.
just make your own cheese?
What do you call it?
Is
Colby.
that $20?
I mean, yeah.
Make your own cheese real quick.
If I could, I would for sure.
Finish up your trading session and go make a block of cheese. Makes sense to me. All right, so we got into one, stops at 270. Do we like adding to get more size on anywhere? This really takes off. I mean, it could be pretty amazing. I have to assume there's probably quite a few shorts here. Might be in trouble if this decides to take off.
That's true, but take a look at the tilt. We got 76% long in NASDAQ right now. Average price of 348. Oof, taking some heat on those.
Yeah, they're not doing too hot. They are not doing too hot.
S&Ps.
348.
Average,
Oh my gosh.
73% long. Average price 58.64.
You know, you can make cheese mozzarella in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Chop, chop.
Get off TikTok, everybody. Go make some cheese.
All right, house account long. Cammy, we got your position up. Excellent.
Yes, sir. If we retest around 286.5 level, I'll add one more, but I won't add it up. Yeah.
There you got it, Dolby.
286, add one?
286.
Yeah, but if we pull back to 286, that's where I'll put one more.
I like that. See if we can maintain some higher lows. Maybe get like a nice sexy MOC reading and just take this into the highs.
There you go.
Like all the way to the highs?
A hell of a rebound.
Like 300 point rally. Fake news. Everything's fake news, Hogue. So it's just a trap. It's just a trap.
All right, some of these longs are peeling it back a little bit. Look at the tilt. Back beneath these 300s. Last trade 20,292.
Yep. See if we can get these 286s. Who would short here? People who are convinced that this new stuff is the real deal. Or traders who just want to make longs absolutely miserable. It's probably a little bit of both.
It'll be a blend of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Cammy, you're looking for 286s perhaps to add?
Yeah, 286.5 on the mini. I think. Oh, actually, let me just check. I'm on the right ones. This is so on the micro chart. 86.5 is the level. 86.5. There it is.
Delta in the NASDAQ is negative 8,700 right now. S&P is negative 33,500.
All right.
Congruent with direction.
It is. All right. Buyers trying to push this. Maybe walk it higher here. Trying to figure out what to do with this 20,300 level in the NQ. Till 70% long still in the NQ.
Yeah, I mean, it broke. What was the range that it broke? How big of it? Like a 1 hour range. Yeah, I mean, it's still possible that this extends the 1 hour range and ends up getting back up above 20,335, and that's still an intact 1 hour range. It's why trading big ranges can be tricky, is because it could take a long time for it to kind of resolve itself. Even if it breaks down, it could still get back up again within the hour. Do not get to pick and choose where the market goes.
Wouldn't that be nice, though?
I was just going to say, it'd be a lot cooler if we could.
Yeah.
Let's trade in crude, $70.99, about 11 cents off the highs.
That would make trading so much easier.
Oh, man. Imagine.
Now, do you know how annoying everybody would be if they could do that? Everyone would become the most annoying person on the planet. Influencers on socials just bragging about, ooh, nice little bounce here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Yep, bottom of the hour.
Yep, made another Lambo today. Yep, made another Lambo today. Yep, made another Lambo.
Cammy, last time you traded the NASDAQ or micros, it's been a minute.
Oh, yeah. Last time it's been a long time. I think January, possibly even December. So we're looking, a decent length of time.
Welcome back. Let's do this.
Well, thank you, sir. I hope she treats me well for my first dip back.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe a little bit like a beginner's luck, a nice like welcome home present for you from the NASDAQ. That would be really nice.
That's right. That's right. Man,
welcome back.
It's like night and day. They're reading order flow on NASDAQ versus something like gold. This is wild, man. I just remember why it's called NASCrack now. This is absolutely insane to watch this flash by my eyeballs.
Wears you out too, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Gives me hard palpitations.
Leaves you cross-eyed by the end of the day. All right, let's see what we can do here.
Mohammed says the NASDAQ has no manners.
No, it does not.
It's a brute. Long to 298 evens.
Long to 298.
Do you like any more ads, Cammy? Any other orders?
No, sir. That'll do for me. I think that's sensible for now.
And then we will do the sensible thing. And we will hang on to this order. Long 2 at 20,298. Stop is at somewhere down there below. We don't talk about it.
The order that shall remain unspoken.
That's exactly
Unspoken,
right.
yeah. Oh, you like a push into the 330s, perhaps?
If it rallies, yeah, I mean, that would probably be a first out.
Target. Got it.
Maybe even a little higher than that. 40s.
That'd be nice. Cammy, they're asking, are you streaming later today or tonight? John,
Yes, absolutely. 11 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, nice.
It'll be a bit of a gold session. See what we get.
Gold rush, is that what you call it?
Oh yeah, a bit of a gold crawl. It's not too exciting, but it's the way I like it.
Well, when you find gold, it's in dust, and you keep collecting that dust until you can add it into an ounce.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
The ES liquidity is still there. Yeah, Hoag's still there.
Yeah.
Well, this thing's coming for us.
We didn't add, did we?
Yeah, we're 2. We got another one at like 80 something.
It might be spread, bro.
It's teasing us here for sure.
Let's test it.
5 more? If you liked it at 300, you're going to love it at 266.
That's right.
That is a sale there, Dolby. But don't tempt me.
Yeah. This
You
one
ever
might
see
be
the movie
pedestal.
Sisu? It's about during World War II, and a prospector finds all this gold. Great movie. If you got time, SISU.
Order's about to
There's
get filled,
also
Hoag.
Yeah.
Three Kings was also a movie about gold. Probably going to get stop run and have it rally 100 points.
Middle East War, right?
Yep. I think it's George Clooney, and not Matt Damon. The other guy who kind of looks like Matt Damon.
You don't mean Jesse Plemons, the guy from Breaking Bad? I think he looks like Matt Damon.
Oh, yeah. I see that.
Mark Wahlberg? Was it Mark?
Yes. Yes. That is correct.
Chat. Always got it.
That's like Wikipedia.
Ice Cube.
How does he do that?
All right, Hoag.
Reflective
Eye on this
consciousness.
order.
Chat, they know everything.
Got 600 on the bid here. 5851.75.
Still there.
Still there. Appears to be real.
Not even the 30-second chart looks bullish. Oh, no. That's not good.
This is teasing us, Dolby, like one tick away.
It is.
Tick away.
Yeah, this is. I mean, NASDAQ is so slippery, though. Like, it's probably going to teleport.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, this ladder's starting to get real whippy. Either we're in a very good spot or just a terrible, terrible spot. Oh, no, please go back up. And we're
out here.
There we go.
Close.
Minus
Broken hospital
30. Womp womp.
Yeah,
That's not good.
booze. House account flat. Cammy flat.
Flat across the board.
Right,
I guess
let's
the next line I have is 250s. This is just all pain. All pain. That 4-hour range
Weekly.
broke at what, like this morning, and it's been over since then.
All right. Low is in.
That's right. So S&P order still has not been filled. Certainly giving it a shot.
Yeah, they just
And
took it
filled. And filled.
out. Traded out.
Seeks liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
9 out of 10 times, Hoag. Feels like it will just go
Yep.
there.
It seems right.
Took me a while to wrap my head around it, but yep. Watched it so many times and done arguing with it. That's just how it goes. All right, new lows being put in here in the NQ last trade, 20,259, low 254s. Here's another, we've got a 700 lot here. I don't know if that's real or not. 5850 in the S&P. Seems like there's some bids coming in here.
Somebody's covering. Somebody's covering.
Cam, you managed the risk well there. What's the update to the P&L when you have a chance?
Oh, maybe this is it.
Yeah, still with 492. 492 P&L so far.
Okay.
I'm not entirely opposed to trying one more trade idea with only one contract, but I got to see.
Okay.
Wait to see how this low goes here. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of buying coming through, but it's not doing too much yet. Also, don't want to keep trying to pick the bottom. It's a dangerous game. But waiting on the end of day, kind of roll up back to the upside if we can.
Very happy to have Cammy back in house. It's been too long, Cammy Capital. Great to have you back.
Too long.
Click like,
sir.
click subscribe. Cammy back. Let's make this a regular thing.
Yep,
we will.
Yes. By the way,
It was regular for a
I've
while.
been watching a
Either
bit of
Wednesday.
rips. Bit of rips lately.
Oh, yeah.
We got these in New Zealand now, boys. A bit of Celsius. So I'm officially with you boys and girls if we're on board with
What do
you
you
boys
think?
and girls. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't like the sunset one, the tropical punch one, but every other one's a great. Kiwi strawberry is the best flavor. I don't know what you guys are. You guys probably have hundreds in America, but kiwi strawberry is just perfect.
Love it.
A lot of caffeine. A whole lot of caffeine.
Oh yeah.
Rocket fuel, baby.
Oh yeah.
Really is.
Yes, sir.
Bounce
Oh, now we're
there.
bouncing. Bounce that.
Give it a shot. We got 21 minutes
waiting
left here.
for
Again,
it.
we got MOC in 11 minutes. Also have some hashtag Power Hour submissions.
I'm
We'll get
looking
to
forward to
around
that.
here. Yeah, very shortly. George says all roads. Quite the comeback. That'd be quite the comeback.
That would be a
George.
nice long.
Hey,
That would be a nice long.
can't count it out just yet.
That's not that far away. It's only like 100 points. That's really not that far away.
In NASDAQ, I'm seeing it's like, I got it at 457.
Oh, okay. So that's 200 points. Like 180.
Yeah.
I'm doing one more attempt here, Dolby.
Yep.
I'm in.
You feeling it?
One more attempt. Yep, last one. Only one. That's it. If it takes me out, I know not to come back to NASDAQ again. She's broken my heart well and truly, if so.
All right, we're in.
Oh, no.
Let's try it again. 288's long one.
288. Amy, what price did you get?
I
Better than
got
288.
289.7.
Oh,
Some 5.
Nice.
Okay. Micro.
and no ads anywhere.
Not on this one, Dolby. We're going to be very, very sensible on this time. Don't want to try and force it.
What if it just breaks out
Everybody get
really,
out and
really
push.
strong, Cammy?
Push.
What if it
Push
just
hard.
gets really-
Yeah, well, now you're speaking to the gambler in me, so that's dangerous territory.
Want to roll some dice and see what comes up, and we'll just take a trade off dice.
Yeah. You guys see that girl who did the astrology sign trading on TikTok? That was absolutely
go?
She crushed it for a long time. She blew herself up. But
Amazing.
it just shows anything can work. Manage your risk.
Wow.
Read the
As long as
stars.
you can
Maybe you
manage
might
risk.
get a funded account. Yes, sir. Not financial advice.
We should have her on. Show us the ropes.
Mercury's in retrograde. Retrograde. We have to sell.
Oh, man. Mercury
That's it.
retrograde.
We should see if we can have Danielle interview that trader, and they can just riff off of like astrology signs. I think that'd be pretty funny.
Just reading horoscopes and, taking trades off of it.
Yeah, why not?
Hey, shout out to Dylan K. I made VIP with the hoops. Pit Raiders.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Nice, that's awesome.
That we have another selection draft coming for Coach Paul. Profiteers later this week. Stay tuned.
At least
Looking a
it's
bit better
we have
for us
some
this time,
momentum.
Dolby.
This is cool.
Yep.
It's not red right now. I should put a stop in. There we go. There we go. Just a
Push this
Yeah.
thing higher.
Always got to put a stop in.
I mean, 1 minute, or sorry, not 1 minute. 30-second VWAP's 340. That's just like right around the corner. Only 40 points away. We'll see if we can push. Wanna
Push
add
this
one?
thing.
Let's go. Let's add another one. Let's add like two more.
Right where the bottom of that falling wedge is. 340.
Oh, where would you add another one?
I don't know. I don't.
Oh, Pit Raiders. The emails went out. Hold.
Nice.
Check your inboxes.
I don't think I like it enough to add to it here.
Got it, Dylan.
What's another contract? Just doubling our size. It's not a big deal.
77% long. The yes.
Dolby, whatever you're feeling, man. Whatever you're feeling.
You don't want to know what I'm feeling, Hogue. You don't want to know what I'm feeling.
50.
50. Got in last trade. 311. On from 288.
Let's see if we can pull back a little bit off of 315s. There might be opportunity to add.
Like 295s.
Hammy?
Yeah, maybe like a hair under 300s.
Yeah. He's looking for
You
an
know, talk
ad.
about adding them, or you're going to tell me I'm not going to add, Andre. Don't
Fair enough.
get behind
No,
these
absolutely
things. I won't do it.
Looking to you for guidance. Absolutely no. We're not coursing you into anything. You let us know. Of course. No.
No temptation.
See if we can push this higher again. We got MOC in about 6.5 minutes. He was all over that.
This one feels good, guys. This feels like a good trade.
Last trade.
I think this one has some juice to it.
Don't let it hear you say that.
No. Market. We're on good terms.
Good.
I think it's hailing right now by my house.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's definitely hail. Real small guys though. Looks like, I don't know, little tiny white baubles.
We had golf ball size hail here back in like May. Getting a new roof, new gutters, new downspouts, new soffits, and new fascia from it.
New
On the
facelift?
house.
Nice.
Good insurance.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a hailstorm when I was growing up. Destroyed our shingle roof. And then insurance covered it and then dropped us, apparently.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
Mohammed saying, wait for the sellers.
Got to get back above that 11 level. Or 20 level.
Only breakup
whatever
sex.
it was.
You know, that sort of sucks.
12.
We need these 315s to go. Would you rebid 288s, Hogue?
No.
Oh, emphatic no. Not. Hogue.
I mean, this is a contrary trade. Yeah, it's getting late. I mean, we got 15 minutes here. So if there's some shorter time frame shorts that need to get out, that's good, but it's contrary trade. So, you know, if it comes back to our entry,
If we add one and then add another, the third contract is only adding 50% more size. So it's not quite double.
Yes. Indeed how it works. Dolby time, my man. We got an update with that with the Delta Hogue. Ask you about every 20 minutes.
negative 9,200 in the NASDAQ, negative 31.1 in the S&Ps. No major change right now so far.
Well, if we want, Gabe, if we're ready, we can do hashtag Power Hour while we're in this trade. You are ready.
I was born ready.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
For your submissions.
All
What are you looking
righty.
at today?
We got a few. Trying to find some new names. You know, don't get me wrong. We have a lot of great top contributors, but it's nice to see some fresh faces. So we do have Sock Trader performance so far on one of my funded accounts. This is his Goku account. So shout out to all the Dragon Ball fans out there. You have a pretty healthy amount of green days taking base hits. So keep up the great work there. One red day, and that one red day did not end up wiping out any major green days. So I think that's a pretty good way to manage risk. So keep it up. Hopefully that continues. We got Felipe bringing it in, locking it out on a 50K combine today. Hit the profit target as well, 53K. So great work. We'll get into an XFA there. So shout out to Felipe. We also have Pi. Pi had a nice little $3,000 winner today on a 100K trading combine. So just under that 50% consistency target, which is fantastic. So great job. Also, shout out to Kami Capital, volume profile strategy. So wanted to do a little shameless
yes, sir.
plug
There we
for
are.
you,
Look at
Kami.
that.
Hey.
Shameless plug. Appreciate that, guy.
Absolutely, man. You know I got you.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, we got Tarek here. Saw the setup on ES, went short, made it my biggest trading day so far.
Nice.
Great job there, Tarek. Glad to hear that you had a fantastic day. Don't go into tomorrow off that momentum. Maybe take a step back tomorrow. Maybe size down a little bit. You know, ride out the high a little bit from the best day ever. But I've had a few of those myself, and the next day always bites me. So take it from my downfall. Don't do what I do.
It's amazing how often that happens.
X.
Oh,
and then we have a couple couple
Who's
pieces
that?
of comedy here for you. We got Lost Trader coming in with I don't know, some random fisherman just getting his ass beat. I have a feeling that we might be seeing a celebrity boxing match in the near future, but we'll see.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
Shout out to MP back there. Got to get it on the World Star. So,
Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun.
anybody remembers World Star? That was used to be a great spot to go hang out for a bit. Find some clips that used to be the doom scrolling of the day back when we were younger. Or
Gems.
social media took off. Yeah.
And
all right, last
Corona.
Oh, look at this thing.
Yeah, we will have Eddie commentating that celebrity boxing match, by the way. So we got Carl Hungus here. Didn't get filled. Feeling the onset of TD. Tick denial affects 78% of day traders. So whipped up a little concoction, a little batch of little red and blue pill action here. A little testicular. Shout out to Carl Hungus on the.
I believe that is on our list of prescriptions to buy, right next to our books that we recommend.
Hungus up to his.
My pharmacy is always out of this. I cannot get my hands on it. So Eddie, I might have to come.
Gotta go black
down your
market.
direction.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Little Silk Road action. All right, back to you guys. I'm out.
Thank you, Gabe. All right, 10 seconds.
Ooh, one more seat. Let's go.
No way. Wow.
Here we go.
Ballsy. Stupid, but ballsy.
We're in a 1 minute. We're at the high of the 1 minute range. Actually, high of the 5 minute range. If we can get over 315,
I think up there near that 20, we get a break out of that. We could run a little bit.
All right, here we go. We've got the S&P 122 million sell side, 101 million sell side. NASDAQ 228 million buy side. S&P back down 65 million sell side. Dow 137 million sell side, and the Mag 7 149 million buy side. So that S&P is fluctuating as they all do. I'll be watching these right now. S&P is only 17 million sell side. Now it's 27 million buy side.
Buyers.
Would you stop already? Damn it!
Adding?
You look bad.
Adding 49.
Like playing whack-a-mole.
There you go. Whack-a-mole here. Step right up.
All right. Cam, still long? Yeah. Dolby house is
I'm still long, sir. Yep.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Let's trade 20,320. House count long from 238 or 288, I should say. So about 30 points in the money right now. Push this thing higher. 77% long the ES. At the NQ, 77% long NQ.
Those longs, those buy orders down there, Andre, were probably good bid to covers from somebody short today. Some
nice
huge speculator.
Minutes left. Still 76% long in the ES with 8 minutes to go in this session.
Hanging out,
Losing
trying to
a
range
little bit of
break on
delta
this
here
5
on these
minute.
pushes, but not a lot.
Hey, John, what time does the RTY close? Same time as the ES?
Rusty.
Yes.
Figured it. That was on the trading floor.
Yep.
Push into the 20s. Hogue, you still targeting those 330s? Or is this change?
Close to 340s. It's just that maybe 335s. It's the trend line from the falling triangle. It's the lower trend line. The NASDAQ on the 5-minute chart. Right about
Oh,
there.
we're finally going up. This is good. Let's get 340s next, and that would be amazing.
It would be amazing.
Move our stop up to like break even. We don't need to take any risk on this since we're already up like 30 points or 40 points.
Thank you for the
Agreed. Where are you targeting, Dolby?
Let's do this.
Personally, I think we could hit 447.
When?
Sweet. Hang on as well. 448. Yep.
347 or 447?
447.
447. All right, let's do that.
MOC update. S&P down 266 million sell side. NASDAQ 61 million buy side.
Oh, hold on. This hail is out of control.
Is it really? I hear it.
Very aggressive.
Let's go.
It's pretty sizable.
Damn, like Dolby.
I can barely hear you guys.
Yeah, I can hear that.
40s.
You guys hear it from my mic? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, man.
To the moon.
All right, Cammy. All right, Cammy. This one's better.
Yes, sir. Knew it was coming. I say that after the fact now, but
Indeed.
He knew
We
it.
have 49 more on. We'd be doing so well.
Well, when the market's going your way, you'll never have enough on. If it's going against you, you'll always have too much on.
Oh man, I hope these cars are gonna be okay. It's like it's not quite marble size. It's like half a marble worth of hail. It's pretty sizable. Lock this stop up.
All right, here we
Where's
go.
the money?
1 second. Watch this. Push it higher.
Whoa!
Oof.
Stop that. Yeah, there's 340s.
340s,
That was
right.
our 30-minute range low, 1 hour range low. Now, if we push back
Where's
above
your ad,
that,
Dolby?
then we're back within range, and that would be amazing. Either way, we're going to get $355. Either way.
Righty.
Where's your stop?
Cammy.
I'm sorry, the order that shall remain unspoken.
306.
306. Cammy, do you walk your stop up as well? You trail it?
Sure. I'm just at break even. I don't mind what we get on this one. I'm happy with my P&L for the day. So again, this wins all the way through. Gravy. If it hits break even, no loss, man. I'm happy.
One more thing, Cammy, I got to ask. Different shot of you now. It's not the profile shot of the face. Now you're going a bit like more straight on with the webcam where it's at. What's with the
Yes,
change? Is that
sir.
because you're a gold trader now?
Well, that's right. You know, new gold trader. I'm a new cami this year. We're different. We got a full frontal. You know, I felt like the side profile camera was a little disrespectful. You know, it's like I'm not really paying attention to you boys. So now we're looking you right in the face.
Excellent. Excellent.
Got a big change here in the MOC. 841 million sell side S&P, 834 million sell side NASDAQ, 384 million sell side Dow, 309 million sell side Mag 7.
Hmm.
We'll do it.
Yeah, big change here.
Still not with a B, though.
Mm-mm. But This thing up 3 minutes.
Nvidia down 4.6%, 4.5% down in Nvidia today.
Unreal.
Maybe it'll go down there and get my other bid.
Right? Yeah.
All right, stop move to 318. We'll lock in 610. Let's see if we can get this push up above 340s.
You up at 449. One big push here. Come on. Cam, we got to say thank you again so much for joining us again. Been too long.
No worries. Yeah,
More
thanks for having me
Cammy
back,
Capital.
boys. I think we got this all locked in a bit more regular now, so we're seeing you more.
Oh, good.
Excellent.
And we're out. And we're out. Okay, so final P&L minus 1328.
Mm.
Maybe it ends up taking off without us. But we got like almost half of our losses back on the day, which is pretty solid.
That's good.
Yeah. I think the house account's still positive, though, overall. Because you were up a couple grand, right?
Yeah, we've been on a hot streak.
Yeah.
Yeah, managing the risk. Much better.
Check.
What's your P&L now, Dolby?
1328. So maybe we're about break even.
Yeah, we're up a couple of sandwiches.
Nice.
Couple triple
Hey, Richard
wibbles.
Blake in the chat. Love you all. Have a great night. Hey, Richard Blake, thank you for tuning in. See you again tomorrow. Amy, you still in this trade?
I'm still in, man. I'll hold this through to the very last minute, I'm thinking.
Hey, indeed it is the very last minute in the session.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
We got flat, so you can enjoy the profits, Cammy. Let's take off without us. So
Yeah,
Cammy can
I
make some
appreciate that,
big
Dolby.
money
Yes.
here.
There you go.
That's what we do around here.
Big
Thank
money.
you very much.
There, look at it go.
Just came and got that stop just below that swing low there, and bang.
As it does. As it does.
Yep.
That's kind of the
Yes,
problem,
it
though. If you only have
does.
one contract on, your hands are kind of tied as to what you can do, either all in or all out. Because it'd
Well, it
be
was a
terrible if
profit
it came all the way.
nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm not going to be upset about it. It would be much more depressing if it came all the way back to our entry and we got nothing. Like, we're back, like break even. It's like that's not great. It's just hard. There's no real winning with a one lot other than just making sure you make money. That's all you can hope for with a one lot.
That's right. All right, boys.
Let's look at it go.
Session A. Here we go. Closing bell coming at
There
you.
you go.
In. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding.
Thanks, Cammy. It's good to see you, man.
100%, Cammy.
Thank
Great
you.
to see you, man.
Appreciate
Great
that.
to see you.
Likewise.
Eddie's going to take us out of here. Eddie, camera on, Eddie.
Oh, my
Your outro.
goodness.
Your moment.
My moment in time, man.
Oh,
All right,
Cammy's
folks.
out of here. All right, Eddie, take us out of here. Shout out to Cammy. He is gone. Take it away, Eddie.
All right. Tomorrow. Let's see what we got tomorrow. Hey, taking a look at the calendar here right now. Early, we have an NBA mortgage, 6 o'clock. Don't worry about that one. But the ones I want you to worry about are later in the afternoon. Actually, we do have a 7:30 export price index. The big one, export price index month over month and import price index. These are going to be at 7:30. And then we don't have to worry anything till about 1 o'clock with the federal budget balance. So it's going to be a pretty light day tomorrow as far as eco numbers and, of course, our API weekly crude stock. But otherwise, what do we have on the menu for tomorrow? Taking a look here, tomorrow is going to be Wednesday. And the usual, 8 o'clock, we're going to open up shop. Rips is going to join us again. We've got Nick Pertick, Coach Jay, going to be with us here also. And MP will join us a little bit later in Fast Markets. Alex G for Power Players. Got David Green, yes, the one and only David Green from the East Coast, David, Florida. He's going to be with us here for group coaching. We got Stanley P going to join us back again here for our rotating segment at 1 o'clock called Trade with Topstep. And we're also going to have KV with us at that time. David Green going to join us for the final hour with Coach Dakota. All right, my friends. Well, that is it. And don't forget here, we've got At the Buzzer coming up here right after we're done here, about 3:15. So keep that in mind. Also, do not forget about here, we've got 6 o'clock with Coach Ray and in our Discord channel, Coach Vince at 7 o'clock. And coming up at 7:30, we got Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Wake up early, set your alarm clocks early. Why don't you check out the London Open with Deanna tomorrow? Tomorrow at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. That will be the London Open. So give that a shot. And I'd like to thank all our guests here today. Had a great session with Dr. Steenbarger. Very nice. And we should have that recorded for further viewing. So if you missed it, well, it's okay. I'm pretty sure that we'll have that ready for you within the week, maybe. So keep that in mind. But now it is time, your time. Go relax, go re-energize. Get ready for tomorrow. So, orders from headquarters. I want you to stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this is the Top Step TV. Take care.